Well, good morning, Snetterton Circuit. Welcome along to the Classic Sports Car Club for the Snetterton Summer Sunset Race Meeting here for this last weekend of September. Yes, it's named the Summer Sunset Race Meeting. Sunset's well and truly made its way onto the Snetterton Circuit because early this morning, about 4 degrees Celsius. So, yes, autumn/winter very much set in here already. But we've got 17 races for you coming up over the entire weekend. We've had 4 sessions of qualifying this morning. We'll have 2 races before a qualifying session that'll take us into our lunch break. Our first race of the day will be the Ram Air BMW Championship and Veer & Builders Open Series. They'll be followed by the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. My name is Kieran McGinley, and I am delighted to say that I am joined by the fantastic Mr. Chris Buxton in the commentary box. Chris, welcome along.
Your compliments are always welcome, good sir. Your compliments are always very welcome, Mr. McGinley. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it is a little bit brisk out there in the Norfolk countryside, but what a weekend's racing we have got lined up for today. So yes, the BMWs and the Open Series will be starting festivities here at Snetterton. So I've just laid it back up the stairs, that's why I'm slightly out of breath. Good old catching up with drivers at the death of their particular sessions. Yeah, the work never stops here, does it, Kieran?
It never stops.
But we do what we do out of the love of the job.
Absolutely. Well, we've got our first race coming up, which is the Ram Air BMW Championship and the Veer & Builders Open Series. They've got a 20-minute race coming up, so it's probably a good idea before the drivers head out onto circuit to give you an idea of how they're going to line up on the grid then. On the front row of the grid, it's going to be number 44, Ollie Neves. Alongside is going to be the number 47 of Niall Bradley. Row number 2 is going to be number 76, Jason West, alongside number 89, Michael Vitulli. Row 3 is number 15, 1-5, Graham Crowhurst, and 6-1-2, Adrian Bradley. Row number 4 is 23, Nathan Wells, and 32, James Card. Row 5 is 81, Ollie Fowler, and 77, Klaas Koike. Row 6 is number 82, Giuseppe Calari, and 140, Jasper Sapra, who's a new addition to the programme. Row number 7 is 101, John Cockerton, and 999, Sean Wortley. Row number 8 is number 8, Carl Parker, and 182, that's Cater and Scott sharing. Row number 9 is 17, John Wyatt, and 223, Tom Butler. John Wyatt unfortunately ended his qualifying session on his roof out of Murray's. The Mini's in bad shape, but John's okay. We'll see if they can get that car repaired at some point, but they do have 2 races, so we'll have to wait and see. There's a bit of a gap here, and then we have our a bit of a gap, and then we have on row 11, we have number 46, Stephen Nuttall, and 51, Christian Petard. Row 12 is 181, Johnny Petard, and 92, Colin Watson. Row 13, 98, John Cutmore, and 68, Andrew Grant. Row 14 is 177, Simon Lancashire, and number 9, Dylan Popovich. Row 15 is 171, Joshua Gollin, and 189, Bruce Wilson. Row 16 is 39, David White, and 34, Richard Green. Row 17 is 117, Kevin Barrett, and 165, Sam Nicolau. Row 18 is the 22 of Broome and Lancaster, and alongside is the 134 of Farrow and Byford. Row 19 is 58, Luke Plummer, and number 16, 16, Martin Ledbetter. Row 20 is number 60 of Woodman and Hemsworth. Alongside them is the 75 of Spicer and Randall. And all on their own on row 21, number 40, Andrew Barley. Well, we've got about 40 drivers there or thereabouts ready to take this start. Absolutely stacked grids for pretty much all the race series we've got here, Chris.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Thank you for that, Kieran. Yes, so it's a 20-minute race, no pit stops in this particular outing, as is standard for the Ram Air BMW Championship. This is a series that the Classic Sports Car Club took over this year. It was formerly the Kumo BMW Championship, and the Classic Sports Car Club then gave the series a home this year, and we have seen some amazing racing from indeed all of our categories. And I'm also very happy to say that every single category that the Classic Sports Car Club gives a home to are present this weekend. So very, very much looking forward to literally everything the club has to offer throughout the course of the day. What can we look forward to in this particular race? Goodness me, very, very much indeed. Now, something that I've always harped on about that the Classic Sports Car Club does very, very well is inclusivity. There are not many occasions where you will find a 1.6 BMW Mini alongside a 7-litre Ginetta G50. You have that very much here in the form of Carl Parker and Dylan Popovich as a prime example. They're not alongside each other on the grid, but they are sharing the same bit of terra firma as the safety car has started to lead the field away for the first rolling lap of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's quite a few cars that have got to make their way out of the assembly area to catch up to the Crocodile queue as it now makes its way through in towards Riches then. But looks like it's going to be, well, as we've already said, it's a stacked grid. You've got the BMWs who are going to be at the front of it, then the Open Series starting behind. There's going to be a row split there, so if there's a slight gap between the BMWs and the Open Series, there's your reason. It's to try and separate them, but trying to separate a grid of 40 cars hurtling their way towards Riches is easier said than done.
Also bear in mind that the BMW Series is a championship event as well, so they don't want too much interference at the very beginning from the Open Series cars. That being said, it will not take long from the front runners of the Open Series, which are Caterhams. This year was also a great way to have the Caterhams reintroduced into the Open Series. For several years, the Caterhams were kept separate from the rest of the Open Series, but I think the front 3 rows of the Open Series are all Caterham based, so that is going to be fabulous to see. Dylan Popovich had just seen rolling past and is gloriously grounding Ginetta, and then you have all sorts behind. You've got there's a Civic mixed in there. You've got, like I say, a range of different Caterhams, various different power outputs, displacements, noises, colour schemes going on in the liveries. Yes, you might tell I'm a little bit excited.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Yes.
They're still coming past us. They still haven't actually finished leaving the holding area yet.
Yeah, this is the case for big grids because everyone's got to make their way out of the assembly area. You've still got Ginettas and Caterhams still making their way onto the grid then, or at least making their way out onto the track, which is why the safety car has really bunched up the field now as they make their way up towards Agostini, just to try and make sure that everyone has caught up. I wonder now if everyone has now left the assembly area. I haven't seen a vehicle leave there for quite some time.
Unfortunately, we can't quite see the holding area. It is actually well obscured from our positions. We can't actually tell if it's empty, but as you say, Kieran, no one seems to be vacating it. You've always got the last few students that are late to class, and not saying that I was one of them at school. You have no proof. Was that a bit of a smoky BMW there? Was that someone dragging their brakes?
No, it's just it's a little bit of treatment out of Agostini, so possibly drop fluid in between the last qualifying session and the start of this race.
Oh, so just what you wanted at Agostini of all places.
Of all places, yes, absolutely, yes. But we've got the Ram Air BMWs there, just getting some heat into the tyres there, and really bunched up now in the midfield.
It's very difficult when they're going that slowly, but of course, as the safety car has been informed that we've had some cars that were a little bit late leaving the holding area. What they don't want is the cars to be stationary on the line for too long. So rather than sat there waiting for a period of time, we do still have about half the lap, probably a little bit less than that now for the front runners to do. So the safety car was informed just to bunch the field up, wait for the last of the stragglers to catch the back of the line, which they have now done. And now the safety car will pick up the pace a little bit, allow everybody to get proper heat and brakes into their tyres. Proper heat into their brakes and tyres. Take words rearranged correctly. you would think that talking for a living would be something I'd be a little bit more practiced at.
It's all right. As long as we could laugh about it, then it's all good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be the first to laugh at my own mistakes. If we're not going to enjoy what we do, then why are we here at the end of the day? Some real big hitters as well in the Caterhams, a lot of which we will see later on in our Magnificent Sevens. That's another joy of the Open Series race, that is eligible for any cars that are eligible for any other category within the Classic Sports Car Club. They can have a second race, the Open Series, as sponsored by Viren Builders, Rob Hardy, who is with us, and he has brought one of his cars that we will see later on in the future and modern classics, race number 3 of the weekend. So they have been a long-time supporter of the club. They sponsor the Open Series, and we'll see a number of cars that are in the Open Series race later on, and we'll see a number of the BMWs as well, as they are eligible for some of the other categories as well. So as long as they don't break their toys, we may well see a number of these cars out again later in the weekend.
Yeah, don't break the toys. That's a very important part of this one. Well, it's a front row then of Oliver Deeves and Niall Bradley, 44 and 47 as well. Watch out for Michael Vitali. He likes to get a good start under his belt. He's starting from the second row there. So we'll see now. The BMWs are just making their way through in towards Coram. The safety car lights are off. That does signal we will be getting underway on this lap then. So the safety car will then pull into the pits. We've got the red lights on the gantry already for the start of the BMWs, and we've got the Union flag also at the ready at the start finish line as well, which it will be to start the Open Series, because they've got a little bit of a gap for them now between our BMWs and our Open Series. But here come the Ram Air BMW Championship out of the final corner and ready to make their way onto the centre straight.
Here come the big old Beamers then, just rolling the way past, everybody getting very, very keen to line up and get on with it. The Open Series being held back quite a distance by the petards that hold dominion on the front row of the Open Series. BMW's just coming past us now. And we are racing for the first time here in Snetterton then. Lots of side-by-sides. Already a three wide going on. And what a start by Michael Vitali. Is he going to try and take the lead? Going down to Williams. Oh, my goodness me. There's a big lock up there. Coming down into Palmer's from the red BMW. Still side-by-side. Heading up towards Wilson for the first time in anger. What a stunning start from Michael Vitali. And he has actually managed to nose into the lead. He's gone ahead of Ollie Neves. What an amazing start for the red BMW. Now the Open Series just coming past us as they roar into life, try and shake the earth with all of the various displacements going on from our Open Series. They also are three wide coming down into Ritchie's for the first time in anger. Everybody has made the first few turns. It looks like so far so good.
So far so good, but as you said there, what a good start from Vitali. He's got himself now up and away, and will look to try and get himself away from the rest of the pack there. That was also a good start as well from Johnny Petard, who was really trying to make a nuisance of himself getting in towards Ritchie's there. Christian Petard just about got the start right then, and as they make their way out of Palmer, we'll just have a quick look as to see who's making their way through now in the lead of the Open Series. It's always a bit difficult when the Open Series, because they're low enough to be blocked by the guardrail, aren't they?
Yeah, some of the caterers are, as we see the 47 BMW has already got the company of the caterers. As we've still got side-by-sides. We're looking for those watching on stream along the Bentley Straight. We've got who's going to be bravest on the brakes coming down into Brundle and Nelson. So we will see as the front part of the BMWs have kind of sorted themselves out, at least for now. That's the number 77 BMW Klaus Koika that is still being hounded in his rearview mirror by a couple of the BMWs indeed. Just Serbi Kalari is one of them, as they have come through out of Bomb Hole for the first time in anger. Almost still side-by-sides going on between Ollie Neves and former front row. I think that's Crowhurst that's also made his way up. But here comes Michael Vitali to complete the first racing lap of the weekend.
Yeah, great start from Michael Vitali. There's also the number 23 there. That's Nathan Wells, who wants to look around the outside here. We're almost going to go three wide there in towards Ritchie's, though. I think everyone thinks better of it, especially the fact that Graham Crowhurst had to back out of that one. But still, they're going to battle up towards Wilson they go.
Indeed, as the last of the Ram Air BMWs come past us now, as the lead Caterhams now come past us, screaming away, and what a surprise. Oh, that was a big lock-up by, I think that was the Caterham Scott BMW, the 182, that had a big lock-up. I think it was Malcolm Scott that was starting this one. You did tell me earlier, Kieran. I did make a note, and I've already forgotten. Yes, it was Malcolm Scott in the 182, but look at those on stream. Just several BMWs, all second, third, fourth, fifth, all aligned as though Michael Vitali's got himself a little bit of breathing space, but the next five, all arguing for second, are right on top of each other.
right on top of each other. Absolutely the way we want to start today's worth of racing, isn't it? They really are putting on a good show at this moment in time, and Michael Vitulli leads the way then at the very top of the order. I did wonder then, Niall Bradley, who started on the front row in second place, had fell all the way down the order. He crossed the line last time around in 20th place, so he's got some serious time to make up if he wants to make good on that front row start that he did have earlier on this way. I did see a 47 BMW, and I sort of had to do a little bit of a double take, but it was the case. But a challenge for the lead here going in towards Brundle and Nelson. Crowhurst there trying to see if he can take advantage of that situation, but Ollie Neves then trying to get the better exit, and Vitulli's in trouble there. He's pulled off onto the grass on the left hand side. That's on the exit there of Nelson, and Vitulli in trouble leading the way, but Vitulli...
That's Bradley.
Oh, sorry, it's Bradley, sorry.
Yeah, that's Adrian Bradley, the 6-1. I mean, they're both red BMWs in fairness, and both E46s. Yeah, that's Adrian Bradley. He looked all kinds of out of shape coming into the braking zone for Brundle for the first time, so something has probably snapped or come loose, and he's done the right thing, just pulled off. Michael Vitulli is having a storming race so far. Now I've commentated Kirsty, you watch, but then what's the battle for second hasn't really abated at all. That is Ollie Neves and Crowhurst. Oh, and that's the 46 that has pulled off. Oh no, Stephen Nuttall. That is usually when that car is on song, yeah, shake of the head. He is not happy at all. That is usually an all-conquering Caterham, but sadly that is all come unstuck for Stephen Nuttall. Now, I believe the 46, yeah, he's a long-time Caterham racer. He's also raced a Chevron B8. I mean, talk about little and large, opposite the track. He was not due to take part in the Magnificent Sevens later on, and it doesn't look like his day has rounded out in the way he would want.
No, Open Series, meanwhile, it is the case of the Petards at the moment, as Christian Petard in the 51 leads Johnny Petard in the 181. About 4.3 seconds separate them. Christian Petard has just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's currently lapping faster, about 4 seconds faster right now than Michael Vitulli. So that's going to be an interesting one to see if he can go toe-to-toe with some of our front-running BMWs. I wonder how well that's going to go down.
The only man in the sub 2 minutes. Of course it's a Caterham, and of course it is a Christian Petard, brother of Johnny Petard, who is chasing him as hard as he possibly can. So towards the in the mix of the BMWs, still plenty of arguing going on. As you can see on stream, slightly further down the pecking order, the BMWs, they have kind of established their way forward so far, but you know full well that is not going to stay that way, as just coming into the pit. Oh, that's a puncture. That's a rear left puncture then for the 612 BMW. It is what a shame. Again, the Bradleys, there are 3 of them. They all go great guns, but even they still need air in the 4 rubber bits that keep them in contact with terra firma.
Yeah, you said something went snap, but looks like something went bang instead. But yeah, that's a real shame there for the 612 Adrian Bradley. He's now brought that back into the pit lane there, but battle for second place still going on as we make our way up towards Ritchie's once again, and it is a case of Oliver Neves is being chased down hard here by Graham Crowhurst. Out of the first corner they go, and up towards Wilson. Neves has to go defensive then, going in there. Does that mean that Crowhurst has to go the long way round around the outside? He's certainly trying to optimise, trying to get the exit spot on out of Wilson then, as we make the run towards Palmer, the left-hander here. But Ollie Neves is under a lot of pressure here from Graham Crowhurst for second place.
Nathan Wells isn't far behind either in the GTR spec E46, and there comes the number 23, gets alongside Crowhurst on the way down towards Agostini, who's got the bigger brakes. Say that sentence carefully, Buxton, as Crowhurst, he just gets onto the dust, he gets onto the treatment there for the oil, and that has lost in that tiny bit of momentum. That is third position now, so that is podium in the BMWs that has changed hands. What have you spotted, Mr. McGinley? I've seen you've already grabbed your binoculars.
Yes, we've got one in the pit lane, one from the Open Series, one of the, I think it is a Caterham that's in. It's a sort of a day glow yellow lid on it. We might be able to see who's in the pit lane right now. Is that can't be the 181 of Johnny Petard, surely not.
It potentially is. Unfortunately, it's difficult to tell down the pit lane because they've actually got the headlights on. It's difficult to tell. Oh no!
It is 181.
Open Series leader into the pits. That is a great shame. Whilst on stream, we still get to enjoy the battle for second place in the BMWs. Michael Vituli has a 2.1 second lead over the Ram Air BMW contingents. He's just danced around the outside of someone as Michael Vituli coming through Coram. I mean, that's confidence in your car. There's a lot of season there. That's a big lock up there from Graham Crowhurst again. The very multicolored BMW leaving a lot of tyre on the road. But here comes Vituli. Wells alongside the number 44. So Nathan Wells challenging for second. He gets it in the GTR spec. E46 before they get down to Ritchie's. That's second now for Nathan Wells.
Nice move there from Nathan Wells. There is a bit of bodywork damage to the rear left bumper there of Ollie Neves, who's got to be careful now for the rest of it. Hopes it doesn't get too much worse, but he's looking for a move around the outside, going in towards Wilson there, trying to get the power down. He's got to be so careful here because Jason West, that is looking for a sneaky move up the inside, going in towards Wilson, maybe just filling the mirrors on that occasion as they now make their way out of Wilson. Does he get the better ride out of the corner as Jason West still trying to chase down for what is third place, as at the 44 then of Ollie Neves has to go defensive. Graham Crowhurst sees his opportunity to take back fourth place as he moves himself back up the order.
Brian Bransom is right on their case, I think, as well as he can. Bear in mind that car wouldn't even start. Brian Bransom's a little bit off the back of that particular pack, but considering he couldn't even get his car started during qualifying, he has had a pretty good recovery drive, as still working their way past some of the back markers in the Open Series. So, and that they've caught Vituli. So Michael Vituli's lost his lead. There's 1.9 second lead he had at the beginning of the lap has now completely evaporated. So we've got the top five all together. That is that's Neves and Wells side by side. Vituli goes to the racing line to go through Brundle as quick as he can. Still side by side, a pair of side by sides behind of Wells and Neves, West and Crowhurst.
It's Noah's Ark right now, and Wells has just about got himself ahead. Graham Crowhurst now is up the inside
he's
now.
He's left his bit of bodywork behind. He's now, he's left some of it behind. He's doing a bit of weight shedding, is the number 44 of Neves. So he's down into fourth now as a result of that. So, I mean, if he can dislodge that last broken bit of bumper, then at least he may not get the black and orange flag. There it is, just dragging his way unceremoniously along the ground. But if he gets the dreaded meatball flag, the black flag with the orange spot in the middle, he may be told to come into the pits, which is not ideal. But Wells is having a look on the inside line for the lead, coming up towards Palmer's, can't get it done. Vituli just manages to shut the door in time.
Just in time though, and we've got to keep an eye on that Ollie Neves rear bumper then, as a challenge for the lead, then making their way up towards Riches there, as Nathan Wells again trying to challenge Michael Vituli up the inside of Wilson there, but also Graham Crowhurst fancies his chances as well. I think Vituli has developed a problem here because he was not lapping, he's lapping in the 2-minute 5s, everyone else is lapping in the 2-minute 3s right now. Vituli, I think, might have a problem, but right around the outside goes the number 44 of Ollie Neves, and he's still on his outside as we make our way now up towards Agostini. Is who's going to be later on the brakes? It looks like it is going to be the 44. I think Vituli here is just trying to negotiate his way through and try and limp that car now on towards. He wasn't too up for that battle, and as well as that, you've got Jason West now looking for a move up the inside in towards Hamilton. You don't normally get an overtake there, as still bits of bodywork shedding from the back of Ollie Neves.
Yeah, that's a problem for Vituli. He's been going great guns all race, but now, like you say, Kieran, lost 2.5 seconds on that last lap alone. That's not traffic. He's got a problem. So now it is Nathan Wells in the number 23 that leads the way. He hasn't got any real breathing space either. He still has Graham Crowhurst on his case. Vituli's still getting up to speed, but he's kicking out a little bit of smoke there as he's changing gear. Whatever that gremlin is, may not necessarily be too terminal at this point. But how long have they got? They still have 8 minutes to go, so if he is nursing an issue, he may opt to just pull that one in, which is easy to say if it's a series. Remember, this is a championship that he is running in, of which he has been in since the very start of it at the beginning of the year. So he won't want to concede too many points, but, I mean, discretion is the better part of valor. If it's pull the car in now, save it for a charge later on, he may choose to do that. What's he going to do? Oh, that's Branson. That's Brian Branson, the 26 has gone to. Now, whether he made a mistake there, he's been having trouble, and he's in. So, no, that's trouble for the number 26. He's pulling in, along with Dylan Popovich. The number 9, Janetta, has come in. So, oh dear, trouble for several of our cars this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real shame. Number 81 is going to get a 5-second penalty as well. So that's Ollie Fawler in that BMW Championship. So he's got himself a bit of a penalty there. We've got some racing action going down in towards Riches right now. But if you're wondering about the Open Series as well, well, Christian Pittard is absolutely running away with this one right now. He's currently 6th overall, but leading the class. And again, is still lapping quicker than the BMWs right now. So watch out for the 51 there of Christian Pittard heading his way through. Second in the Open Series at the moment is the number 98. That's John Cutmore. And rounding off the top 3 for the Open Series, it's the 177 there of Simon Lancashire.
Watching on stream at the moment, we almost saw a BMW plough into the back of one of the Boss Racing prepared Caterhams. So that could have been a little bit nasty. The number 68 Caterham of Andrew Graham very nearly got himself introduced unceremoniously to the nose of a BMW, just coming down into Ritchie's, but manages to keep his car in the correct shape. Simon Lancashire gaining that position from the number 68 last time around. So the rest of the field have kind of managed to just about sort themselves out. Lancashire still having that argument with Grant as they come through. Agostini, the BMW that was with him, has kind of left them alone now. Probably not had a choice because those Caterhams, I mean, they don't necessarily have the biggest engines, but they also have the very smallest weight. They weigh something barely more than a damp flannel. So the power to weight is very, very impressive. Boss Racing have been a long time Caterham preparer and often are well represented at Classic Sports Car Club meetings. And we see front and centre on stream at the moment their fine work doing battle in the beautiful Norfolk sunshine.
Yeah, absolutely, as a cacophony of noise makes its way across the start-finish line here. Flash of the lights from the BMW Championship as well to warn others, a bit of lappery there, that they're coming through, and maybe they should just be aware of the mirrors and whatnot. Yeah, great battle here for third in the Open Series here. Simon Lancashire right now being chased down by the 77 of Klaas Quaker going through there, so we shall keep an eye on that one. And a general message on the Digi flag on the start line: respect track limits, and it's flashing too, so you know it's serious.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's one of those messages, almost like enjoy your racing. You know, it is one of those things that is hand in hand with what you would expect of a race weekend. But either way, sometimes the drivers need a bit of reminder, not necessarily because they're trying to break the rules. It's just when they're in the heat of battle, as we are again enjoying on the stream at the moment, the front 4 of the BMW still with Ollie Neves with somewhat less of his BMW than he started the race with, although it doesn't look like it's about to snap away at any particular moment. So the number 44 does look like it can continue without further trouble.
I did say, actually, the Open Series, I'm going to correct myself for what I said in the past. Klaas Quaker isn't in the Open Series, it's in the BMW Championship. Silly me, it's 68 that's actually chasing down for third place. So that's Andrew Grant. So if you spotted that before I did, well done.
Well done. With Lancashire, who is also running in the Open Series. So through then Nathan Wells through Sharp, just saw him there again, those watching the screen. Crowhurst in second with Jason West in third. So the battle for third still pretty hot between the 76 and the 44 BMWs. Jason West ahead of Oliver Neves. Ollie Neves, an ex-MG racer, so somewhat of a bigger set of machinery that he gets to pedal these days. That beautiful yellow and black bumblebee flavoured BMW that is just coming past our commentary position at the moment. The fastest car out there is still Christian Pittard in that number 51. Jam Racing sponsored. I highly doubt there's an awful lot of sugary substance going on in that car. That's a 2.2 litre missile. Is still one of the things out there. Oh, he started to back off a minute. He's now into the 2 minutes just, but still the fastest car out there last time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Christian Pittard has just overtaken Michael Vitulli as well. That's not for class position, by the way. They're different classes. That's just for overall position. Christian Pittard, let's see, he's 9/10 away now, at least the last time of the line, from the 44 of Ollie Neves. So you might actually see him get up close and personal very shortly. He might have already got the move done, considering he was 9/10 behind at the line. But our leaders now are just making their way through in towards Hamilton right now. It is Nathan Wells who leads the way in that red, white and blue BMW, making his way now on towards Oggies. We have just over 2.5 minutes left, so we're probably on the penultimate lap of this race.
I would say so. Nathan Wells has been driving that car for a few years now. He's shared it with Mark Stewart in the past. Now we'll also be seeing this car again, assuming it doesn't break, another 2 times throughout the course of the weekend. He's racing in the Slick Series and also in the new Millennium Series. So we'll be enjoying the company of that M3 E46 GTR several times throughout the course of the weekend. It's been resplendent in that Stars and Stripes livery for several years. The spotless H2O GT SS Clark sponsored car, 3.2 litres under the right foot of Nathan Wells, and he is pedaling that very, very well indeed.
Yeah, absolutely, as he now makes his way through in towards the final corner, then getting the power down, and he's ready now to start the final lap of this race. Nathan Wells leading Graham Crowhurst right now. Last time at the line, it was 1.6 seconds. What will it be now as he makes his way towards the line? Nathan Wells across the line first and foremost. Here comes Graham Crowhurst across the line to start the final lap worth of racing. Yeah, 3.7 seconds was that last gap between them. Nathan Wells setting his personal best of a 58.660. You'll never guess who's just got another fastest lap. Christian Petard, 57.4.
2.5 seconds the last time around off the back of Ollie Neves. So whilst may not be challenging for the overall podium 3, he will still be quite comfortably, I think it's fair to say, in the lead of the overall, of the Open Series. Now, for the closing part of the race, we will be having, on this occasion, it's going to be Kieran running down to greet the winner of the BMW, the Rama BMW Championship, which is currently looking like Nathan Wells, and he'll also be beckoning in the winner of the Open Series, Christian Pittard, unless Christian needs to run off and prepare his car for the next race. Is Christian Pittard in the next one? I'm not 100% sure he is. I think that's an open spec car rather than even if it is ready for Max Evans, that's not until much later. So hopefully Kieran will be able to catch up with both Nathan Wells and Christian Pittard when they come into the paddock. Either way, they still have the remainder of this one, plus when they come to the flag, here comes Nathan Wells then through Brundle and Nelson. Again, pretty unchallenged at this stage through Bombhole, sliding his way through. You can just see the grin on his face. You can feel the jubilation coming through him as he's coming through Coram now. Bouncing away. It's not necessarily the smoothest surface over there, but the car is so lightly sprung. The checkered flag is being readied. So then your winner for the first race of the weekend, the first of the Rama BMW Championship races for this weekend, is number 23, Nathan Wells, takes the win. Second is Crowhurst. Third is the number 76. Oh, there's a penalty! There is a penalty for Nathan Wells. Would you believe he has been given a penalty? And it's a track limits penalty, I think. So that's actually given the win to Graham Crowhurst. The number 15 has been inherited the win, again, only by a couple of seconds. And then by half a tenth, that is Jason West that is in third. So the top 3 are as they were, but just in a slightly different order. As we're seeing, the very unfortunate Brian Branson just being towed past our position. He's had trouble with his car all day. So it's Crowhurst that takes the win in the BMWs. Wells second, West third, Neves fourth, and winning the Open Series was indeed number 51, Christian Pittard in his bright orange Caterham. Second of the Open Series, his 8th overall, is John Cutmore in the Spire. Should also mention Niall Bradley in the 47 comes home 6th. Michael Verchilli in 7th from leading the race for several laps at the beginning. Comes home in 7th. Cutmore in 8th, the second of our Open Series cars. 9th is Card in the number 32 car. And then 10th, the late entry to this weekend is Jasper Sapra in the 140 BMW. Our third Open Series contender is 177 Simon Lancashire. And then 12th is Andrew Grant in the 68 Caterham. 13th is Giuseppe Calari. 14th, Klaas Koike. 15th is Ollie Fowler. As the cars you can see on stream being led away from the track now as the last of our competitors come over the line to complete their morning's race. So we will be seeing the Rama BMW Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series out again for the 6th race of the day. You can see on stream then the number 51 of Christian Pittard. and the number 15 of Crowhurst. So Wells is also down there, although he has been demoted to second due to penalty. I do believe we are now ready to throw down to Kieran McGinley in the holding area.
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, a bit of a dramatic end to that race, wasn't there? Nathan Wells there getting that second place in the end. Nathan, I don't know if this is going to be the first time you're going to hear of this at this point, Nathan. I'll come around here. But your second place, 5-second penalty right at the death there for track limits. But second place, how's that?
It could have been first, couldn't it? Maybe if I'd known about the track limit penalty, I wouldn't have backed off on the last couple of laps. It's a bit of a shame. I don't know where it happened. I know a few of them, dicing with the cars and stuff already happened, but it's just racing, isn't it? So at least I'm a bit higher up the grid for the second race, so hopefully I can do a bit more damage there and escape from everybody. So that's the aim anyway. It never quite works out like that.
Not normally, but you had a great scrap out there before the top 5, top 6 at one point. Michael Vitulli looked like he had an issue sort of halfway through the race, and you took full advantage.
Yeah, all of a sudden he just didn't have any pace down the straight, so he must have had something go wrong. So I just got to breeze past him. Yeah, he's still really strong through twisty stuff, but yeah, I think he's just down on power for some reason. So it's a shame for him. He's driving really well. But I've had enough problems of my own over the years, so I'll take whatever I can take whenever I can win.
And that's a podium. So what lessons can you take into the second race of today?
Avoid track limit penalties probably, and then hopefully make my way through the pack a little bit quicker because I'm high on the grid, because I qualified a bit out of position really. Then hopefully it's just clean a race generally from my side, so yeah, see how it goes.
Well, great stuff. We'll look forward to it. Nathan, congratulations on the second place, and good luck for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. And let's have a look here at Graham Crowhurst. Let's see if Graham is around here. Graham, where are you, Graham? Graham, fantastic. Well, on the line there, you got the win. So I don't know if this is the first you're finding out about it, but congratulations on the victory.
I was getting inklings, but did it got time track limits or I don't know. But yeah, happy days. Yeah, I didn't really know. So yeah, I was happy with the class win. I had a really good race with Ollie in class. Real fair racing. So it was nice to have a good battle because I've had some lonely races this year. And so yeah, it was good to battle with everyone as well, and everyone was clean.
Yeah, you seem to be swapping positions left, right and centre between the top 5. I mean, that must have been a heck of a lot of fun.
Just didn't know what mirror to look in. You obviously try not to look in your mirrors too much, but you could have moved over and someone had filled the gap. So it was intense, but everyone battled well, I thought. I think there was minimal contact. When you're racing that close, you're going to touch at some point. But yeah, rubbing's racing. That's what they don't say. But no, it was really good. Really enjoyed it. I mean, to win overall is just unbelievable. So yeah, I was happy with the class win. So it's one better.
Nathan's proved himself to be pretty quick adversary today. What sort of lessons can you take from this one to take into the second race today?
Build a better car. I mean, he had everything on me. I was getting quite lucky with the back markers. He was getting caught a lot more than I was through the traffic, which was bringing him back to me. But ultimately, his car's way better. But we had a good race at Thruxton for the lead as well. So it was a bit deja vu with him as well.
Oh, great stuff. Well, we look forward to the second race. Hopefully, it's more of the same with a bit of a scrap.
Yeah, let's hope so. And I just want to say my 2 boys are watching at home. My little boy Ronnie had an operation yesterday. So hello, boys. Hope you're watching the race.
I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Graham, thank you very much for the chat and good luck for the second race today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Graham. And let's have a chat here to Christian Petard, who is our winner of the Verum Open Series, Verum Builders Open Series. Christian, congratulations on the victory there. A bit of a lonely race for you up there at the moment, but how was that for you, Christian? I don't know, really.
I had the radio back, so I knew the gap to behind. It was really, I could have done with some company. It was a real shame. There seemed to be a few breakdowns behind me. I was hoping... So last year, the beginning of last year, we had a really wet race, and we had an amazing race with my brother. So we were hoping to recreate that, and I don't know what happened to Stephen and Johnny. So hopefully race 2 they'll be back. But yeah, it was very lonely. So I've tried to keep the tyres in good condition for the second race.
Yeah, we saw Johnny in the pit lane there about halfway through the race with a couple of issues. We weren't quite sure what it was, but that may have robbed us of a good battle because you're about 4 or 5 seconds between each other before that breakdown happened.
Yes. Yeah, at the start, I saw something hanging down from the bottom of Stephen's car, so I don't know if that related to his breakdown in the warm-up. When we were doing the warm-up lap, I could see something hanging down, but there's no way of communicating that to him. So yeah, hopefully it'll be closer and there'll be somebody to race in the second race.
When I left the commentary box, you were the fastest driver out there, 57.6 I think it was in the end. Whether you held that fast lap, I'm not too sure, because the BMW started to pick up pace towards the end.
In truth, there's quite a lot more to come, but I was trying to keep the tyres. So that, yeah, I can definitely go faster than that.
More to come from Christian Petard. So 56 is then?
Yeah, easy. I think, yeah. But depressingly, the pro driver's gone 6 seconds faster in my car than that. So it's pretty humbling. So yeah, low 50s it should be.
Well, you had the fastest lap. No one can take that away from you, Christian. Congratulations on the victory and I believe the fastest lap.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Christian. And with that then, I will now hand it back up to the commentary box and back to you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And our next... And then we'll have another qualifying session, and then the lunch break will then take place. So we will have a bit of break to the racing proceedings, but we have, I must admit, whilst we commentators try and be neutral, we are still human. We do still have some categories that are a little bit more special to us than others. I love everything that takes part in Classic Sports Car Club. Yes, I do, but there are some I love slightly more than others. And the Special Saloons and Mod Sports, I have always had a very dear place in my heart. I love what we're about to see, and I have got the grid then for the next race, the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So, on the front row is the number 750, the Ford Escort of Dan and Steve Minton, father and son combination. They have just left the holding area now and are now rolling. It is, which one of the Minton starts? It is Steve Minton's, Minton Senior, that is starting today's festivities. Behind him is Andy Southcott in the 175 midget. I doubt there's very much MG in that thing. Next up is number 26 Paul Dolan alongside number 77, the earth-shatteringly loud Austin A30. I loved the noise of that car every time it came past. And number 77 Andrew Willis. Row 3 Martin Reynolds, local to these parts, and number 31 Turbo Tom Carey in his ever familiar Honda CRX. Behind him 311 the green Golf of Ross Irvine alongside 120 Ian Wilson. On row 5 is Donald Dewar in the Golf alongside Gary Fletcher and the number 80, a late edition, the VW Corrado. Row 6 is number 92 Neil Vaughan in the beautiful sounding, beautiful looking number 92 Chevrolet Corvette C3 alongside 116 Tony Hunting. Then on row 7, Steve Frey in the number 65 Ford Mondeo alongside Gary Cole in the number 93 Citroen BX, slightly unusual beast, but it's good to see it out there. And on the back row is the 551 Stephen Anderson alongside 160 of Paul Turner. Bit of a smaller grid, but it is an eclectic mixture as we're watching on stream. Look at it, it's just an amazing mix. We've got an Escort, midgets, there's a Suzuki. Now, Paul Turner in the Suzuki SC160, did he get out there? Because that one actually came stranded during the course of qualifying. And they are they're just behind me, so I will see if the blue Suzuki is on the tail of it. And I don't think it is. I'm just watching the field come through Agostini now. I do not see the blue Suzuki SC160, which is a bit of a shame. He did come to rest at the Wilson hairpin during qualifying, so sadly he has not been able to resolve whatever issue has befallen the little Suzuki. Absolute screaming car, that one. But now Andy Southcott, we are used to seeing him. We used to see him alongside his brother Chris in a pair of those MGs. Again, car masquerading as an MG. And Andy Southcott, we are used to seeing up front. What we're not used to seeing is Andy Southcott challenged, and we very much have been in that monstrous Cosworth YB powered 360 horsepower monster that is that Escort. It is a stunning piece of kit. I love the livery on the Mondeo, the Valvoline colour scheme going on Steve Frey's car. He's raced that car quite a few years now, so it's good to see that back with us. The safety car, as you can see on stream, or those watching trackside, just coming up to Brundle and Nelson. So again, this is what epitomizes eclectic mixture. We've seen a good example of that in the BMWs and the Opens that we've just seen, but Special Saloons and Mod Sports has always had a very special heart, a place in my heart, because it is just utterly bonkers. The raw mixture of engines, silhouette shapes. Basically, if you have something that can produce horsepower, stick it on a chassis, bung some kind of bodywork on it, and off you go. It's of course not quite that straightforward, but that's always what the special cylinders and motorsports feels like. If you have something that can produce a bonkers amount of horsepower, be my guest. You know, they don't necessarily produce huge amounts of horsepower. Some of them are very, very light. Let's take our pole-sitting Escort. It's only around 800 kilograms. The MG, again, I will say MG, but that is what it macerates itself as an MG midget. There's very little MG on the thing, but that is barely more than 600 kilograms. There are a pair of them in the Southcott stable, and he's brought one of them has a Vauxhall red top engine, and that one does very, very well. That one's got the Millington engine in it, and that one does equally as well. So he decided to bring the blue one out to play as the field start to pick up the pace a little bit, heading towards the flag to get going for their first race of the day. And oh, Sandy Southcott is got a horrendous start as the Mintons have just run off into the distance. Andy Southcott, is he in trouble already? He's down to somewhere around 6th position. He's behind Ross Irvine in that 311 Golf. He's not pulled the car off, but he was either caught napping, missed a gear, whatever it was. Andy Southcott has plummeted through the field in the early part of the race, but the Escort absolutely on song. And you've got Turbo Tom Carey, as he's nicknamed, alongside that beautifully growling Austin A30. The CRX does manage to muscle its way up a position. It does look like so far so good, but the Mintons already have themselves several car lanes over what is Paul Dolan. He's managed to get his way up, and look at, yeah, that's a familiar sight up top as well. Tom Carey up already into the podium positions.
Yeah, good start then for most anyway, as looking around the outside goes the 116 as trying to make up positions there. Anthony Hunting and that Turner, that bright orange Turner, trying to make a couple of positions, but seemed to have a really good run through in towards Agostini there, but couldn't quite have an answer for the 120 of Ian Wilson there. Wilson himself is trying to negotiate his way through the field. Meanwhile, up the inside there goes Andrew Willis then on the number on the 80 there, trying to find his way through, and manages to make that move stick, so he gets the move done there on Fletcher.
Now this is going to be interesting. Oh, the Corrado getting muscled out. God blimey. Now Gary Fletcher, as I say, was a late addition to the racing lineup for this weekend. Got somewhat muscled out coming through Williams onto the Bentley straight. God, that was impact ready to happen. But then you've got the Bentley straights, so those with more horses than turning ability have the option to shine down there, and the Austin A30 has got himself a bit of breathing space. Andrew Willis in the number 77. He's being chased by the TVR Tasman, again a slightly lesser spotted beast, Ian Wilson. No, well, the car more than the driver is the lesser spotted beast. We see Ian Wilson now in that TVR quite a few times, but Steve Minton is just gone. He is checked out up front. He is about 4 seconds quicker on that lap. Yes, it's our opening one, I realise that, but Steve Minton is checked out from pole, and there's that beautiful growling noise. That was entertaining me all qualifying long. That number 77, it is earth-shattering, along with the number 92 as well, the Chevrolet Corvette C3 of Neil Vaughan. But on stream at the moment, we're seeing 116 Anthony Hunting in his Turner challenging the Dewar Golf, and also being challenged by Gary Fletcher in the Corrado as they come up to Wilson.
Yeah, Gary Fletcher looks like he's got the inside line now. Can he try and make the move stick? Yes, he can. He's got the move done, then moves himself ahead now of Anthony Hunting as they make their way out of Wilson. Onwards they go now, but and he's off to the grass. Dear. Gary Fletcher onto the grass on the right-hand side there. That's an odd place to go. I reckon there's probably going to be an issue with that machine, I'm afraid to say.
Well, he's pulled it back onto the track again, so perhaps, like you say, he thought there was a problem there and may well have resolved itself. Or he's made a simple mistake and was being very careful about how he rejoined the circuit, which is either is potentially possible. Now, the special cylinders and motorsports are very, very, very highly strung. They do, unfortunately, break possibly more often than some of the other categories that we tend to see. But that being said, I think they're all still running at the moment, or all those that took to the track. So 14 cars took the start. So we have lost one or two. I know we lost the 160 of Paul Turner. The Suzuki SC100 didn't make the start, as we continue to watch that growling Chevrolet Corvette C3, a beautiful beautiful example. There was supposed to be another Corvette out there, the 551, and that has not made the start. Stephen Anderson. You know, a very classic Corvette, looks gorgeous, but over the line for the next time I got 2019. Crikey, that's quicker than some of the BMWs we had earlier on. But Andy Southcott's got himself back at the pace, back into second and into the fastest lap of the race, but he's got 5.2 seconds to close down on Steve Minton.
Yeah, that's a move from Willis then in the number 77. Andrew Willis in his Austin A30 round the outside there of the 311. That's Ross Irvine in that VW Golf GTI Mark 1. So now the 77 then, the Austin A30 thunders its way down towards Riches then, and that is Willis then moving himself up into 6th place.
And probably causing earthquakes in Taiwan or something with that thing. It's absolutely amazing noise it makes as it comes past. Now the rest of the field have spread out a little bit, although as we can see on the stream at the moment, the number 77, and again that Austin A30 with whatever nuclear power plant he's got under the right foot, he's rumbling his way through Palmer's at the moment to head towards Agostini. So he has managed to fend off the advances of the Golf behind of not Donald Dewar, that is the other one of Ross Irvine, the GTI Mark 1 Turbo. So we've seen Ross Irvine a few times, but he's kind of fallen off the back of the Austin A30 now, as we see Andrew Willis still getting that car galloping on all cylinders. So that's he was a former short oval racer with Andrew Willis. He previously raced in Ginetta G40s as well. Now this car is very much an epitome of built, not bought. I think all of the special saloons and motorsports fall under that category. But he built this car, and that's a Ford Falcon V8 engine, so the engine's almost bigger than the chassis is. He built this thing in less than a year, from mere bits into what we see, broadly what we see, in less than 12 months. Amazing bit of kit as well, as there is number 31, and that is going to be Thomas Carey, who's looking to try and find his way past and up into a podium position past Paul Dolan then, as we make our way on towards the centre straight, and he's going to breeze his way past, is he? Well, 31's got the inside line. Tom Carey on the inside as we head towards Riches then, but he has to get onto the brakes earlier. Through in towards Riches they go, and so Paul Dolan is able to hold on to 3rd place, but for how much longer? Dolan has to go defensive as they make their way up towards Riches then, and says to Tom Carey, if you want to make this move, you have to go the long way round in towards Wilson. No way through there. Great battle for 3rd place here. Absolutely superb. So both of them are 2-litre cars, and both of them in the CC category. So the first C indicating classic engine as opposed to MC, which would be modern engines, and the power output, or the displacement rather, the 2-litre element, putting them in the C class. Look how defensive Paul Dolan goes into Agostini. So he feels he can keep Tom Carey at bay. Tom Carey, a hugely experienced special saloons and motorsports racer, has a look on the inside line of Hamilton side by side as they're coming through the turn, and it's Dolan that wins out. So amazing stuff. He manages to keep that bright orange Elan ahead of the ever persistent Tom Carey, although Tom Carey's fallen a few car lengths behind Paul Dolan at this stage. So I wonder whether Tom Carey's nursing a bit of a problem, because that car is usually a little bit more on pace than that, although it's still an impressive pace he is able to keep.
Yeah, absolutely, and very impressive indeed. Looking on as well as 175 Andy Southcott and that MG Midget Space Frame, we'll possibly see a battle emerging there. In fact, making their way out of the final corner, they have swapped positions then. So that is Andy Southcott, who is ahead of Minton then as they make their way across the line then. So new race leader is going to be Andy Southcott in the MG Midget Space Frame chassis. And now setting 1 minute 58 then. That's nothing to say that Minton then set a personal best in that lap, 2 minute 1.230. So it's not as if there's a problem with the Minton machine. It's a case that Southcott has really unlocked that MG Midget Space Frame chassis underneath him.
He's had that MG Midget for a long time, so he knows how to pedal it. I mean, in fairness, the Mintons have had that Escort for a great many years, built by Steve. So back in 1980 or so, he originally had the car and built it up from nothing. So they've had that car a hefty period of time, And Steve, who is Minton Senior, is pedaling it at the moment. So again, he should know how to pedal it pretty well. But Andy Southcott and that MG missile is he has proven an absolute force to be reckoned with time and again in both of the MGs that they run. Absolutely amazing stuff. The battle for third is still raging on as well. Dolan and Carey are still absolutely locked together. Lap times last time around, 0.3 of a second in Paul Dolan's favour. So barely anything between them, and also not too far apart. Just coming past us is Anthony Hunting and Donald Dewar in their respective vehicles. So the Turner and the Golf are pretty close together as well. So there's battles in several different parts of the circuit, and the Corrado and of Gary Fletcher and the C3 are the C3. It sounds like a Citroen. The Chevrolet Corvette C3 are locked in battle as well. So just coming through the final turn then of Murray's is our race leader, kind of just trying to get past Steve Frey in the Mondeo and Gary Fletcher in the Citroen BX. He's got himself a good, must be about 4 seconds gap between the MG and the Ford Escort now. So we'll see how well that if Steve Minton's able to close that one down. So several battles still to conclude throughout the entirety of the race. And as always, our Special Salutes and Motorsports putting on a superb performance.
It's Ross Irvine into the pits then. So the 311 having a bit of an issue here, and they've stopped the car in the pit lane then. So it's a case there, they did stop it briefly and it's got moving again. That's normally a sign that it's going straight back into the paddock area, into Parc Ferme.
What a shame for Ross Irvine. Up the 311 just crawls past us and is pit lane bound. It's a great shame for him. But now we've got the A30 that's caught the back of the Ford Anglia of Martin Reynolds. So that is a battle for 5th position between Reynolds and Willis. And now Willis has been closing in on Martin Reynolds around about 3 seconds on the previous lap. So that would indicate that Martin Reynolds may have a bit of difficulty keeping that gloriously growling 5-litre Austin A30 behind him, but we will see what he's able to do. The Ford Anglia is quite light, so we'll see. I mean, a Ford Falcon engine in anything is going to be quite a lump, but he's still pedaling that pretty damn quickly. At the moment, it is Reynolds ahead of Willis. Oh, there's a spin, it's Paul Dolan! Oh no, so he's dropped out of his battle, he's stationary on the outside of Hamilton.
Yeah, and they're going side by side behind them, Willis and Reynolds. So there's going to be covered by yellow flags, so they're going to have to back off.
Ooh.
They do go through there side by side. Now, is it covered by yellows? We've got a tree in the way, so we can't quite tell. But that is Willis, who's moved ahead now of Martin Reynolds. But as they make their way now on through the Williams and now onto the Bentley Straight, they make their way onwards once again onto the Williams, on towards the Bentley Straight. And well, he's got himself moving again in the orange machine, so it might have just been a case of starting that back up, firing back up and getting underway, but that's a huge amount of time lost.
What a great shame. He was in such a brilliant battle with Tom Carey, but alas, whether it was a mistake or mechanical failure or helped into the mistake, engine then stalled on the infield of Hamilton, but he is going once more, as now coming past us, a very lonely Tom Carey. He is looking at the back of Steve Frey. Again, the respect track limits reminder is being shown to the drivers. So again, some drivers pushing their luck a little bit more than they potentially should. Of course, they don't do it out of intention. It is when they're in the heat of battle, when they're pushing hard, they will just stray a little bit too far on occasion, as the 77 of Willis has worked up into what is now 4th position ahead of Martin Reynolds.
Yeah, Andrew Willis then on the charge now. How much time has he got left? Well, he's only got 96 seconds left, so I doubt he's going to be closing in. What's his lap times like? Yeah, 2:08 compared to a 2:06 up ahead. So low chance he'll be able to catch, but not impossible. We've already seen the likes of Paul Dolan run into issues, as well as Ross Irvine as well. So it's not over until it is over. The Minter machine in the 750 just setting a new personal best, 2:0728. That is a tenth of a second quicker there than Andy Southcott, who's leading the way. The gap is just shy of 3 seconds when they came around the flag, or at least the line, the last time around. But we should be on what is the penultimate lap of this race then, and that making his way through in towards the final corner is Andy Southcott, ready here to start what will be the final lap of this race then.
As Dewar is getting the number 70 Golf alongside Anthony Hunting. Or is there smoke coming out of the back of the 116? That's a resistance spin! Oh, so wonder if he's starting to drop oil on the way down towards Ritchie's, and that's caused the tail to let go, or either seize out. Couldn't quite see from this angle, but that's going to be a yellow flag. Is that going to spell the end of the race, I wonder? If so...
He's still moving on the grass though, on the inside of Ritchie's though, and I think he's just trying to pull off into a safe place, and has pulled up and stopped short of the... I think there's a gap in the wall at some point there, but... It's a difficult one to say.
Yeah, they probably won't call the safety car for that, but I will get into interview position just in case.
Absolutely. Well, we shall wait and see as our leaders then are making their way through then. So the Minter machine making its way through in towards Agostini now, and Andy Southcott leading the way now. So both of our front runners managed to make it through. If there was any fluid that may have been dropped down, it didn't seem to affect, and hasn't really affected anyone in there. They're all respecting the yellow flags, that's for sure, as they make their way through. But Andy Southcott then making his way now through out of Oggies, on his way now through in towards the right-hander there of Williams before he sizes up the Bentley straight for one last time. Still is lapping a little bit slower than Minton on that last lap, but the gap is 3 seconds still. So although Southcott has seemed like he's backed off, he's about 5 seconds off of his own personal best and the fastest lap of the race, so 1:57.513. It just seems here Southcott is managing this gap until the end of this race, just to make sure all systems are nominal and in order. And as we make our way through then, we were expecting Andy Southcott to make his way through in towards the final couple of corners. Here he goes then, down in towards Murray's here for the final time. And Andy Southcott then in that MG Midget space frame chassis is going to power his way through up the gears for one last time in this race. The checker flag is ready and waiting for the 175 of Andy Southcott, who crosses the line. Second place across the line is the 750 Ford Escort Mark II of Dan and Steve Minton. And then the third place is number 31 that will make its way across shortly. There goes the number 70 there. That's Donald Dewar in that VW Golf GTI. So he's finished in 8th place. So 7th place upwards, still on the lead lap as it stands. So we're just awaiting now for Tom Carey in the number 31 to make his way towards the line then. And he was... Andrew Willis did make his way past into 4th place a couple of laps ago, but he doesn't have enough time to get his way through. Across the line then goes the number 80 there. That's Gary Fletcher, who had a couple of issues in this race, but he's made it to the checker flag in 9th place overall. And then we're just now awaiting. Here comes 3rd place driver, I believe. This is going to be Tom Carey in that Honda CRX. Beautiful chassis. Tom Carey makes his way across the line to grab the final podium position overall. And then I'm awaiting to hear a roar out of the final corner on towards the Senna straight here. That unmistakable roar of the Austin A30 of Andrew Willis, the number 77, across the line to finish in 4th place. Then Martin Reynolds across the line in the 27 to finish in 5th place. And across the line there will be the number 120 shortly of Ian Wilson. But across the line there was Neil Vaughan in the number 92 to grab 10th place overall. 11th place overall went the way of Steve Frey. 12th place overall went the way of the 93 of Gary Cole. And just making... we've only got a couple of drivers left to finish off this race and see the checkered flag, one of them being Ian Wilson in that TVR Tasman. And it's a beautiful chassis, that one. Very, very striking indeed, as he'll make his way through now in towards across the line now. A bit steady across the line there for the number 120 of Ian Wilson there. But he'll now try and get it back into the pits then. So we're just now awaiting for Paul Dolan, who obviously had that moment and was stationary for a good 30 seconds, maybe more, on the exit of Hamilton there on the grass. But yeah, he's unfortunately, I haven't seen him just yet. Whether he made it around, I'm not too sure. But we'll keep an eye on that as they make their way towards the end of this one. But of course, Ross Irvine in the pit lane, and of course we also lost the 116 Anthony Hunting, that turner which expired just past of Ritchie's there, and unfortunately did not make it to the checkered flag. So yeah, I don't think I probably would have seen the number 26 of Paul Dolan at some point. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him just yet. But we just await a recovery as well. Possibly the track will need to be treated as well in order for us to go into qualifying sessions shortly afterwards. We are approaching the lunch break as it stands, and looking forward to this one for making sure we get there. But before all of that, before we focus on qualifying, I'm going to hand it down to Chris Buxton in the pit lane to interview some winners.
Thank you very much, Kieran. We have our magnificent mighty men and their mighty machines. We have got Andy Southcott, we've got Steve Minton, and we have Turbo Tom Carey. Let's come to our third place man before we speak to the rest. Mr. Carey, you look a little warm, sir.
Just a tad, yeah, hard work out there. But I need to say very well done to these two, first and seconds, very good. And I've got to say sorry to Paul Dolan. I think we might have had a little bit of a coming together.
Well, you were having a hell of a scrap out there. That was superb stuff. So you've run this beautiful little machine for quite a few years now. So how long have you run it for?
I think I got this in 2003, but there's a serious amount of work to be done, which was done with a lot of help from all my friends, thankfully, which is the reason I'm on the grid today, basically, help.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've been very, very well supported. I seem to remember you recovered from a fire in this one at Thruxton one year, and it was rebuilt in a miraculous period of time as well, I seem to recall.
It was indeed, yeah, pretty well totaled about 3 years ago at Thruxton, yeah. And like I say, due to friends, 2 weeks later, it could have been on the grid. Unfortunately, one little mishap, and that was it. But there you go, that's life.
So we'll be looking forward to slightly further up the podium later today?
No guarantees, but it would be nice. But if Paul's fighting fit, I don't think that's going to be the case on his performance today.
Always a pleasure, Tom. Well done on the podium, and we'll see you slightly later today. Steve Minton next in, well, we were waxing lyrical about this absolutely beautiful Escort. You know full well there's a bit of a fan of it. Oh, how you feel after that?
Bit hot, but it's all good.
So, I mean, you had a storming start. You go.
I thought I'd keep it at a certain pace, and I looked in the mirror as I went off past the line, and everyone was disappeared. And I was like, I'm going to get done for jumping the start, but I didn't. So
The same, certainly not whether we were told up in the box. Again, it still looks just as clean as before you left. So, other than a certain Mr. Southcott pestering, you've had a pretty good morning.
Chris was coming anyway, and I knew once he got to me, I was never going to stop him coming past because way too quick. So, but it was an enjoyable race. Car was perfect, near enough perfect. So, yeah, can't ask for more. To be honest.
So, same from Minton Senior later on then.
That's Steve, by the way. I'm Dan.
It was actually written as Steve. I thought it was you that was actually in the car when we spoke, but it was actually written as Steve up top. But either way, Dan, brilliant stuff. Great podium, and we will see the car a little bit later on for the 6th race of today. But we have got to come to the man of the moment. Once again, Andy Southcott, superb win, sir.
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to Michael again for getting me out. We had brake pad issues. They just didn't bed in quick enough, but we didn't get much of a chance, did we, in quali or whatever. So, but yeah, but otherwise all good. Well done to Dan and Tom. Dan got struck into the lead, and he done well.
It looked like you kind of bogged down a little bit, because I wondered if something had broken or something had happened.
Yeah, to be fair, I did. Sorry, this probably sounds bad, but Mike said to me, don't go hurtling into that first bend and then go and snap something or whatever. Just take it easy, let a few of the front runners get past you or whatever, and then just build it back up, because but he's going to hate me because I still don't know whether the pads are because the wheel's still shaking, but it's not as bad as it was.
So you didn't brake, that's why you were so quick.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In the end, I did. But Dan got a hell of a good lead, didn't he? After about 2 or 3 laps, And I'm thinking, I mean, I better get a shifty on there. So I threw caution to the wind and went for it.
So how does this one behave differently to because it's the red top in the other version of this car. So what kind of differences are between the two? What makes you choose one or the other over any particular circuit?
That's an easy question to answer. I shouldn't really be using this. As much as it's suitable to race in this, it's got a modern engine in it, a Millington engine, Exxon Millington engine. But I prefer the grey one because it's more.
The circuit before that we've got a bit of track treatment to be done and dusted then. Once that's done, we'll send the next qualifying session out, which is the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge and the Morgan Challenge. They've got themselves a 20-minute qualifying session. After that we'll have our lunch break. Once we come back from our lunch break, which is going to be at roughly 1 this afternoon, we'll have our first race of the afternoon, the Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. They'll have a 40-minute race as they make their way through to this afternoon's racing. We'll have 6 races following that. To round off our racing this afternoon. We'll actually end the day with a session of qualifying for the MG and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship for a 20-minute qualifying session. That will be our final session of the day. But for now then, we will leave you in peace for qualifying for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge and the Morgan Challenge, and we'll join you again after the lunch break for our first race of the afternoon, the Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Until then, enjoy the qualifying session and enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, good afternoon, and here we are at Snetterton, ready for this afternoon's proceedings then. We first start off then with our first 40-minute race of the day. Will be the Modern Classic and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, and they have a strong 20 rows ahead of them for today's race. So 40 entries ready to do battle here for the next 40 minutes. This is our first of our pit stop races. So there may be driver changes involved with each car as well. Some drivers opt to go solo for this. In any case, though, let's take you through the grid for the Modern Classic and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. On the front row then, it's number 66, Alex Taylor. Alongside them is the number 9. The number 9 is going to be started here by Aidan Farrell. Row 2, number 741, Oliver Pratt, and number 18, 18, Tom Mensley. Row number 3, 127, Roger Hamilton, and number 14, 14, that's the Robinsons. Jack Robinson will take the start. Row 4, number 2, Richard Hayes, alongside 223, Tom Butler. Row 5, number 84, Tom Barley, and 33, Michael Russell. Row 6, 351, Darren Claydon, and number 11, Michael Holt. Row 7, number 139, Chris Boone, and number 22, Nick Hamilton. Row 8 is 128, that's a shared car of Winter and Speed. Timothy Speed is going to be starting that car. Alongside them is the number 54, Neil Blakes. Row 9, number 131, Sam Smith. And number 188, it's the Nardones. And it's going to be in 188, I believe it's Christian Nardone that's going to take the start. Although I'm not have that written down, so maybe I've missed that. Row 10 then, number 48, it's the Simpsons, and it's going to be Thomas Simpson who takes the start. Alongside them is the number 20, David Sharp. Row 11, 541, Stephen Harrison, and 126, the Yilmazes, Metin Yilmaz will take the start. Row 12 is number 6, that's Bridgman Williams, they're both sharing, and it's going to be number 6, Piers Bridgman Williams that takes the start, I believe, as they make their way through. Alongside them is the number 41, Glyn Davies. Row 30, number 39, Rob Hardy, and number 91, that's the Archers, Felix Archer will take the start. Row 40, number 281, Smith and Spooner. Alongside them is the 202 of James Palmer. Row 15, number 97, Lawrence Kopic, and number 928, Adrian Clark. Row 16 is number 45, Atkinson and Ringham, so David Ringham will take the start. Alongside them is the 109 of Harrington and Turnbull. It's Ian Turnbull that will take the start. Row 17, number 96, Sam Moody, and 155, Steve Adams. Row 18, number 118, I should say, it's the Salisburys. That's going to be started by Henry Salisbury. Alongside is the 85, Daniel Baker. Row 90 is number 95, that's Dean and Hannam. Nigel Hannam will take the start. Alongside them is 119, JB Upchurch. And on the 20th row then, number 24, Seaborn and Gill. Jonathan Gill will take the start. Alongside is the number 40 of Jasper Sapra. Stacked 40 cars making their way to take this grid for the Modern Classic and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. And I'm delighted to say I'm once again rejoined by Chris Buxton in the commentary box. Chris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Kieran. You may now breathe, sir. That's quite a grid. It's it is an amazing grid that we have. Some people out of position. Jasper Sapper right at the back of the field had some difficulty in his BMW. Was a bit more of a later entrant to this weekend's festivities, but he's always welcome in these parts. Yeah, what a huge mixture of 70s, 80s and 90s machinery. The Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. They're still leaving the holding area. So one car that I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on is number 66, Alex Taylor, in that glorious Tuscan of his. Also keep an eye on number 24, Michael Seaborn, in his Jaguar XJS. He'll be making some distance from the back of the pack. Now those two have only just left the holding area, so the field are being bunched up. Those watching on stream will see that the field are just being slowed down a little bit before they get to Agostini. That is to allow the last cars that have left the holding area to catch the back of the pack. But again, something I mentioned at the beginning of today's show is inclusivity, a great mixture of Jaguars, Porsches, variety of different BMWs, Ginettas. There's a Celica in the mixture as well. I love it. I absolutely love the brilliant mixture of cars that we have available to us today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be, well, as you say, it's going to be a really, really good grid there. So it's Alex Taylor in the number 66 that's going to take the start then in that TVR Tuscan Challenge, and alongside them then it is Aidan Farrell who will take the start in that Porsche 911 machine. Richard Chamberlain will take over at some point in the race, but of course we've got the 40-minute race underneath us. There's a mandatory pit stop that you have to make. Some drivers, as we've already seen, some cars are shared with drivers, so they will be making a driver change at their pit stop, but it is a minimum pit lane time, so you've got to make sure you are over that minimum pit lane time. If you are under it, even by a fraction of a second, there are some very, very heavy penalties along the way, all designed to make sure that you make sure that you keep underneath, or at least over, I should say, the minimum pit lane time, just to make sure that the pit stops are conducted in the safest manner possible.
Absolutely so. So it's 90 seconds from pit in to pit out. That is at the point that the cars break the beam at pit lane entry, not stationary time. So as soon as the car has broken the line at pit entry, that's when the 90 seconds will begin. So if they are doing a driver swap rather, they need to come to a complete halt, engine off, belts off, open door, out they come. But of course it's not rushed. It's not a quick as you can pit stop. But the engine can't be running at the time that they do the driver stop, the driver change, and then the 90 seconds must have elapsed before the cars hit the pit lane exit lines, when the pit lane speed limiter is turned off. If it is less than that, it is a 30-second penalty plus the time they are short by. So even if it is half a second, a quarter of a second, a hundredth of a second, it is 30 seconds plus the time they are short by. Daniel Baker in his Golf has just rolled up to the pit lane exit, so he's missed the start. So it could have been he had some kind of technical issue that prevented him from taking the running grid, or he has elected. Occasionally drivers that perhaps have a clutch issue or some kind of difficulty during the start process elect to start from the pit lane for safety reasons.
Yep, and that's going to be the case for Baker then, as he'll wait for Dan Baker for the entire field to pass through. Speaking of which, the field are now making their way on towards the Senna Straight. We're almost ready to get this started.
41 cars took to qualifying for this event, so we'll see how they do. That is the number 9, the Farrell and Chamberlain car along the front row. Away we go, various roars and screams. I see Tom Barley's had a pretty good start. There is the white powder, the oil treatment powder that is down. It is going to obscure the view of some behind. So people taking it a little bit easier through the first turn as some others. The Golf now gets underway from the pit lane exit, and it is for the first time in anger in this race. Whoa, that's very wide, Tom Barley. But it is so far so good.
So far so good indeed, but there is the 223 trying to now go down the inside there, and that's Tom Butler trying to now try to take away a position from Chris Boone then in the 139 Jaguar. He has got the move done then, so he moves himself up a position squarely in that topper half, but now Chris Boone really using that Jaguar underneath him, that thunderous engine underneath him to power his way back through in towards Agostini to take that position back. And of course with 40 cars, 41 took qualifying. Obviously you're really spoiled for choice as to which battle you pick out there on this first lap.
So up front it is the number 9, that is Aidan Farrell and Richard Chamberlain. So Richard Chamberlain is the car's maintainer. Oh, Jazz Sapra is already back into the pits, so the number 40 yellow BMW is back into the pits, but he has actually been released again, so not sure what the trouble is for Jazz, but his day has not gone well at all. He's now way off the back of the field, but he does rejoin.
I don't think he took the start, in all fairness. I think Jazz Sapra has made his way through. We have got yellow flags now down in towards... we have got yellow flags out there. I'm trying to work out where that is. Is that on the way in towards Randall? Perhaps, yes, because the driver's going slowly, single file through there and not overtaking. That's a good indication that there is a yellow or some sort of interruption out there. But if good start so far for Aidan Farrell as he's trying to pull away in the number 9 machine, that Porsche 911. Having said that, though, we've got battles 2 wides coming through there, but the number 9 runs a little bit wide. Aidan Farrell, though, is now down a couple of positions out of the final corner, and he's actually pulling into the pit lane now with the right indicator ablaze. That's not good news then for Aidan Farrell.
What a shame. That car is brilliantly driven. Usually shared with Major David Whelan. Oh, it's a puncture. We've seen several punctures over the course of the weekend. The front left is deflated, so that is why he's had to come in.
It's more than deflated.
It's wheel damage. Yeah. It's actually part of the rim has come away.
Wow.
So, wow, I mean, we didn't see
Code
the impact,
60.
and it is a Code 60 that has been deployed rather than a safety car. I mean, it is a full course yellow in other disciplines. I believe that CSCC is the only British club that still runs the Code 60 ruling. So that would be there's debris somewhere. And it's red flag. We've did I see a red flag out there? No, I beg your pardon. I think it was how it appears on the on one of our cameras. It looks like it was a red flag being ran. No, I do beg your pardon.
It is a pink Code 60, I will give you that. But yes, no, Code 60. So all cars must reduce their speed to 60 kilometres per hour. So it's a cruel at this point. But as Chris said, it's more of a virtual safety car. But yeah, there's a big amount of rim damage to the wheel then, and I wouldn't be surprised if that has damaged the tyre. But there's bolts loose. There's everything sort of loose out there. That would be the case then to allow our marshals to recover the debris out there. And in fact, I'm just having a look behind the tree. There is a car that has stopped on the grass on the right-hand side on the entrance in towards Hamilton. So that might be another reason why we're under Code 60, although that driver is behind the barrier. So if they deem that car is in a safe enough place for the rest of the race, that should be okay.
That, I think, is the 281. That is Joshua Smith and Simon Spooner. The 325E30, I believe, that is... where are your binoculars? My eyesight's failing me. That, I suspect, is the 281 BMW. There's 2 red BMWs. The other is the Nardones. And I'm fairly sure that's still circulating as I watch the number 9 Porsche sadly limp its way off the circuit and into the paddock. That is a great shame. Nod from Kieran. That is the 281 BMW. Josh Smith, Simon Spooner. Josh used to race alongside, sometimes with, sometimes against his dad in his own Ford Escort. We haven't seen Chris Smith come out for a little while. They used to run a BMW 320 beforehand, but oh, what a shame. I mean, that was second over in Brands only a few weeks ago, so that car is a absolute missile when it is on song. But at the moment, the Code 60 is still in effect. It's the Robinsons in the number 14 Jaguar that has rule of the roost at the moment. The supercharged XK8, as we now see the recovery going on for the 281 BMW. That will be pulled away into the, certainly out of harm's reach into the holding area. So Jack Robinson starting the Swallows Racing maintained 4.2 litre XK8. Jack is the 2023 Class C Jaguar Challenge champion, and both the Robinsons are racing in the aforementioned Jaguar Championship later on this weekend, but actually in different cars. So Jack will be sticking with this XK8. Tom, I believe, is running his own XJS in the Jaguar Championship. Second on the road is number 84, Tom Barley. So he had a really good start, went a bit wide at Wilson on the opening lap, but has got his 328i E36, his 2.8 litre BMW into second position, with Tom Mensley in the number 18 BMW right behind him, son of Jim Mensley and brother of Paul Mensley, who we've seen in the course of the CCC's history. The Code 60 withdrawn. We are racing once again.
We are indeed, and a couple of drivers trying to take full advantage of that one of them being the number 11 there, so that's Michael Holt trying to now go around the outside, going in towards Riches then. Can he try and make that move stick against the 127 there? Yes, he can, so passing Roger Hamilton.
I've just spotted Alex Taylor. He's up into 10th from starting last. So he's just gone through the stream shot there in his blue TVR. That was actually being rebodied in the course of the year. So he's been running his ever excitable, by his own words, Mazda RX-7s. We've just seen one of the Hamiltons there. We've got Roger and Nick Hamilton, both in Ginetta G20s. One's running the red one is running the blue one. The red one is, which? They're similarly numbered. I think one is in the 22 is the blue one. That's Nick Hamilton. 127 is it? Yes, he is the red one, which is Roger Hamilton. Roger Hamilton is up into 6th, and Nick Hamilton is in 14th at the moment. But they are being closed in on at a rate of knots by the Tuscan. Alex Taylor once described the difference between his two cars. One, the Tuscan, as the granddad in the rocking chair, smiling and laughing gently, knowing full well he's got more under the hood than he was able to deploy at the time. And the other one is, and I quote, an excitable Jack Russell, being the Mazda RX-7. Yes, I give you Alex Taylor.
Great stuff. I mean, he's just carving his way through his field,
weaving his way through the field. That's 5th he's now up to, with the Richard Hayes driven Celica. Oh, we have a spin. That's one of the Honda S2000s that's gone for a bit of a wander and exploring the Norfolk countryside. That's the 109. Ian Turnbull started the Infront Autos 2-litre S2000. It's got himself going again. Stephen Harrington will be taking the car over, but look up front. Jack Robinson under pressure from Tom Barley. Tom Menzies not far behind. And then you've got Alex Taylor on the back of Richard Hayes, challenging for 4th. Is the Tuscan going to overcome the Celica as they come over the line? The horses are galloping in the Tuscan, and that's 4th to Alex Taylor.
Yeah, Alex Taylor just making moves now, and no surprise to see he is the fastest driver out on track. 2-minute 8.248 is our new fastest lap time of the race then. Just keeping an eye on battles at the moment. It's all a single file across the centre straight right now as we look down the order. Then we're going a bit too wide here. That's one of the Jaguars there. That's the number 97 making his way through. That's Lawrence Kopok making his way through up a position then as we make our way through in towards Riches. But Alex Taylor, again, one to watch because now up ahead of him is a battle for P3.
P3 of Tom Mensley and Tom Barley. Actually, it's the lead battle as the lead three are together. And Alex Taylor's looking on thinking, I want a piece of this. So it is Jaguar from Beamer from Tuscan at the moment, although Alex Taylor's got a little bit of ground to make up. When I spoke to Alex Taylor early on, he said, I should be from the back. Well, he's no longer that bad. Tom Barley having a look on the inside line, coming up towards Oggies. Jack Robinson tries to shut the door, but the BMW's already there. They're side by side on corner exit. The BMW gets the power down a little bit earlier than the Jaguar. It's still smoking a little bit as Tom Barley. Now the power of the Jaguar could well tell as he gets along to the Bentley Straight. All the 4.2 litres of the SK8 from Swallows Racing getting deployed, but Tom Barley's already got himself enough of a gap to keep the Jaguar at bay. Tom Mensley, who's again a very successful tin tops racer before he got the BMW, looks on to Alex Taylor as closing in fast.
Yeah, rate of knots is what he's closing in by at the moment, and these two battling for second place. He's got to be careful not to squabble as Alex Taylor gets a little bit wide, collecting a little bit of grass on the exit of Nelson there, but they make their way through in towards the bomb hole now, and now into our sight of the commentary box in through Coram then, and Barley already pulling out a substantial lead and looking to really capitalise on this now as we make our way out of Murray's, the final corner, and making our way now on towards the centre straight. But Alex Taylor then just breezes his way past another BMW here and up into 3rd place. So Taylor here on a charge. Now he's got second place Jack Robinson up ahead of him.
2:06.8 from Alex Taylor. What a superb lap time. Absolutely rocket ship quick in the Tuscan once more. It would seem that he's pretty untouchable. Things about an inside manoeuvre. Doesn't need to do it. Plenty of time on the clock. The pit lane window not yet open. It'll open at the 25-minute mark. So once 15 minutes has elapsed, and then open for 15 minutes thereafter as Alex Taylor just wiggles the right toe a little bit more before getting down the Palmers to take second place from the Robinsons into the SK8. He's now making off after Tom Barley.
Yep, he's got about 1.5 seconds really to try and close in as we make our way down in towards Agostini, and a bit of battling to go on at Riches there in the as the dust is trying to settle from the treatment earlier on. But at the moment then it's going to be Barley who leads the way then in the number 84. So Tom Barley, that BMW, trying to lead the way. Alex Taylor, though, reeling him in. It's almost like he's on a fishing line here and reeling and reeling and reeling, closing in corner by corner as they make their way through in towards Williams.
Tail gets a little bit lively on the back of the TBR. I suspect that's because of an exuberant right foot from Mr. Taylor rather than any kind of issue, as he's now closing in very quickly. Has a look on the inside line, has a look. He's banzaied the inside line into Brundle, doesn't commit to it though. So Tom Barley does just about manage to fend off the ever-present Blackbird missile. Oh, gets the exit of Nelson. Nicely done. Through the bomb hole. A bit of a spit of flame there from Tom Barley. That BMW has not looked comfortable all race long. It's doing well up front, yes, but it has smoked a few times. It just gave an almighty great belch of smoke as he's going to try and hang on to the back of Alex Taylor. Now through Murray's for the next time of asking. Pit lane not yet open as Alex Taylor now leads the way.
Yep, so making his way up the order then as he makes his way across the line then. A new fastest lap of the race then, 2 minutes 6.5 as he'll now make his way up towards Richards then. Second place is Tom Barley, third place is Jack Robinson. Fourth place then across the line is going to be the number 2 then of Hayes then as he makes his way across the line. So I'm just trying to watch out for the number 18 then of Mensley because we haven't seen him just yet.
That is a good point. Where has Tom Mensley gone? That white BMW was running up third early on. Looking on the scoreboard, I don't find him. Where he was down, he's still falling down the field. I think, along with Chris Boone as well. The 139 Jaguar is.
Chris Boone's in the pits.
Chris Boone is in the pit along with Sam Smith. So. So how's the pit lane open a little bit earlier than I was expecting? I suspect so, because a lot of people are now pouring into the pit. Either way, it was after 15 minutes, so it's actually after 10 minutes for 15 minutes. I do beg your pardon. So several cars into the pits. The West Dereham plant, or to say it properly locally, the West Dereham plant. I did say to Martin Reynolds I would try and do the accent properly. That's for you, Martin. Yes, the West Dereham plant sponsored MX-5 bright pink car in the pits, along with several others. We've got Glenn Davies in the number 41 Lotus, with Chris Boone in his XK8. We've got the Ilmaz Porsche that is in doing their driver swap, as well as one of the XJSs at the back of the queue. I can't quite see which one it is, but several cars doing their pit stop very early on.
Yep, getting it out of the way, and if there's any driver changes to be had, it's making it now so that there's plenty of time towards the end of this race to make up.
Oh, there's Tom Mensley. God, I'm having to really crane my neck. Sorry, Kieran. I'm really craning my neck because where the actual overhang of the pit lane garage is, it does obscure our view. Tom Mensley is at the very other end of the pit lane, though they are jacking the car up. I wonder if there's been another puncture, you know. Because you don't normally jack the car up in a 90-second pit stop.
Well, we saw earlier in the number 9, it was the actual rim that looked damaged as well, so that might have just caused a little tyre damage in that case. Nevertheless, though, we'll keep an eye on Tom Mensley and see what he does, see if he does rejoin in this race, as it's a little bit of a busy pit lane. And the 97 Jaguar makes its way back out onto the track. So that's Lawrence Kopok in that Jaguar XJS.
That'll be the Jaguar I couldn't quite identify earlier on. Now the Ilmaz. Gabriel Metin, Ilmaz Boxster leaves the way. It was Metin, wasn't it, that started the number 126. So Gabriel now taking that one over. As we see, that's Jas Sapper, isn't it, dancing around the outside of Coram. Very nicely done. The 155 Master MX-5 is in. Steve Adams, he's in to do his. I bet he's feeling warm in there. The air temperature is not too high, although it's not actually too bad now. But you're in all the fireproof stuff and with direct sunlight. I bet that's a little bit uncomfortable. And Jas Sapper has just managed to dance his way past David Sharp in the number 20 Lotus Elise.
Yeah, and Jas Sapper now moves himself up into 13th place now. So considering he started for about half a lap down from everybody else, almost giving himself his own handicap there, isn't he, to try and see what he can do. But yeah, he did miss the start. He missed it going green as well.
Tom Mensley's on his way out, so whatever it is they jacked the car up for, they have resolved it. So we didn't really see what they were doing from this end of the pit lane, but he has managed to get back out, so that's good to see. Yeah, so quite a few people have served their pit stops, but a lot still to serve. See how the rest of the field filter on. So on stream we're looking at the number 20 Lotus Elise with the Nardone BMW right behind him, the 188. So Cristiano and Luca Nardone in charge of that one. Then it is the Archer Porsche right behind them. So they are working their way through Hamilton towards Oggies now. The BMW thinks about a move on the inside line, but David Sharp has that door very firmly nailed shut, not allowing anybody through on that occasion. Through Oggies up towards Williams, and now on to the Bentley Straight. Oh, beg your pardon, that is not the Archer Porsche behind, that is the Simpsons, Jerry and Tom Simpson. Yes, that does actually read as Tom and Jerry. And they are out there in the 48 Boxster, along with one of the S2000s right behind, as the fighting then continues. So just about half the race still to do, quite a lot of pit stops still to serve, and a lot of racing to enjoy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, as a team, when do you make your mandatory stop? Because there's 40 odd cars out there also wanting to do the same thing. So do you pit in early and get it out of the way? As we see the number 2, Richard Hayes, into the pits, as well as the number 33, which is Michael Russell, into the pits. Jazz Sapra, what will he do? Will he peel his way into the pits? Yes, he will. So Jazz Sapra brings his BMW into the pits. Quite a few in the pits right now, with the number 33 just having a once over Michael Russell there. We see the number 96, which is Sam Moody, being timed there, and it gets shown the timer as well, just to make sure the driver decides when to go, because they get the best gauge of how much they can lift off before the pit lane exit to try and break the timing beam at the end.
The Jaffa Cake Racing MX-5. I had a lovely chat with Sam Moody in the break. Also coming in is Rob Hardy in Bruce the Boxster, the teeth emblazoned Porsche. He and his wife Anne run Viren Builders, based in Tadley. They are the sponsors of the Open Series, so they've been a long-time supporter of the club. They have 3 cars in their stable. They have Bruce the Boxster, they have Porsche the Porsche, which is a 944, and formerly driven by David Coulthard. They also have Gordon the Golfer, the Mark II VW Golf, as Alex Taylor gets somewhat squiggly on his way into the pits, but he brings the TVR Tuscan in. Wow, that was a very, very noisy number 33, Michael Russell. His M3 Evo E36 was making all kinds of gargly noises before he could drop the pit lane speed limiter.
Yeah, that's a car that does not like the speed limiter one bit. Absolutely not.
Eager to get on with it, yes.
Absolutely. Watching on then, the number 11 tackle the bomb hole. That's Michael Holt, as he looks to try and challenge his way through. Has he stopped yet? No, he hasn't. And he's being chased down at the moment by the 22, which is Nick Hamilton. So we'll keep an eye on that battle as they make their way through in towards Coram, down now in towards the left-hander here of Murray's, the final corner, as cars are now exiting the pit lane then, one of them being the Lotus, the number 20, David Sharp, who in his Elise, he has to wait until the broken line at the end of the pit lane before he can cross over. So if he's behind someone that's a little bit slower off the mark, he has to stay behind until the broken line.
Absolutely so. Rules are rules. You will be penalised if you exit the pits in the incorrect manner. You see the Cov Cats. That's Chris Boone's company. He's a Jaguar specialist based in Coventry. Hence the Cov part of the name. A bit of a lock-up there from the number 11, Michael Holt. As the stream has a look at the number 97, Lawrence Coppock, in that bright white XJS. Lawrence is another long-time Jaguar racer based in Oxfordshire. Has raced alongside and against, I should say, his son Richard in partnering XJSs. That's a 6-litre XJS that he is pedaling. There's Alex Taylor, our former race leader, as cool as ever. Well, I did ask him, he had a bit of a faux pas in qualifying. There's his father Trevor that is helping get the car away. They both used to race the car and also the Mazda together, but Trevor stood aside and just let Alex take the reins. So a bit of a thank you there to get the TVR up and galloping again. Yeah, starting from standstill is not the forte of these highly tuned cars, as Alex now gets underway. He's actually chased out of the pit lane by the Robinson Jaguar as well. So whilst Alex Taylor may well have built up a bit of a gap, and it does look like it's vanished a little bit, But I'm sure Alex Taylor will get all of the horses galloping on song once more.
Yeah, Tom Robinson's now taken over that number 14 Jaguar XK8. So Jack Robinson's done the first stint. He's now hands over to Tom to see what he can do in the final stint then, as they make their way now out of Wilson hairpin. Then there's the 119 making its way down the pit lane then as well. So that's Jamie Upchurch and that Ford Fiesta. You're not going to miss that Ford Fiesta. Following closely behind is the 541 of Stephen Harrison in that Honda S2000. Of course, maybe a couple of success penalties to keep an eye on as well. Jas Sapra is also one to keep our eye on as well, as he's making his way down towards Agostini. Remember, he started not only from the pit lane, but about 30 seconds after everyone else had already started the race. So he's got a lot of ground to make up. And in this race, well, last time he crossed the line, he was 16th place with pit stops still ahead of him.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. So as the timer ticks on, not too long left for anybody that has yet to see the pit lane to get in. As they will close at the 15-minute mark. The number 91 Porsche now gets underway. That is the Archers, Felix and Stephen. That car has now left the pit lane. The 45 is now getting underway. That was a changed program a little bit. That is David Ringham, I believe it is, in his Jaguar. Well, it was the Ringham and Atkinson was going to be an XK8 originally, but I think that got changed to the XJS, and makes me think one of the toys broke, and they swapped it with another one. As we are looking at Alex Taylor, just coming through Brundle and Nelson. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. That Tuscan's pulled over. Oh no, our former race leader is now crawling out of Nelson towards the bomb hole. Oh, what a shame. I said it, when he gets all the horses galloping, I mean, as he somewhat proved, from starting right at the back, getting towards the front, and now the Tuscan has failed him. He hasn't had many chances to run the car this year, and he's pulled it straight onto the grass on the infield, heading towards Coram, and that is the end of the race for Alex Taylor.
Yeah, a huge shame for Alex Taylor. As we know, TVR Tuscans, absolutely brilliant to see, but yeah, not quite making it to the end this time around. Jas Sapra, though, is trying to make his mark in this race as well. Neil Bates right behind him. Neil Blake's right behind him in the Porsche as we make our way onwards then towards the start-finish line. Is there going to be a move here for Blakes? He tries the one way. He'll now switch to the inside, but still no way through against Jas Sapra on this occasion.
God, I was just remarking there about Sam Smith getting very slidey way. He's coming through Coram. He's having a go at Paul Clark in the Porsche 928. Now Jas Sapra bounds the inside of Wilson. He gets the inside of the MX-5, but the lighter Mazda gets his traction down a little earlier than the bigger BMW. Manages to hang on to that position for now. Jas Sapra is not going to give up on any opportunity. The Coventry-based BMW expert, former Kumo BMW champion numerous times himself. Now the little Mazda is going to be outgunned on the way down towards Agostini. As much as Sam Smith went to that defensive posture, he knew that one was done. He's almost jumping out of the way of Neil Blake's in the next Porsche, the number 54. Can't quite get the overlap, so the Mazda again goes to the inside line. Easy defending, coming up through Hamilton. We don't see many moves down there, but again, feel the need to defend that. So now the Porsche looks on the inside of Agostini, can't get it done. So again, the West Deering plant-sponsored Mazda MX-5 is fending off all the pressure, and right ahead of them, Adrian Clark has now got his mirrors full of the ever-present BMW of Jas Sapra.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we focus here through in towards the final corner at Murray's then, as we watch on with one of them being the number 33 of Michael Russell, as they now make their way onwards towards the start-finish line. So one of them is the Richard Hayes number 2 machine as he makes his way across the line. So it's just reorganising positions here. So Richard Hayes is in 3rd place then. 4th place then is Tom Robinson in the number 14. 5th place then is the number 33 of Michael Russell. So that means then Tom Barley in the 84 leads the way ahead of the 127 then. The 127 is Roger Hamilton.
Yeah, last time around, Tom Barley was a good 4 seconds quicker than Roger Hamilton as well on that occasion. So 17 seconds when they came over the line last time is the lead gap for Tom Barley, as the stream is looking at the battle for what is currently 3rd between Richard Hayes, Then the Robinson Jaguar with Michael Russell behind, and the XK8 has a look on the inside line. Needs a lot more space though to slow down. A bit heavier than the GT4 spec Celica ahead of him. So doesn't go for the move into the inside of Agostini, with the Celica fends off the advances of the Jaguar for now. Now coming through Hamilton, Michael Russell watches on in that primrose coloured BMW. He looks ready to ready to pounce if things do go wrong. Now coming through Oggies up towards Williams for the next time of asking. And this is where the horses of the Jaguar are really going to come good. Good exit from that corner for Michael Russell, but not able to capitalise on it, although it was a pretty good exit for Richard Hayes. Does manage to defend against the Jaguar. The Jaguar looks on the inside line. The BMW looks like he's trying to go for the outside of the Jaguar and manages to do it. So good move there from Michael Russell. Gets ahead of the Robinson Jaguar, and that is a move for fourth.
Yeah, and now Michael Russell can set his sights firmly on trying to chase down Richard Hayes as we make our way through in towards Coram to try and grab third place. Our leaders then are just making their way through in towards the final corners, and now on towards the centre straight they will run. And a battle for third place just making its way through now in towards the final corner, powering his way through. Then second place there is Roger Hamilton in the 1:27, about 19.5 seconds back from our leader in Tom Barley. Then our battle for third place makes its way across the line, headed at the moment by the number 2 of Richard Hayes, as that's a look up the inside then from the 33 of Michael Russell. He thinks better of it on this occasion, perhaps just filling the mirrors for now as they make their way up towards Wilson.
Oh, again, the BMW has a look on the inside line of Wilson, does not commit to the move on this occasion. So they're catching up with David Ringham as well in the XJS. So they're going to have some traffic to contend with. So that is second, third and fourth, all arguing for podium honours. One of these three is going to be disappointed by the time the checkered flag falls. So Tom Barley is away in the distance. Because these three are fighting so hard, they are costing themselves time, but they are, how far are they ahead of the next car in line? It is the 6th place Speed Winter car, it looks like. So let me have a look. So, beg your pardon, this is a battle for third, excuse me. So, yeah, one of these is going to be the victor to speak to, well, is it the victor to speak to one of us? Well, it's a victor to speak to you, let's be honest.
I don't know about that.
So, yeah, one of these three is going to come away with podium honours. The other two will have to rue the missed opportunity, but at the moment that podium spot belongs to the number 2 Toyota Celica, son of Roger, brother of Andrew. All three of them have raced this Toyota. They've got a couple of Toyotas in their collection, and look how defensive Hayes is going to have to be coming down into Brundle. Again, he does manage to keep Michael Russell at bay. How long for is the question. That XK8 still looming on, ready to rumble if it does go wrong with the BMW and Toyota ahead.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good right now for Michael Russell as they make their way through in towards Coram, right up and close and personal. And that's Jas Sapra, who's just coming underneath our commentary box window to retire the car. So Jas Sapra was really good pace on him, but the car not allowing him to make to the finish, but a good exit from the Jaguar behind. It's Tom Robinson who can try and pull himself alongside Michael Russell. Then they're side by side as they make their way across the start-finish line. Michael Russell just about a front splitter ahead as they get onto the brakes now. The BMW later on the brakes and on the inside, and is able to hold that position. But the more Michael Russell has to look behind him to defend, the lighter the work for Richard Hayes will be to hold on to the podium place.
Absolutely. So Jas Sapra may also have pulled that car out because I believe he is taking part in the Ram Air BMW Championship, so he may well be preserving the car for that activity. So let us see then as the stream has a look at the Fiesta XR2, the 119 car that's just gone through the shop, with the Novice Cross on the back. So again, another element of inclusivity that the Classic Sports Car Club likes to emphasize is different expertise levels. So you can have hundreds of races under your belt. Some of our drivers have enjoyed, or this could be your first time out. So again, the Novice Cross on the back indicates you have yet to achieve 6 signatures on your racing license. There are a few drivers in that kind of ballpark in this race. The XR2 being one of them, as we cut on stream to Chris Boone in his XK8 coming up on the back of the black and white. And which car is that? It's not the Harrington Turner one. That is Paul Winter and Tim Speed in their Porsche 911. So, and there we see on screen, that's the 128 car that is fending off the advances of the supercharged XK8 right behind the 3.4 litre naturally aspirated Porsche against the Golf Specialist right behind. That's an uncomfortable position to be in. That's a battle for 6th.
Keeping an eye as well on Tom Mensley as he tries to battle his way back through the field, having recovered from what was... Well, we managed to get it back to the pits and recovered. Whatever the issue was, the team seemed to have worked their magic and got the car back out there. But he did lose a load of positions and a lot of time before he brought that car into the pits. So he's on a recovery drive right now. A bit of battling to be had at Agostini here, headed at the moment by the 85. That's Dan Baker in the VW Golf. But right behind him, we're going too wide. A little bit of a squirrel there from the white BMW behind them as well, as limits and adhesion really on edge there.
That's Tom Mensley. It's giving that plenty of boot for as he works his way past Sam Moody in the Jaffa Cake Racing in Blayton's MX-5. He's actually done, he being Sam Moody, has actually done Race of Remembrance in Anglesey in that car. And that was their, shall we say, primary source of drivers, hence why the car is so named. Yeah, black and red. That's almost road spec as well, that guys. It's got the necessary safety equipment in it, but he's running about 100 horsepower there or thereabouts. It hasn't had a huge amount of tuning done to it, but still he's pedalled pretty well out there. So again, don't necessarily need to throw absolutely squillions at your car to make it race worthy. You need the necessary safety equipment, and obviously having some tuning will obviously help, but certainly for a first time out. Again, such as the number 118, the Henry Salisbury, Olivia Salisbury combination, that's brother and sister in the Porsche 968. So this is their very first race out, not just in that car, but that's their first motor race, and they've picked a very, very populated grid, but supported by dads. That's a 230 horsepower car, so that's quite a baptism they've got themselves. I had a lovely chat to them in the paddock. So. But again, the Classic Sports Car Club is very, very welcoming of family entrants and drivers of all ages. So again, you've got very young drivers, such as the Salisburys. They are, and a lot of people are young compared to me, let's be honest, including you. Don't say anything, Mr. McGinley. But yeah, we do have drivers, shall we say, in their senior years, enjoying their retirement by chucking cars around a track, which, well, is a wonderful way of spending your retirement as far as I'm concerned.
Bad way at all, is it? It's not a bad way at all, as we've got some battling here down in towards Palmer right now, as that is Gabriel Yilmaz, who's trying to find the way through but couldn't quite do it. So he looks to see if he can find a way through there, but he's also under pressure from Michael Seaborn and that pink Jaguar right behind him as they make their way through in towards Agostini. They'll get back onto the power, and who will it be that emerges ahead right now? It's still
Palmer.
It is indeed.
Yeah, it's James Palmer in that BMW 2002 Ti that he shares occasionally with Simon Horobin, who's been a Puma racer in the past, I believe. But look at this, so many cars. There's also Rob Hardy in the ever angry Bruce the Boxster right ahead of them. No, not necessarily all racing for position. They are just racing because they happen to share a same bit of the track. So position-wise, the 202 BMWs in 22nd. Rob Hardy is actually the next car ahead for position. So those two are position. Right behind them is Ilmaz and Ilmaz for position, but I think it's Seaborn that is the odd one out in that respect. Where is Michael Seaborn as far as position is concerned? I'm not entirely certain, but that doesn't stop them having a good old fight for their own bit of Norfolk real estate.
Absolutely, yeah. Even if you're in a different class, these drivers will conveniently forget that and race whatever's in front of them and behind them. It happens. It's force of habit. But yeah, as we head into the closing stages of our first race this afternoon, we have been treated to a really good set of racing. 40-odd drivers taking the start here as the 126 looks for a move down the inside here. Can he get the power down? Can Gabriel Yilmaz as we make our way way on towards the centre straight. No, he can't. He's still behind Michael Seaborn as they make their way through now across the start-finish line. Also making his way through is the number 84, Tom Barley. That is our race leader.
Yes, it is. Actually, Michael Seaborn's a lap down from this particular collection as the Ilmaz Porsche has a look on the inside line coming up towards Ritchie's, but does not commit to the move. So, again, racing etiquette, you are allowed to unlap yourself from cars ahead of you as long as you don't impede them thereafter. But Rob Hardy has got that BMW all over his tail. James Palmer, he's looking for position, and in comes Tom Barley. Just, don't mind me. He's done a superb job in that number 84. He's not had challenge from anybody for quite a while. Also, I'm going to have a look at Roger Hamilton. He's been closed in. He got closed in over 3 seconds in the previous lap by Michael Russell. With only 2.5 minutes to go, they are likely to be right with one another, traffic depending, before the flag falls.
Yeah, definitely one to keep an eye on in these very much closing stages. We're watching Tom Barley as he now makes his way on towards the Oggie's corner now, back on the powers, will make his way through in towards Williams, and taking on to the back straight of the Bentley straight. But he's on his way now for what should be the penultimate lap of this race. But keeping on that 127, Roger Hamilton being closed in very much so by the 33 machine of Michael Russell. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that battle. We'll keep an eye on the lap times as well.
Absolutely so, as the stream is looking at Tom Barley just coming through Brundle and Nelson now. He's got quite a gap back to anybody else, 21.1 seconds away, and they came over the line before. That's like I say, Roger Hamilton was being homed in on at a rate of knots by Michael Russell. So we'll see what he's able to do. As into the pits comes Jamie Upchurch in that 119 Fiesta. Oh, that is a shame. The pit window has closed, so that would indicate a problem at this late stage of the race. The Fiesta comes to a halt, so a problem then, seeing a slightly premature end to their race as the stream is having a look at Glyn Davies and the number 41 Lotus being passed by Lawrence Coppock, with right behind them is race leader Tom Barley starting his final lap of the race.
Yep, absolutely, as he's got a good chunk of change in terms of the gap behind him. We'll wait to see who it is. It is still Roger Hamilton, but look who this is, closing and closing at a rate of knots. Michael Russell flies past then, down the centre straight, down the inside he will go in towards Oggie's to take over second place. So technically then, that is a move on the last lap for second place, and it is going to be Michael Russell who overtakes Roger Hamilton for that middle step on the podium.
I don't think Roger Hamilton really contested that one. The little Lotus decided discretion was the better part of valor on that occasion and just let the BMW through. Sometimes you realistically know who you're in a battle with, or you know you're nursing an issue, rather than fight it and cause an incident or cost yourselves even more time, just to let them go and see what is what. So the timer has now elapsed. The checker flag will be ready for Tom Barley, and going out for one final lap is Jamie Upchurch in the 119 Fiesta. Nicely done. Good to see. Getting your money's worth. Don't blame you whatsoever. So along to Brundle and Nelson for the final time in our third race of the weekend, the Modern Classic and Advantage Motorsport Future Classic contingent. So as the stream has a look at Richard Hayes alongside the 118 Porsche. That is our newcomers, or one of our newcomers, Henry Salisbury and Olivia Salisbury. As a brother and sister combination supported by father, who's done some fair amount of racing in the past. Has also been involved with Amok, the Aston Martin Owners in previous times. Oh, a penalty for Adrian Clark, a 32-second penalty. That sounds like a short pit stop to me. But Tom Barley then coming through Murray's for the final time in this race to take the win for our third race of the day. It is car number 84. Tom Barley takes the flag for the Modern Classic contingent. Actually, our lead future classic is actually Sam Smith in the Durham Durham plant sponsored Bright Pink 131 Mazda. So it is Tom Barley from what will be Michael Russell coming home. Quite a distance between the two, but the yellow BMW comes home second, and Roger Hamilton in the red of the two Ginetta G20s. The blue one is his brother Nick. As the rest of our field then continue to come across, the next one over the line is going to be the Robinsons in the Jaguar XK8. Richard Hayes should be coming across the line fairly soon. Lots of people streaming over the line. Of course, with lots of people on different laps, it is difficult to keep an eye visually on who is where. But either way, the tower is our source of reference on that occasion. So Tom Barley, of course, unquestionably up top. Fastest lap of the race, I think, actually still belonged to Mr. Taylor. He's not on my timing screen, so I can't see where he is now. So either way, Adrian Taylor was the fastest car when his car was running well. The stream currently having a look at Adrian Clark. There's the other Hamilton in the blue of the Ginettas. Oh, that gets very close very quickly between some of our future classic contenders. As over the line come more cars to finish their racing for, for the most part, I think. I'm not sure if any of these cars are taking part in other races. The Jaguars, or some of the Jaguars, will be seen in the Jaguar Challenge a little bit later on. So we'll see a few of these cars. Some of the BMWs as well will be seen in the Ram Air BMW Championship as well. So I can see Tom Barley has made his way to the holding area. We will wait for the rest. Oh, Roger Hamilton has actually gone into into Parc Ferme, so he's not been caught to have a word with Kieran McGinley. There's our third place car. Well, Mr. Hamilton was the third place car. It looks like only our leader has been collared. Yes, because I've just spotted Michael Russell. He's also into Parc Ferme. So, Kieran, all yours to have a chat with Tom Barley.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Tom then. Tom, let's just grab you around here just so we can get a nice view of your car. Tom, brilliant race from you today. I mean, 20-second odd lead by the end of it. How was it from your point of view? And it was a good start at the start there.
Yeah, first time I've raced with the club this year. It's only the second race I've done. So I thought, the lights go out, we'll go full throttle and we'll see what happens, and we'll deal it from there. No expectations. And lights went out, I went full throttle and then went past everyone. So I had a good battle for a good few laps. TVR was quick again, and he come past me. And then I saw him parked over there next to Armco, and I thought, I could be P1 here. But other than that, just try keeping it tidy. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, we had that sort of early race code 60 then. I mean, obviously it comes to sort of concentration, but what's it like trying to just prepare yourself for the race start? Do you have any idea when we're going to see green?
No, code 60 is the worst. I hate code 60 restarts because safety car, you know when it's coming, it's easy, but code 60, you've just got to drive around ready, staring at every code 60 flag you can see, waiting. As soon as one goes out, you've got to go. And then if you're the first one to go, you second guess yourself. But it was good. Luckily, we were just on the start-finish straight when it ended, and I saw the light go out, saw the green, and yeah, it's good fun.
I mean, Tom, what a beautiful-looking car this is. I mean, talk to us about it. It looks amazing.
Well, polishes up, doesn't it? I've had it 13 years, and I started racing with Classic Sports Car Club in 2016. On and off sort of thing. Last year was my first full season, and then this year I've done nothing. I had a little girl born in March. Work's been busy, and before you know it, it's September, and we thought, right, we'll best go to Snetterton and have a go this year. And well, we've won, so yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, well-deserved trophy. I don't have anyone else to talk to, so I'll ask you one final question, Tom. What's the plan for the rest of the season then?
That's probably it for this year now. I've got other things happening for next year or the year after. So this was I built a new engine of a winter, which is the one we just raced with, and then never raced with it. So I only really came here today to say that I've used the engine this year. Yeah, so we'll see. It might be out for a full season next year, might not. I don't know yet. There's a lot of things got to fall into place.
Well, great stuff, Tom. Enjoy the victory, and I'm sure we'll see you on the podium sometime soon.
Thank you very much. I'll see you at prize giving.
Absolutely, Tom. Enjoy the trophies there, and I'll hand it back up to Chris Buxton in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kieran, and congratulations to Tom Barley on the win, and also for the birth of his youngster. Bless you. As a parent myself, I know that I know that sentence. I mean, I know that duty well. It is wonderful. Right, into the holding area, we'll be gathering our next race of the day. They've yet to start leaving that area just yet, but it is a big grid once again. So let's have a look at the 38-car grid that is due to take part in our Adams and Page Swinging 60s, where it all began for the club back in 2004. So on pole is number 6 Stephen Pickering in his Tiger, alongside the number 521 of Martin Pratt. Row 2 is number 97 Ray Barrow, alongside number 36 Chris Watkinson. You want to talk about little and large? That's a Camaro versus a Mini. That's superb. Number 34 is the Tippett and Norman BMW, alongside Mark Neese in the number 63 Mini. Row 4 is Stephen Collins in the number 69 car, alongside the Bergen & Foe number 119. On row 5 is Tom Peed in the number 5 BMW, alongside the 118 of Simon Tinkler. Row 6 is number 62, that's the Morantic Connu combination, alongside the 144 Roodhouse and Roodhouse Mini. On row 7 is Simon Benoit in the number 99 Hillman Imp, and the 502 are the Everett and Everett BMW 1502. There we go, they are now just leaving the holding area for our fourth race of the weekend. On row 8 is the number 79 Ford Lotus Cortina of Ian and John Fraser, alongside the number 4 Reliance Sabre 6 of John Leslie. Number 112 is Paul Eales, alongside number 96 Adrian Vincent on row 9. And row 10 is the Cloutman-Kilby combination in the number 20 Austin A40, alongside the number 92 Tunnard and Tunnard in their slightly unusual, but good to see them out there, the Fairthorpe Electron Minor Series 2. And then the next row, row 11, is Simon Page in the number 88, alongside number 50 David Morehouse. Number 53 Roy Chamberlain is on row 12, alongside the Walker and Bye number 57. And then on row 13 is Steve Atkinson, number 49, alongside number 93, the McBride and Doman combination, the MGC. Row 14 is Brent Fowler in the number 84, alongside Dave Bailey in the number 10. Then row 15 is number 3, David Rose, alongside number 210, David Eales. And then it is row 16, which is the Fraser and Fraser, not related to Ian and John Fraser, the number 79. They are actually two completely different families. The number 42 is Will Fraser and Simon Fraser. They're Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1. They start in 31st alongside Mike Stevenson in the number 52 car. And 33rd is John Reggett in the number 15, alongside the Greys in the number 74 car. That's Nigel and Rob Gray in the MGB Roadster. On 35th is 224 Michael Searle. 36th is number 78 Bailey Frost. And on the back row is the ever-present David Cornwallis in the Radio Caroline number 648 BMW, alongside the number 30. That is Ben Goff and Ian Daniels in their Marcos 3-litre GT. Welcome back, Kieran.
Thank you very much.
You didn't have many to talk to, unfortunately. It looked like
No.
everybody else got ushered into the pit lane.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a shame.
I think that might be a common theme from now on. I don't know. But yeah, no, it was good to talk to Tom, though. Really good to talk to him. It's the fact that he said, "Oh yeah, look, Snetterton's up here in September. We better have a go at it." He goes on and wins it. So no, fair enough. Really good race though. That's going to be setting the tone for the rest of the afternoon. Count me in.
Yeah, absolutely so. Another big field of our swinging 60s. This is usually one of our most populous grids of an entire Classic Sports Car Club weekend. They are sometimes split into grid, Group 1 and Group 2, Group 2 being the bigger engine car. This year we have seen both of those grids combined. Sometimes we'll see them running twice in the course of the weekend. This time it is only running once. I think that's mainly because we have got every single category of the club being represented. We've got 17 races as it is, so trying to squeeze another swinging 60s one, there was not really room. But again, a wonderful mixture of cars, MGBs, there's a Datsun in there, there's Austin A40, Triumph TR4, Sunbeam Tigers, all sorts of things, all sorts of different sizes of engine. But again, the stage is set for another wonderful race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just have our drivers now making their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson, right behind the safety car, which has its lights turned off now. So we will get underway on this lap then. And also always one to watch out for, always a striking livery, the 628, that Radio Caroline. David Cornwallis BMW 1600 Ti. I do love that car. Every time I've done Classic Sports Car Club, they've always been here in that Radio Caroline car. It's just iconic.
Yeah, it absolutely is. David Cornwallis has been racing with the club for a huge number of years in that very car. He's not always towards the sharper end, but he is always here. 2009 is the earliest race results I have for David Cornwallis in that particular car. So and every single year since then, he has always been here. But still taking part, whether it's the front or the back, it doesn't matter. He's still here, he still enjoys his racing, and it is always wonderful to see that very distinctive yellow and red BMW 1600 Ti. As the field now work their way through Murray's on their rolling lap. The safety car has peeled away, so it is up to the Roars from the front to lead them away. Stephen Pickering, a regular winner in that number 6 Sunbeam Tiger, alongside the Morgan, and roar they do as the Tiger takes off. The Morgan really struggled to get underway. Ray Barrow in the Camaro just looks like he's nailed to the back of Stephen Pickering. So there's lots of side-by-sides going on. I know these cars are fairly small in a number of cases, he says, looking at the number 62 Jaguar. But you've got this Hillman Imp that is actually getting alongside the Big Cat as they come up towards Wilson for the first time in anger. Again, you'll have the David and Goliath epitomised brilliantly well. Look in the middle there! An MG Midget trying to get through both the Jaguar and the Imp, and then just side by side Simon Tinkler's MGB. Superb stuff. A great exit from the Wilson hairpin for the... Oh, no, I was just about to say it was a great exit for Simon Benoit. He's then had a half spin coming down into Palmer's. So, then there was definitely impact. Who lost a little bit of their car? It was impossible to tell. The Helmet is still going on, but it has lost a lot of places.
Yeah, it has indeed. But that Sunbeam Tiger leaping and pouncing on that race start to take the race lead. And it was, a really good start then from Stephen Pickering to make his way, just take over the lead of this race now as he makes his way onwards towards Williams. As watching on as well from the mid-pack backwards as well, just to see if any trouble occurs, especially down in towards Oggies as the number 99 tries to hold back the 88. So that's Simon Benoit trying to keep behind Simon Page. The 144 also out there as Rob Roodhouse, who's taking a start at that Mini Cooper S, looks to try and make some positions early.
Number 4, John Leslie in the Reliance Sabre 6 alongside the Mini of David Morehouse. Again, you've got a big engine in the Reliance Sabre trying to do battle with the smallest of the small, the mighty. I don't even think they bother fitting brake pedals to Minis. I think they're just pointing the nose in the right direction and floor it. Let the front scrabble its way through anything, whereas everything else that's got any kind of weight to it has got to slow down a little bit more. As the stream has a look at the number 79, that is Ian and John Fraser, the dad and lad combination from Wales. They've been running that Alan Mann coloured Cortina for several years now. It's coming past us now. Stephen Pickering roars his way past with Raymond Barrow, who's roaring after him, with Martin Pratt roaring after him. So lots of deep sounding cars up front being chased by lots of screaming ones. Side by side, Canisa alongside the Tippett and Norman BMW. I think it's Claire Tippett that tends to start the white BMW, fends off the advances of Mark Canisa and gains 4th.
That is David Morehouse absolutely on a charge. He just took 2 positions through in towards Coram and then down in towards Murray's, getting a move down the inside then. So he's not hanging around in the slightest. I said he wanted to get some positions earlier on in this race. He's certainly doing that just now.
So I'll tell you who is making some moves is that Marcos. Started on the back row with David Cornwallis, is now flying his way through the oh, look at David Morehouse perfectly sliding the Mini. That's how they were built to be raced. Well, they were originally built to be small family cars. It just was realised they were absolutely stormingly good at racing and at rallying. Oh no, that's another slide at Palmer's. That's the number 4 of John Leslie, the Reliant Sabre 6. Now, the commentator curse is strong in me. They're going to ban me tonight.
Well, yeah, it might do, but John Leslie did very well to keep it out of the wall. Just stopped about 6 inches shy of that metal barrier, so managed to keep it out of there, pop it into reverse and rejoin there. But yeah, it's going to fall a little bit further down the field. Will John Leslie, though. We'll see whereabouts he does rejoin when they all sort themselves out in this race. But can you believe we've only had 4 minutes of this race?
Superb stuff. It's good here, isn't it? It's always amazing race, especially when you have so many people. There's that Fairthorpe. It is a slightly unusual. You don't see many of those. Again, with the novice cross on the back, it's a bit of an unusual chariot to learn your racing craft with. But they have done pretty well. They have developed that car. They've got the Frog Eye Sprite right on their tail of Brent Fowler, who's been, again, pedaling that car for a while. They're coming down the Bentley straight towards Brundle and Nelson. So what position are they fighting for? It is some way down the order, but it is a very, very big order that they are fighting with. So there's that bright green MGA that is right ahead of them. Again, don't see many of those still left in the one. It's a slightly, shall we say, unusual colour on that MGA. But either way, you've got several really different spec cars fighting for honours in that particular pack. As the stream is just let it. See, the camera can just hold still and just we can just admire these beautiful cars coming past them from a static angle. But we get to enjoy some wonderful racing from many different types of car.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Brent Fowler's 84, Austin Healey Frog Eye Sprite. Just the car just looks like it's loving its life out there. The way the radiator, the grille at the front is just posed at a smile. It's really nice to see as he makes his way across the line. Meanwhile, the 210, there's the 49 as well, looking to try and take position. Steve Atkinson is looking to try and go up the inside as we make our way towards Riches now to grab at least one position against the 210 then. So David Eales falls a little bit further down the order. But yeah, nice driving there from Steve Atkinson to get at least a couple of positions there.
Well, the Mini's having a go, but opted not to as the sun bathes us once more. We have a little bit of cloud cover, but nothing too ominous here in Norfolk. The 144, that's the Roodhouse. Roodhouse is in their Mini, the Mini coat they call Kermit for obvious reasons. He's going to have a go at 2. He's got the MGA. He's having a look on the inside line on the Frog Eye Sprite, but does not commit to the move just yet. There's still side by side. Oh, yes, he has. He's finished the move as they come out of Palmer's towards Agostini. He's going to have a go with the MG as well. Oh, 3 cars in as many corners. That's a superb effort for Kermit. Kermit being ridden by the Roodhouse.
You were about to say Kermit the Frog there, weren't you? You were
Kermit the Mini. The car formerly known as Noddy, because it was red and yellow in its previous colour scheme. I remember when they painted that, they said, well, what have you changed over the winter? And they said, it's colour. I mean, it's clearly a very successful formula, because that has done them brilliantly well. So it's now side by side. The MGA is side by side with the recovering John Leslie. I think the MGA is slightly outgunned by the V6 Reliant Sabre 6.
Yeah, as you say, John Leslie is trying to make his way back through the field, so he's recovering on a recovery drive as the 122 tries to find its way through. It might be the 112 actually. My eye might be trying to. Oh no, it was Eales. The 122 then. Looking to see if he can find a way past then as we make our way across the line. But there goes the number 5, Tom Peed, and that BMW looking for a move up the inside in towards Riches. Can't quite find it that time around. Perhaps just filling the mirrors there of the 122 as they make their way out of Riches up towards Wilson. In turn though, the 122 is going to try and find a position here and now, but we've got battling behind involving Steve Atkinson, because he might be under pressure here.
Crikey, I'm just watching this battle here on stream that Tom Peed is on the back of. So that's the Claire Norman and Tippett's BMW that's just ahead of them. The 122 has managed to slip through. I wonder if there's some kind of slippery surface down there, because we've seen a few people really struggle come through Palmer's, but at the moment the MG has managed to slip through. Very nicely done. So that is a challenge for 4th place. Claire Tippett usually starts that particular car. Tom Peed right on her case in the next of the BMWs.
Yep, and as they make their way through then, we'll see what can happen. Well, Pickering right now absolutely checking out of this postcode, let alone this race. 6.6 seconds right now, and 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds quicker on that lap for Stephen Pickering than the number 97 of Raymond Barrow in that Chevrolet Camaro.
So we've got a car in the pit lane. You're slightly early, Simon Page, number 88, but you are not stopping. It's a bit of a shame. The Austin Healey is away into the paddock. So our first victim of the race is now going away, as that is Tom Peed on the inside. I've just spotted Claire Norman actually in the pit lane. So that is actually that's her dad that is in the car at the moment, the number 34, Charles Tippett. He's currently in the car. So Claire has actually, we've spotted Claire racing a Cupra TCR. I mean, that's quite far removed from the 2-litre BMW 2002. Claire did have a horrid moment in Donington this year, where she actually ended up on the side in the BMW, but hasn't really slowed it down any. So Claire Norman will be taking that one over once the pit stop has taken place. The pit window is due to start in the next 20 seconds. So we'll see for those. We saw quite a few take an early pit stop in the previous race. As the stream is looking at that wonderful Camaro of Raymond Barrow, as we've just seen the Marcos just carve its way past Simon Benno and Mark Cloutman in the Imp and Austin A40 respectively. So no, it looks like Raymond Barrow doesn't have any particular playmates, as he's left Martin Pratt in his Morgan slightly further behind. But Stephen Pickering, as he tends to be in that mighty Sunbeam Tiger, is just untouchable.
Yeah, at this moment in time he is, yeah, and he looks to try and build that gap more and more, as we watch on once again with that Raymond Barrow Chevrolet Camaro. Can't take her eyes off it. I think that's fair to say, as it makes its way around. Where is the number 97 in the order? Just trying to have a peek then. Oh, 2nd place. Thank you, Chris. I was wondering. I couldn't see the 97 there, but yeah, Raymond Barrow currently 2nd place, and has got a good gap actually, 5.6 seconds to the 5.21 of Martin Pratt at that Morgan Plus 8.
He does indeed. He's dancing past some more of the traffic. On his merry way. There is our race leader for those watching on stream, the number 6 Sunbeam Tiger. The dark green colour is without challenge. There was another Sunbeam Tiger, Simon James, that was going to be taking part. Sadly had to withdraw from the event, but that car has been in Stephen Pickering's possession for a number of years. The earliest results I've seen in 2011. Numerous race wins. Even this year he's picked up 3 of them. So one at Donington, the opening round of the season, or his opening round of the season I should say. Silverstone he picked up a win, picked up a class win at Alton Park, didn't finish at Anglesey unfortunately, and also picked up the win a few weeks ago at Brands Hatch. So Stephen Pickering knows how to pedal that Tiger well.
Yeah, Stephen Pickering also setting a new fastest lap of the race, as you were speaking there, 2 minutes 16.7, which is nearly 2 seconds faster on that last lap than the number 97 of Raymond Barrow. So he's absolutely flying right now is Stephen Pickering, as that pit window has been open for a couple of minutes now, and we have one of our first drivers responding to that. It is the number 69, I believe, so that's going to be Stephen Collins in the MGB Roadster.
Does indeed. So he hops. Now he's doing a fast as you can pit stop. So now drivers can elect for this category. They can actually elect to do the fast as you can pit stop. So rather than a timed pit stop, with again some drivers that have cars that are not very easy to get in and out of, or drivers that are, shall we say, not in the first flush of youth, may struggle to get into and out of in a quick and timely and safe manner, will go for the timed option. But some drivers are confident enough to do quick as you can, but they have to elect to do it before the race begins. They can't make their mind up during the race, as the Morehouse Mini has now come in. The Collins car on its way out, the number 69 MGB. Less than a minute in the pit lane, very nicely done indeed. So for those that are opting for a quick as you can pit stop, and they have to come to a halt, engine off, belts off, door open, out you get, and then the exact same reverse. The engine cannot be started until the belts are properly done up. So all the vigilators will watch, and there's a lot of cars for them to watch. The number 42 is also coming in. That's William and Simon Fraser in their Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1. Is coming away here. When you see that smiling grill, it's difficult not to smile with it.
That's exactly what I thought. Exactly what I thought. As we see David Morehouse into the pits then performing a quick as you can stop. So the belts are currently going on. And as you said, Chris, the engine cannot be started until the driver is secure in the car. As get the belts tightened, make sure the driver is in place. And yeah, door closed, engine will then go on, and David Morehouse will then pull away and rejoin into this race, which he does make his way down the pit lane now.
That he does. So another pit stop complete. We have 15 minutes to complete their pit stops from when the pit lane is opened. So they don't all have to rush in at once. You wouldn't want all 41 cars rushing in at once. That would produce a big old headache and quite a lot of safety concerns if they did. So as the stream currently looks at the number 53 car of Roy Chamberlain, the Triumph TR250 with quite a few cars around. There's David Cornwallis in that, again, that beautiful Radio Caroline car. It's always nice. Radio Caroline still broadcasts. Broadcasting a digital manner these days rather than, I believe the history says it was originally broadcasting from a ship. But Radio Caroline still is broadcasting on the waves. But not quite its original guys. Back to this particular battle then with the number 53 Roy Chamberlain, the TR250 with the number 79 Ford Lotus Cortina of Ian and John Fraser right behind it with the BMW Alpine. Again, not a commonly seen car, the Alpine model, but right behind him, right behind the Frasers is where that BMW Alpine finds itself. That, again, the number 96 car, there's Adrian Vincent as the Alpine A4S. So a wonderful scrap there going on. More into the pit lane, quite a few cars now coming in. We see the Datsun, we see numerous cars, and I can see in the corner of my eye, you're pointing, Kieran. What have you found?
Well, there's yellow flags along the straight towards Agostini, and I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, it might be behind the tree. Might be the
we do have a very big tree right behind our commentary box.
We do have a big tree there, and I'm just trying to see what is causing the yellow flag, because it's been there for a good 30 seconds now, but I can't see anything.
That'll do it.
That will do it, yes.
That's Simon Tinkler, I think, that is on the inside line. That's on the Bentley straight. No, it isn't. That's on the run to Agostini, I beg your pardon. So we have a stranded MG out there. The stream now has a look at number 4, John Leslie. Going through his pit stop procedure. Quite a few cars in the pit lane at the moment. I see the Fairthorpe Electron. The Tunnards are now on the way out. Number 92, which driver started the number 92?
It's going to be Thomas Tunnard who takes over now. So Tom Tunnard over. So Simon started that car, solid stint, and now Tom's going to take it to the end.
Number 52 Datsun, Mike Stevenson, is also en route as the stream again looks at this great duel between. Well, it was a duel. There's also the number 69 MG in there, but Stephen Collins has pitted, so he's not arguing for position. He's drawing alongside the Ford Lotus Cortina coming down towards Brundle. See if the cameras follow us as they follow that duel, which they do. The Alpine is not far behind either, so that particular, what is now a four-way fight, as the MG still trying to work his way through alongside the Triumph. Oh, that's very close, nearly impact as they go through bomb hole. The Triumph just about manages to avoid impact there as the number 62 Jaguar is coming in. That's Tim Morant and Guy Connew, long time Jaguar races. Mark Knies is going out in the black Mini with the orange, or the Dutch racing colour. He is indeed from Holland. On the roof, several cars now going out. Claire Norman has now taken over the BMW from the father, Charles Tippett. Yeah, there's too many pit stops to go through, because as soon as they're going out, there's more coming in. As the stream is looking at John Leslie getting past Mike Stevenson down into Agostini. So once all the pit stops are done and dusted, we should have an idea of the pecking order and turn the flag forward.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a shuffling act, isn't it? Trying to keep on top of the pit stops there and making sure we keep on top of who emerges where. Some drivers electing for that minimum pit lane time. I think that might be the case for the number 42. Oh no, that's a driver change, so it will be a quick as you can stop for the number 42. That's William and Simon Fraser. There's the 62. Now that is a minimum pit lane time. You can tell that because they've got a timer in their hand. That's a big giveaway.
A bit of a clue, yes. That's Tim Moran and Guy Connew. So they have elected for. You can do a driver change in a timed pit stop. Again, if they're not confident on being able to comfortably or safely go through the quick as you can time stop. Or at least do it significantly quicker than the 90 seconds, they may opt to just run with the timed aspect. But on they go then, beautiful Castrol livery Jaguar, as the stream now has a look at Simon Benoit in the Hillman Imp. There's not many of those that we see in the Classic Sports Car Club, but Simon Benoit has been pedaling that one for a little while. He just creeps his way past the Datsun 240Z of Mike Stevenson. In a Ford Lotus Cortina. More pit lane exiters, so the 502 is in and Rob Everett, and their BMW 1502 leaves us as well. That's number 84. That is Brent Fowler, that also leads in the ever-smiling Frog Eye Sprite. Where's he going to reappear? Well, right behind Simon Benoit and Mike Stevenson, so getting involved in their argument for real estate. More cars coming in. That's Martin Pratt in the Morgan that is just leaving the way. That is, I can't tell who that is, stationary. They're just about to move. The MGA is also moving. David Eels. There's number 49. That is Stephen Atkinson in the Austin Healey Sprite. That is now on the move. The stream now picks up the NGC. Mike McBride and Matt Domin going through their driver changeover. Which one is, who started that one?
Matthew Domin started that one.
So Mike McBride takes that one over. That's his car, so he's opting to see that one to the flag. Doctor from the Channel Islands is Dr. Domin. As the stream has picked up a lovely collection of beautiful 60s machinery. Is working their way through Agostini. It's the Sabre 6 that leads this particular Congo line. Wonderful mixture of period cars that would have done battle, not necessarily all at the same time, but they're putting on a great show for us. And there's a Mini. You can't have a 60s collection without a Mini in it. And
it's impossible.
Yeah, and they done half entertain. Also, leader of the pit lane is Mark Clapman in the number 40. In his Austin A40 is number 20. He's sharing that with Carl Kilby this weekend.
Place 97 is into the pits then, so that is Raymond Barrow in the Chevrolet Camaro, opting for the fastest you can stop.
One of the few left-hand drive cars in the field, of course, this being an American-built brute, and it sounds wonderful, and crikey does he play well. There's Ray Barrow. Also see the Sunbeam Tiger of Michael Turl that is in. Nice paint job on his car. Away goes the Camaro then. Oh, just no matter where you are on circuit, you'll hear that car long before you see it. He's going to reappear right behind Tom Peed. So you've got a little Mars battle going on there. So once all the, that's currently for second, I think, or again before pit stops intervene, but that could well be a battle for second that's resuming between Ray Barrow and Tom Peed.
Yeah, and that just shows you then 40, I think it was 48.5 seconds was the stop there from Barrow, so decent pit lane time there from Barrow, so really now wants to get past Tom Peed, because what that means is there was about 50 seconds between them before the stops happened, so it would be in Barrow's best interest to see if he can find a way past Tom Peed. Peed has not stopped in this race yet. So he's still yet to make his stop in that orange and black BMW. The same scenario is said of our leader, Stephen Pickering. But we're not too far away from the pit window closing.
Good point, well made. So let's see then how the rest of the stops continue. We've still got a few to go through. The pit lane will close in a couple of minutes' time. something is making a horrendous noise.
Yes.
It's the Marcos. Again, we've got another incident another engine that does not like to go slowly. There's been a couple of them, but crikey, they're done up.
The leader's in. Leader is in. So that is Stephen Pickering now.
Yep.
Executing the fast as you can stop then. He tries to. Is he fast as you can? Yeah, they are trying to unbuckle him, aren't they? Or are they?
It doesn't look like they are.
No. So he is. It is going to be a minimum. No.
He's away again.
He is away.
Unless he's already done the driver changeover. Now, it does occasionally happen where there's a roll cage on the top of the car. So I have seen it where drivers are literally dragged from their car. I've seen that happen before for drivers that need a little bit of, or whether they need it or whether they want it or not, but they get it. They just get absolutely unceremoniously dragged from the car, and then they jump back in it to get on with it again as a few more pit stops come to conclusion. The last one we've got going on at the moment is the number 15, which is John Reggett in the light and dark blue MGB, just coming past us. Oh no, just as I say that, we've got another one coming in. Is that Tom P coming in? It is indeed. The Vargas Racing orange and black BMW now coming in just as John Reggett leaves the way. So that's everybody. I think it is. I think certainly everybody that we can see on the timing screen has seen the pit lane.
Yep, absolutely. So, yeah, everyone, as you say, in the top 30 at the least, we can see. There is Tom P then, so that's done then. Slight roll backwards. But he's away again, and will rejoin the race. We'll see what he can do then. So the 521 has already made the way through then. So that's Martin Pratt at that Morgan Plus 8. Now, he was third place before the pit stops all sorted themselves out. Tom P then, was he really behind? He is behind Mark Canisa, so he's in at least 7th place now.
But we've got a real collection of cars that are quite close together, battling for what looks like it's going to be 4th. So we'll see when they come around and complete the next lap. So the tower then updates itself, and we'll see realistically where people are in relation to others, but that's not going to stop anybody from arguing for their bit of Norfolk real estate as the stream is looking at Martin Pratt. See the unfortunate stranded car of Simon Ting. A bit of a lock up there coming into Agostini, went in a bit too deep, realised he'd gone in too deep. No ABS in these things, so yeah, that was a fair amount of Pirelli that was left on the road. Other tyre brands are available. They're actually probably Yokohamas, but yeah, fair amount of rubber left on the road after that one, but still the race continues, and for another 14 minutes until the checkered flag doth fall.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's a case of can anyone catch Pickering or no. He's up 27.2 up the road, absolutely brilliant flyer at the moment, but Barrow did set a quicker lap that last time around, 2 minute 20.3 compared to Pickering's 2 minute 21.9, so that's 1.6 seconds, but at that pace it is not quick enough to close down and have an opportunity to have a chance at the end of the race. And I'm just seeing here on our TSL that there is a penalty being applied to the Tunnards, and it looks like it's 60 seconds.
That's speeding in the pit lane by the sound of that. I did see something flash up on screen earlier regarding the Tunnards. Again, they have got to be down to pit lane speed limit before the pit lane entry line, and they can't drop that before the pit lane exit line, so they've done one of the two. They've either dropped the pit lane speed too early or they put it on too late. And that is, rules are rules. They can't argue that. Unless they can somehow show some kind of mitigating circumstance, which, unless you're shoved in, I can't imagine that was the case, as Martin Pratt comes past us with quite a few cars all around him. He's trying to dance his way past the number 15, John Reggett, and just about manages to do so. Tom Peed is bottled up behind Mark Canisa. Do they manage to sort that one out just about with the number 69 car, Stephen Collins, in his non-roofed MGB Roadster? Oh, that got very, very close between the BMW and the Mini.
And that's all for position as well.
Yes, it is. That is for fifth place, yeah, which Canisa is leading the way. So all three of those cars involved in a wonderful scrap for the last spot inside the top 5. So long may that continue. So the gap then up front is 23.6 seconds. I think Stephen Pickering just backing off now at 21.9. His previous lap at 218.4 from Ray Barrow. I mean, even at that pace, he's not likely to have enough time. Oh, side by side for Mark Canisa with the Frog Eye Sprite and Brent Fowler. So Brent is in kind of the wrong place. Simon Benoit has got a penalty on the board.
60 seconds. I've had a check on TSL.
Oh, I wonder what that was for. I didn't see that flash up on screen, actually. So not sure what that penalty is for. The only thing I can immediately think of is he's elected for time penalty and forgot and did it fast as you can, but that wouldn't be a round penalty. That would be you are short by 90 seconds by X. And so it's unlikely to be something like that. So I would think it's more likely to be speeding in the pit lane. Unfortunately, has caught somebody else out.
Yeah, I stand to reason that. I go along with that line of thinking. It sounds the most. It sounds good to me.
Are you accusing me of thinking, sir? How many
accuse,
years have you known me for?
Accuse is a strong word.
As Mike Stevenson in the Datsun is trying to stay out of the way of some quicker cars coming past him. Again, by me, there was nowhere he could go. He's doing exactly the right thing. Keep yourself predictable. Let the faster cars around you plan their own way past. There's a wonderful collection of cars here with the Triumph right at the front of this particular conga line with the Mini, the number 50 Mini, David Morehouse, that is next. Then it is the 122 midget that is having a look. Again, the Triumph up front is just trying to run off, but John Leslie's in there, and then you've got Mark Canisa and Tom Peed. We know they're fighting for position, not with the cars immediately ahead of them, and that's not going to stop them having a good old scrap nonetheless. Oh, the Mini had to go straight to that defensive line coming up towards Wilson, but now has got a lot of back markers to contend with. This is not ever what a dueling pair want, or any kind of argument on track. They don't need back markers getting involved, but that is what they've got, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, sometimes that little bit of lappery can help you, and sometimes it can hinder you, but you've all got the same bit of traffic. You've all got to try and deal with it, but yeah, it might have a say in who might be claiming that 5th place spot right now. It's pretty much inseparable, but of course these are bits of lappery that are also trying to battle away for their own positions as well, so they don't really want to give up track space if they can get the position themselves.
Absolutely so, and sometimes they're so focused on their own battle they don't see the blue flags or the encroaching cars upon them. As coming through the pit lane is Mark Cloutman. So why is the number 20 come through the pit lane, I wonder? So it's either Mark Cloutman or Carl Kilby, unless he's serving a penalty, because it didn't look like he stopped. He just drove straight through the pit lane, which is slightly unusual. But Mark Canisa has worked his way past the number 50 Mini of David Morehouse. Tom Peed needs to do the same if he is going to have an opportunity to attack for that 5th position.
Well, I'm just having a look at the timings there. The 20 was in the pit lane for nearly 7 minutes on that occasion, so it might have been the case. Oh, there's the 42.
Oh, hello. That's an alternate route.
That's William Fraser, I believe.
It is indeed. So he's gone in too hot. Yeah, he's very stranded there. He's gone in too hot into Brundle. Has essentially bypassed Nelson, but done the right thing, just waited for an opportunity to rejoin the track in a safe manner, and has now gotten going.
And that is what you have to do. If you miss the breaking point, you miss Brundle, you have to go straight on. But the escape road is pretty much a 90 left at that point, so it is slower to take it that long. And then it's a 90 right to rejoin onto the circuit. So you do become, it does cost you time to run off at that part, but yeah, it did the right thing and took the escape road.
Peed is now ahead of Canisa as they come past us. With just over 8 minutes on the clock, the BMW has worked his way past the Mini. And what was the lap time difference on that occasion between those two? It was a 2:21.7 for Tom Peed and a 2:23.6 for Mark Canisa. So it could have been slightly wrong-footed by the traffic there. As the stream now has a look at number 6, our race leader, Tom Pickering, as into the bit again is the number 42. That is the spinning Austin Healey Sprite, and that's straight to the paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, so that excursion, that's a little bit more added to the storyline there, isn't it? There's a little bit more to that chapter than just a mistake. So Yeah, unfortunately the 42 is not going to see the end of this race. William Fraser has brought that straight back into the paddock area, so that is a retirement there for the 42 with just over 7 minutes on the clock. And across the line then is Stephen Pickering, who is leading, well, at the last time of asking, by just over 27 seconds. He's looking comfortable right now at this point. 14 laps completed. We're on the 15th lap worth of running here for the Adam and Page swinging 60s. There's still plenty to be decided. Tom Peed has got himself ahead of Mark Canisa for that battle for 5th place. The gap at the line last time round was 1 second, so definitely worth an eye to keep on. And if Mark Canisa can find a way back past, but we know Tom Peed has really got the fire underneath him there. Absolutely got the pace on as well to pull away. 2:21.7 from him last time around compared to Mark Canisa's 2:23.6. So Tom Peed's got the pace. He now has the fresh air. What can he do with it?
That is the question, isn't it? Can he pull away, or will Mark Canisa close him back down as the stream continues to watch a very lonely race from our race leader? Sunbeam Tiger as yet being completely faultless for Stephen Pickering. We've seen him involved in some fabulous battles in the past. He knows the top step of the podium well. There's Stephen Pickering. He's had a pretty good year with the car overall this year. Barrow, he's a bit distant now, 24 seconds just over. As the stream is having a look at David Rose, is it? No, that's a chance. Oh, big lockup there. Oh, is that? No, that's not a lockup. That's a problem for the number 69. That's Stephen Collins. That's a lot of smoke. That's not brakes. That is something that's somewhat more terminal. Engine innards becoming externals. So very, very smoky exit for the MGB. What a shame from, well within the top 10. That is the end of the race for Stephen Collins.
Yeah, sad to see the car expire with just over 5 minutes to go, but yeah, it expired at pretty much the best place possible, really, and he's pulled it straight into the garage there. So, yeah, a bit of work to be done there. So none of this going into the paddock, it's just straight into the garage. See if the team can work on anything to keep it okay. But yeah, that looks significantly like the end of the race.
Hopefully he hasn't left any fluid or some such. Stephen Pickering looked like he went through Murray's okay. So if whatever malady has hit the number 69, it's hopefully hasn't deposited everything on track. Everybody else is running well at the moment. The number 49 car, Stephen Atkinson, is showing is missing. No, a big one, the number 34, BMW, Claire Tippett, is showing as missing. I beg your pardon, 49 showing as inputs is Stephen Atkinson. But what has happened to the BMW of Claire Norton? That is a good question. On the cameras, we have no answer. So that could potentially have been retired a little while ago. It is outside of camera range, at least. That's a bit of a shame for them. That usually is a top 5 contender. But not to be today. There's a little bit more attrition than we usually see in swinging 60s. But still, see how the rest of the battles unfold.
Absolutely, and looking at some battles here, we've got the battle for, I believe that is 5th place, because Tom Peed hasn't managed to shake off Mark Canisa from the timing screens. We'll see as he makes his way across the line. No, that is exactly the case, making their way across the centre straight then. And of course this bit of lappery might have something to do with it. Tom Peed able to try and get up the inside here of at least one car, and both pieces of lappery, whilst Mark Canisa has to try and find his way through the gap. So this battle for P5 between Tom Peed and Mark Canisa is not over, not by a long shot. We know Mark Canisa behind the wheel of that Mini can really pull out some lap times if he's chasing someone down. So he needs the last 3 minutes to sort of be in quali mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the number 30, Marcos 3 litre of Ben Goffney and Daniels is right with him as well. So that is a 3-car argument going on. So there's the BMW we see in shot, there's the Mini, and somewhere, certainly over the line, was the Marcos. So they could, it does look like it's a duel at the moment, unless the Marcos has already worked his way past. can't quite see on the camera. No, that's not a Marcos. But the BMW and the Mini still very much squaring off with one another. Tom P, the Vargas Racing orange and black BMW, fending off the advances of Mark Canita, the black and orange Mini right behind. Maybe that's Jaffa Cake flavor. You saw the Jaffa Cake Mazda in the previous race. Maybe there's something to be read into that.
Absolutely, orange and black versus black and orange. It's a really good battle to watch on from in the closing stages of this race, and that's the 144 Mini off the road slightly there, covered by yellow flags. So that's Francesca Roodhouse, who's had a bit of a moment there. That's out of Coram. Is it out of Coram? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. It's just so she's gone a little bit too deep in with Kermit the car. Still going though. So it was a bit of a mistake, one a little bit too wide going through Coram, it looks like. Perhaps the tail just let go and as she's caught it, obviously the corner will continue, and getting back on circuit can cost you quite a while, but still continuing nonetheless. Less than a minute and a half on the clock as our race leader is just coming onto the Bentley straight now. We'll see then whether he beats the flag. I think I'm going to get ready into position.
Sounds like a plan. Well, Stephen Pickering then onwards and upwards for him. He's sort of backed off in the last couple of laps here just to make sure he gets this car to the end. That's all he needs to do from this position. As last lap time's 2 minute 20.4 compared to Barrow's 2 minute 19.9 behind. The gap is still 22 seconds flat. As Pickering now makes his way through the bomb hole here, and he'll now size up through Coram and then make his way through in towards Murray's. Will he try here, I wonder, to see if the checker flag will fall before he gets there? Or he might actually want one more lap. He might say, no, give me the last lap, I've earned it, I want it. As he makes his way through then in towards the final corner then at Murray's. He'll get the power on, he will beat, I think, the checker flag at the very least. Second place just making his way through the bomb hole, as we have Stephen Pickering then starting the final lap of this race then with 8 seconds to spare, and he'll make his way through in towards Ritchie's and make his way on this final time. Second place, number 97 there of Raymond Barrow, through in towards the final corner now as he gets the power down. And then third place we have the 521 machine of Martin Pratt, and that Morgan +8, and the Morgan there about 6 seconds clear of anybody else. So Martin Pratt looking to just round off those podium places at this time as Barrow comes across the line with a 2 minute 25. So he must have got caught in a bit of traffic there, did the number 97, and Raymond Barrow might have just lost a bit of time due to that. So now the gap's up to 26.5 seconds when they made it to the line. Stephen Pickering not taking any risks at this point, doesn't need to at this stage of the race as he makes his way out of Agostini with a bit of lappery to contend with. Got one more as they make their way through in towards Hamilton. Before then, Stephen Pickering will size up Oggies for the final time in this race as he rounds his way through. I think that's the number 74 then of Nigel and Rob Gray. That is, yes, that is the MGB Roadster then. So that is Stephen Pickering making his way now on towards the Bentley straight then. 26.5 seconds clear ahead of him. Meanwhile, Martin Pratt has crossed the line then and just set a new personal best lap time, 2 minute 19.816, and that was quicker than the two cars ahead of him. Unfortunately for him, he's 56 seconds behind the number 97 of Raymond Barrow. So obviously just putting in some good lap times towards the end of this race just to extract as much as he can from the car. He knows there's not many laps to run in this race then. As we see then Pickering just making his way through now in towards Coram for this final time then, and not long before he sizes up Murray's, and I'm sure he'll try and get that little bit of lappery towards the end there if he can, but he'll now make his way back onto the power out of Murray's and looking to take the checkered flag here for the Swinging 60 series. And across the line he goes. Stephen Pickering takes the race victory then here for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. and it was a really great win. Had the fastest lap of the race as well, a 2-minute 15.476. Here's our second place driver, Raymond Barrow, making his way out of Murray's now, as that's a poorly mini of Mark Canisa. In fact, there's a front right tyre that's hanging off the car, so not great for Mark Canisa. He pulls off to the right-hand side just after the start-finish line. Second place across the line then is 97, Raymond Barrow, who takes the second spot on the podium. 24.7 second gap it was at the end of the race. And now we just await our third place driver, which is the 521 of Martin Pratt. 99 across the line then to take the checkered flag. That's Simon Benoit. Of course, a 60-second penalty added to the end of his race, just for good measure, we believe, for a pit stop infringement. Most likely going to be speeding in the pit lane. But we see now the 521 making its way through in towards the final corner. Martin Pratt in that Morgan +8, setting a personal best on that last lap around. Does he have more in the car, more in him to pull out another personal best to make it 2 in a row? He'll make his way up towards the line now to take the checker flag, and third place going to the 521 of Martin Pratt. No personal best lap time this time around. We just await to see the 122, there it is, of Paul Eels across the line then in the MGB Roadster to take fourth place. Tom P does take fifth place across the line. Mark Canisa obviously running into a bit of trouble towards the end of the race with a front right tyre that is just about attached to the car. The wheel looks like it's okay, it's just the tyre itself, unfortunately, for Mark Canisa, but he's pulled off to the right-hand side of the track at the very least. And we'll just await now for a couple more cars to make their way across the line. Then Canisa still classed as 7th place. 6th place then goes the way of Ben Goff and Ian Daniels, and that Marcus 3-litre GT. 8th place goes the way of the 144, so that's Rob and Francesca Roodhouse, and then Mini Cooper S. 9th place goes the way of the number 62, Tim Morant and Guy Conyu in the Jaguar XJ6 Series 1 Daimler. And then rounding off the top 10 is going to be the number 99. Even with that penalty, I believe Simon Benoit is going to take that. That might change in the coming moments then, as race winner there, Stephen Pickering, just de-kitting, de-booting, and I'm sure having a little bit of a debrief towards the end of that one. And I'm sure he's going to be met by our very own Chris Buxton. I think they're just organising, seeing if they can get the top 3 machines down there to have a chat too. So in that case, we are just waiting now for the 521 of Martin Pratt. And Martin Pratt is being pulled off to the side then. But a big congratulations then to Stephen Pickering, winning by 27 odd seconds at the end of the race then, as he'll surely greet there. But I think we're just about ready to hand down to Chris Buxton, who's ready to have a chat, I'm sure, to our top 3. Chris, it's down to you.
I've got 2 of them, as Martin Pratt actually needs to ready himself for the next race. So the 521 Morgan is heading back into the paddock, but we do have Stephen Pickering and Ray Barrow that have gathered in the holding area here with the mighty V8s that they have entertained us with. Let's have a chat with our second place car to start with. Ray Barrow, well done, good sir.
Thank you.
Must be quite pleased with that.
Yes, the Tiger in qualifying was quite a bit faster than me, so I didn't really think I had much of a chance of catching him, unless there was some kind of mistake. But he seemed to pull out after a couple of laps, and I couldn't do anything about it. The Morgan behind me, I managed to pull a bit of a gap on him, and that was that. So the rest of the race was relatively uneventful.
Does Snetterton work quite well for what is, well, let's put it differently, quite a large beast that you handle well?
The 200 circuit would suit it much more, but the infield really is a big equaliser with the smaller cars. Although Snetterton has got these 2 long straights, the infield really, they struggle with the infield.
So it looked absolutely flawless. Is there anything kind of you prepare for when you enter a race like this, or is it just a case of let's go, right foot down?
Make sure the tyres are pumped up and it's got some petrol in it, and that's about it.
Well done, good sir. Congratulations on a wonderful, well-earned podium. Looks like the Jaguars are just coming past us into the holding area. And we see a familiar face up top again. Stephen Pickering, good job, good sir, well done. Another fine win with your wonderful beast.
Yeah, it all came together, what can I say? No dramas, everything's just running super smooth at the moment. So, yeah, no, it was, yeah, good.
Yeah, I mean, we've enjoyed some wonderful duels you've had with various cars over the years, but today a little bit lonely. How long have you had the Tiger for now?
Since 2004, I think, yeah. So, yeah, 20 years, yeah.
A good way to celebrate the double decade then with the car. So, I mean, I guess there's nothing you change. It's a winning formula for you, so I guess any particular plan to change anything, or just keep running it until it gives up?
Oh, there's always bits and pieces. There's always continuous improvements and whatnot, and you know, little bits here and there. It's hard on the brakes, as you can imagine. So we're always trying to get longevity out the brakes. So at the moment we've got 40 minutes, which is all we need. But it is a rebuild after most race. So yeah, more work on the brakes.
A fine win, well done and very well deserved. Thank you very much, Stephen Pickering. As we will hand back up to Kieran McGinley to introduce the next race.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it's our next race then, which is the Morgan Challenge. And the Morgan Challenge themselves have two races today. Their first race, well, both of them being 20 minutes. The first race, I've got the grid right in front of me, our fifth race of the day. It lines up a little bit like this. On the front row, it's number 75, William Pratt, alongside his number 66, Andrew Thompson. Row 2 is number 99, Louis Ruff, and 89, John Emberson. Row 3, which is probably why he had to exit stage right, 521 of Martin Pratt. Alongside is the number 661, Gail Hill. Row 4 is number 182, Andrew Long, and number 95, Will Bibb. Row 5 is 142, Peter Cole, and 88, Jim Mountain. Row 6 is 54, Philip Sinclair Tisdale, and alongside is 55, Simon Sherry. Row 7 is number 12, Sam Garland, and 46, Greg Parnell. Row 8 is number 15, John Milbank, and 53, Kathy Sherry. Row 9 is 71, Kelvin Laidlaw, and 666, John Richards. Row 10 is number 19, 19, Nigel Stuckey, and 120, Tony Kilby. And all on their own on row 11, number 22, James Sumner. Although James Sumner didn't set a lap time in qualifying, he unfortunately found the wall on the exit of Williams and hit the wall on the front end. We haven't seen, well, the last I saw that car was at the end of the qualifying when it was towed on the back of the flatbed away and further into the paddock area. So we'll keep an eye and see if James Sumner does get to the start of the grid then. Meanwhile, we're just watching Mark Canisa. His Mini recovering with a front right tyre issue, it looked like anyway, as he made his way across the line. The unmistakable vibrations of lack of air in the tyre. If you know that sound, if you know that vibration, it is a horrible feeling. But Canisa made it to the start-finish line, finished the race, and then pulled off exit stage right, just past the pit lane exit. So that car is just being recovered on a flatbed right now, and once Mark Canisa's Mini has been got to a safe location, we can bring out the Morgans for the first of two races. Morgan Challenge then, two 20-minute races. We have a front row of William Pratt and Andrew Thompson. That explains why Martin Pratt had to quickly leave you, because he's in this next race.
Yes, there were several gesticulations of would love to stay, but yes, he was needed for race preparation for this coming event, which, as I said, it starts slightly delayed by Mark Canisa. Not able to take his Mini any further, but we will get going as soon as we can. So first of two races, as is common for the Morgan Challenge. So yeah, James Sumner was slightly unfortunate in the number 22, the Morgan 4-4. Had an argument with the wall. The wall does tend to win those kinds of arguments. I also last saw it on the back of the low loader, so we'll have to wait and see when they leave the holding area if he's able to partake in today's festivities. But Who are we looking for? Well, the Pratt family do pedal their Morgans very, very well indeed. So we'll have to see if they're able to stay up front and centre, so to speak. Louis Ruff is a slightly lesser known, in that Morgan Plus 4 Turbo at least. Was fourth, was second in class, was fourth at Alton Park, but didn't finish, sadly, in Brands a few weeks ago. So we'll see if he's able to improve his fortunes this time around. John Emberson tends to do well in his Plus 4 Baby Doll, the number 89 car. William Pratt, as mentioned, the number 75 Plus 4. Again, a regular front runner. Andrew Thompson in his Plus 6, and the number 66 car. Long-time Morgan racer, is somewhat keen to continue his winning way. He won both races at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. So he'll, of course, be looking to maintain his winning way. So we've just had notification the race start is delayed. So there is another recovery vehicle in the pit lane area for reasons as yet unknown. Whether it is, I can't actually see from here whether it's dropping a car off, and looking on stream we can't see either. For those watching on stream, you can actually see us. We're at the centre of the shot, right at the top.
Oh, look, it breaks the immersion on here.
But we can't actually see the back of the recovery truck, so whether there is actually something on it, I'm not 100% certain. Without going have a look, so we are going to have a bit of a delayed start in this event. The one slight unknown is number 12, Sam Garland, the plus 8. So we'll see if he is able to perform at this point in time. So again, Mark Canise's car, that's, you've got to feel sorry for anybody that has to kind of go through that recovery process. It's rather unavoidable. Everybody can see it, unfortunately, so we do feel very sorry for Mark Canise, who's did very, very well to be battling inside the top 5 pretty much all race long. But, safety first. We do have to have any stranded vehicles must be recovered for obvious safety reasons. It's the Mini now on the back of the flatbed. The main thing is that all drivers are unhurt, because they do have to strap the car down. They have had to put some of the quick dry powder down in the pit lane area. The trail actually leads into a garage. So someone's deposited a lot down there.
I think it's David Morehouse, the number 50. Because I saw a door open that said 50, so that's my guess.
Well, the Mauve Mini is on the back of the recovery truck. We can't actually tell.
That's why we couldn't see it.
Because it's so small. Yeah, there we go. Well, I'm surprised he doesn't just put it in his pocket and walk back in the paddock with it.
It was so easy, wouldn't
it? If only it were. If only it were.
We've got 2 races then for the Morgans, as you've already said, Chris. As you've already had a check and had a look at some of the drivers there. I do hope we see James Sumner, but at the front of that, in front of his Morgan 4-4, said a rather different story. Speaking of which, though, we do have our Morgans making our way out onto the grid. So, again, they will be making their way through now, straight onto their green flag lap, out of the assembly area. William Pratt in that blue number 75, alongside the number 66 of Andrew Thompson. So, they're making their way now down towards Rich's. Then 21 cars were due to take this start, but we'll have to see if James Sumner joins onto the back of this pack. Still 20 Morgans that get to go racing for 20 minutes.
And you also get a real eclectic mixture. Even though it might seem a single spec series, there are various different types of Morgans. You've got the 4-4, you've got the lightweight roadster, you've got an Aero 8, there's a plus 4 club sport, there's the plus 8 as mentioned, various different body styles, real wild difference of displacement. There's 2 litres out there, there's 4.6 I think is one of the, yes, the Greg Parnell and the Morgan Aero 8 is a 4.6 litre car. So the Morgans are separated into one thing we haven't really had much of a chance to mention is how each of our categories are divided. So the Morgans are divided by power to weight ratio. So class 0 is for those that haven't been put on the rolling road to see what the power, proper power output is, and then it is class 1 through to 5. 5 being more your lower end, the ones being the real heavy hitters, That is broadly how the Morgans are separated. And again, you do have the interclass battles, but everyone's always gunning for the top spot that they can potentially get. So we'll see how our drivers do as the field just working their way through Hamilton now. And the question we have, do we have a bright yellow 4-4 on the back of number 22, James Sumner?
I didn't see it leave, so I saw Tony Kilby leave in the 1-2-0, and no other car followed it. So I'm sad to say that it's James Sumner is probably not going to make it into this race. But yeah, after the incident in qualifying, where you said it had the argument with the wall outside of Williams there on the right-hand side, and as you quite rightly said, normally the wall wins those kind of arguments, and unfortunately I don't think there is a James Sumner tagged onto the back of this pack. I'm willing to be proven wrong if that is the case, but we'll see Tony Kilby at the back there, but no yellow Morgan at the back. So Tony Kilby will be starting 20th, still 20 Morgans to take us through the next 20 minutes. And for the Morgans, they get 2 bites at the cherry of races. They get the 5th race, which is now, and the final race of today, as they're just making their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson.
Yes, races 5 and 9 for the weekend calendar, as the safety car now leads them through Nelson. Safety car lights extinguished, so we will be getting underway once the field have been released on this way around. You can see the sun is beginning to re-emerge from some of the cloud cover we have here in Snetterton this afternoon. Rain has stayed away, certainly in recent days. The weather has been absolutely horrendous, but today though we have been blessed with, albeit chilly starts, but it was a glorious sunny day, and the weather has behaved itself for the most part. I don't mind a bit of rain, but not when I'm in it.
Yes, well, that will be the case. The safety car, though, going through a little bit of treatment through Coram.
Safety car is not breaking down.
No,
it's going through the quick dry powder.
Yes, absolutely. So a bit of treatment there. So we'll probably see a plume of dust on the first couple of laps for these Morgans as they make their way through towards Coram. But our safety car will be heading out of Murray's and exiting stage right into the pit lane entrance. Our top 2 then will have to hold formation then as they make their way around Murray's. When the red lights extinguish, we will be able to go racing for the first time for the Morgan Challenge.
Indeed, so both 20-minute races, no pit stops in the middle. It is just 20 minutes of flat-out action for the Morgan Challenge. So who is going to come out on top as they come towards us now? Anxious moments, wait for it, and away we go. We are racing for the 5th time of asking. I'll tell you who's had a good start. It is from the 2nd row, but everybody is kind of behaving themselves. Whoa, that is close. James was 2nd then, is as rough in the number 99. That Turbo +4 has come good and has managed to dislodge Andrew Thompson from that 2nd place. No, Andrew Thompson's actually up into the lead. I do beg your pardon. It's Will Pratt, I think, that's fallen down a couple of spots. There is Martin Pratt, who we've just been seeing in the swinging 60s. That's why he was in a hurry to get back to the paddock to refuel, change tyres if he felt they needed to, but he's having to go for the lead. Is Rough, is he side by side? Couldn't quite tell from the camera angle. He is side by side coming down to the back of Steeny. Andrew Thompson's going to have to work harder defending this one. No, he lets Will Rough through. We have a change for the lead.
Yeah, great battling here as Louis Ruff shows what he's made of here as we make our way through in towards Hamilton. He had to start from the 2nd row from 3rd place as he makes his way now down in towards Oggies then. For the first time of asking. Top 4 have started to break away from the rest of the field then, as I think that's the 89 as well of John Emberson, who's just onto the back of this pack then. But Louis Ruff leads the way then as they make their way out of Brundle. Challenge for 2nd place though here against, for William Pratt. He's trying to draw himself alongside the 66 here as they make their way down the Bentley straight. Andrew Thompson doesn't really have a defence for it, and breezing past goes the 75 of William Pratt there.
Yeah, absolutely. So there wasn't an awful lot that Andrew Thompson could do there. Lots of side-by-sides coming down into Brundle for the first time in anger. So sort yourselves out, and they do manage to do so as the camera is picking up number 46, Greg Parnell, in the Aero 8, so that quite distinctive body. It's quite different to the rest of the Morgans, a bit more of a contemporary look. Upon him, has he got a bit of a problem? Oh, no, that's a lot of dust that's been kicked up from the quick dry powder. It was almost the last place you wanted it. It's Gorham, a long sweeping right-hander. But that Aero 8 does seem to be falling a bit. It's managing to get up to pace. So coming past us for the first time, Ruff from Pratt, from Thompson, your top three.
Yeah, and Emberson's not too far behind either. Then 5th place across the line then is the number 661, so that's Gail Hill, who moves up now into 5th place. And then, of course, it's the number 521 then, Martin Pratt, in 6th place. As it's all a bit single file just behind them, almost like it's ready to boil over, but it's not quite there yet.
As the stream image just picks up Phil Sinclair, Tisdall, again a very seasoned Morgan racer. Whoa, that was very deep there for 88 Jim Mountain. Usually has a spare wheel on the back. That's weirdly vacant on his car. Oh, he had a look coming down toward Palmer. Does not commit to the move. We've seen a few slippery moments for drivers coming down into that corner, but the top two at the moment is still Pratt from Ruff. As again, Will Pratt has a look on the inside line coming through Hamilton. Does not commit to it. The 99, the turbo +4 is fending off the advances so far of William Pratt in his naturally aspirated +4.
Yeah, William Pratt thinking about a move down the inside there of Louis Ruff. Yeah, the door was always closing, and he knew that really, as they now make their way out of Williams, now on towards the Bentley Straight, and this is probably where William Pratt is going to close in at a significant race of knots against Louis Ruff. Then he moves to the right-hand side of the track then as they make their way towards Brundle and Nelson here. He'll have to go the long way round if he wants this move, will William Pratt. Louis Ruff just able to keep a hold of the lead then, as the top two have well and truly broken away from the rest of the pack. But it's now a case here for William Pratt. Can he find this way past Louis Ruff as we make our way through in towards Coram now? Again, William Pratt still all over the back of Louis Ruff. Through in towards Coram we go. Is he perhaps sizing up a potential move here coming into the final corner? Not this time, but he opts to try and take a wider entry to get a better run out of the final corner. That's exactly what he's got. He's able to draw himself at least alongside, and looks like he's got himself ahead across the start finish line. Louis Ruff still on the inside as we make our way towards Riches there. Looks like Louis Ruff wants to be later on the brakes through in towards Riches, but no, round the outside goes William Pratt, who takes over the lead of the race.
Good move. That was determined there from Will Pratt. He was not willing to let the newcomer, so to speak, comparative newcomer of Will Ruff, to run off into the distance. So it's 2 by 2 at the moment. It's Pratt from Ruff, Thompson from Emberson are very close together. So Andrew Thompson has fallen into the clutches of John Emberson a little bit for battle for 3rd place. As the rest of the field kind of minding their own business at the moment. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll stay that way, as other battles will develop as the race goes on. But the top 4 still poised in their own battles. Will Pratt now trying to get some distance between himself and Louis Ruff, but we'll see if he's able to do so. Louis Ruff just needs to kind of bide his time, which is very easy for me to say, but very different thing. When you've been in the lead of the race, it's very easy to kind of push too hard, overdrive if that lead has been changed, and you want to try and do something about it. The respect track limits reminder is on the gantry once again, so the official feeling the need to remind drivers for that, as the stream now has a look at John Emberson in his blue number 89 in his +4 baby doll. Was previously green, but that's been changed, so we will see then if he is able to do anything about Andy Thompson ahead.
Absolutely, yeah. So Louis Ruff, though, has dropped a little bit of time here because William Pratt has charged away here through in towards Coram then, and now he'll make his way towards Murray. It's a bit of a tricky braking zone, this, because you're trying to scrub off the speed as you make your way down in towards Murray's here. It's very easy to lock a brake, as we've already seen. Battle for 3rd place shaping up as well between the 66 of Thompson and the 89 line of Emberson as they make their way out of the final corner. But William Pratt, no surprise here, pretty much lapping as the fastest driver out on track. 2 minute 10.1 was the fastest for Will Pratt. On that last lap, 2 minute 10.3. He is 1.4 seconds quicker than Louis Ruff behind him.
So then, let's see how that progresses. As again, the camera's looking at a great three-way fight just coming past us here. And we'll see then how that transpires. Oh, very, very close again. Very different specifications of Morgan's. We'll see how well they are able to do. That's Jim Mountain that the stream has picked up on the back of this particular line. So this is a battle for 7th that is going on between the 182, which is Andrew Long in his +8. Then right ahead of Jim Mountain is the number 95 car, Will Bibb, in his +4 Club Sports. So I would say very different specification of Morgan, but still giving us some brilliant racing.
Yeah, really is, as the 95 is having to hold back here. Will Bibb is having to have a great battle here for what is 8th place on the road against Jim Mountain in the 88 as they make their way down in towards Agostini and getting back onto the power now. He's got a Mountain to hold behind him, but he's doing a good job of it so far.
You couldn't help it, could you? Couldn't help it. Oh, goodness me. But then, right behind Jim Mountain, there's actually a battle as well for 10th, it looks like. Sinclair, Tisdall and Cole. So the number 54 car and the 142 cars are fairly close together. So you've got these small battles that are developing. Doesn't look like Will Pratt, though, has got the bit between his teeth. First car into the sub 211s, looking at the timing board. Jim Mountain trying to do what he can against the two ahead of him. So we'll see then if he's able to close in. But that gap just getting a bit too difficult to deal with at the moment, as his immediate quarry, which is Will Bibb, has now closed back in on the number 182 car of Andrew Long. So that battle for 7th. Oh, is that a little bit too deep for Long? It is. It got too long into the corner. I'll get there before you. So that's going to allow a side-by-side coming into Coram between Long and Bibbs. Who's going to win out on this one? It is the 90, I think it's 95, yeah. So Will Bibb has managed to usurp Andrew Long. That's for 7th.
Yeah, good battling there. Brave to go side by side through towards Coram, but breezing past goes the 182. So that hard work has been undone by Andrew Long. So yes, he went long into the corner, but down the long straight, he's able to get the position back.
Yeah, so the raw grunt of Andrew Long's car has put him back up ahead. We'll see how long he's able to stay there for. And then, as mentioned before, Philip Sinclair Tisdall feels like he's trying to close in a bit on the battle ahead of him. So he did a 2:18, did Sinclair Tisdall. Good couple of seconds quicker than Jim Mountain. So yeah, it looks like he's closing in whilst the trio ahead of him fight. He's looking to try and make that particular argument a quartet.
That'd be good to see, wouldn't it, as we see the battling making their way down in towards Agostini here, and it's still Andrew Long still ahead right now as they make their way onwards through the corners out of Agostini and battling away for 7th place. 3 cars making their way through in towards Hamilton before they size up Oggies there. Long running a little bit wide through on the exit there of Hamilton, but he's able to keep it all together. But that is just putting the carrot right in front of the 95 of Will Bibb, who sends it up the inside of Oggies and takes over 7th place as they make their way through in towards the Williams and the Bentley straight. Also trying to take full advantage as well is Jim Mountain, but look at the speed. That's speed from Andrew Long to just power himself back past. And I have a feeling if you're Will Bibb, he's just worked so hard to get that position, and it's just breezes past him like he's standing still.
Yes, the corners where Will Bibb has the advantage, but he's not proving a big enough advantage to overcome what looks like a huge power deficit between the two cars. But again, has a bit of a sniff on the inside coming up towards Coram, does not commit to that. As the three of them still together, Sinclair Tisdall not far behind to try and make this argument for 7th position a quartet. You'll see in the screenshot there is Philip Sinclair Tisdall that is really closing in on the back of Jim Mountain now. So now is an opportunity then for Andrew Long to try and stretch his legs. The +8 starts to roar away, but doesn't roar very far. There's also Sinclair Tisdall, as mentioned, he's closing in on the back of that group. So can they do anything about it? Well, they've been trying to do something about it all race long. Philip Sinclair Tisdall is loving the fact that the three ahead of him are fighting so hard. That's brought him right into contention.
Yeah, that will help immensely, won't it? You want the others to squabble in front of you so that you can latch on to the end and say, I'm part of this battle now. But still, it is Andrew Long leading that 7th place battle. Behind him are the likes of Will Bibb, Jim Mountain, and now you say it's the 54 of Philip Sinclair Tisdale who fancies his chances of maybe picking up the piece with 7.5 minutes left to run.
Yeah, still plenty of time for this battle to unfold, so let's see if adding a 4th to this particular Conga 9 changes its dynamic any. Philip Sinclair Tisdall closing in a good couple of seconds a lap all the way through the race. But we'll see if now that he's caught it, let's see if he can actually get involved in it, as the stream now has a look at our race leader, Will Pratt, the number 75 Morgan +4. Now very clear challenge. He's gotten into the 209s last time. Does he beat that again as they come over the line? Well, he does beat it. Still 209.484 for our race leader. So absolutely screaming away into the distance. 5.474 seconds between himself and Louis Ruff. With this quartet, it's getting very lively. He's on the inside line of Jim Mountain. Well, sorry, defending the inside line against Jim Mountain is indeed Will Bibb, but Philip Sinclair Tisdall is now looking very much to get involved. Let's see what Jim Mountain has to do to try and keep the ever-present Sinclair Tisdall behind.
Great 4-car battle now for 7th place as we watch on 521. That's Martin Pratt, who's in 6th place at the moment and a little bit in a pocket of air right now. As is he trying to close in? Is he closing in on the car ahead of him? No, not quite. He lost about 3/10 on that last lap, but here comes our 4-car battle here for 7th place, and it's headed right now by Andrew Long because he's using that power underneath him to great effect. Jim Mountain here looking for an outside move on Will Bibb, then heading our way in towards Riches now. Can he keep it? Can he hook it right round the outside and take that position? Yes, he can. Through and towards Riches he goes, but Will Bibb is not going to take that lying down. He's certainly going to have a look for a move down the inside, but so is Sinclair Tisdale, who sees Will Bibb take a move down the inside, backs out of it, and that allows Will Bibb to get down the inside of Jim Mountain. Thought he had the move done, but he doesn't get the great exit he wanted out of Wilson as they head their way down towards Palmer. It's now Jim Mountain who's back ahead into 8th.
And Peter Cole's closing in on them as well, so whilst that's allowing Andrew Long to try and stretch his legs and get away from them, it's still a quartet, because now the yellow Morgan behind of the big lock up there from the number 95 of Will Bibb coming down to Agostini, but no harm, no foul on that occasion. So we're still locked in this 4-way fight. Are we going to go side by side into Hamilton? No, not quite, just about. It was very, very close. They're all getting very fidgety, but the one that's going to benefit from that is Andrew Long. But in saying that, Jim Mountain is now attached himself to the back of Andrew Long's car, so Andrew Long has not been able to dance off into the distance. That +8 is still very much in the mixture. He's gone a bit deep on the exit of Wilson, on the exit of Williams, I beg your pardon, but the +8 should be able to tell. Now Mountain's in trouble. He's under pressure from Bibb, and also Sinclair Tisdall's having a lurk on the inside line coming out towards Brundle. How is this going to shape out? Jim Mountain's lost 2 positions in as many corners.
Yeah, 2 positions in one fell swoop there for Jim Mountain, but just shows you this swapping of positions is going to happen for this rest of the race, I think, in this battle for 7th place. That's now a quintet, because as you said, the number 142 there of Peter Cole has now joined onto the battle as it's headed at the moment here by the number 142 of Peter Cole. He makes his way down in towards Murray's then to get back onto the power, and making his way now onwards towards the centre straight. This is where we will probably see Andrew Long just break away with the power he's got underneath him, able to break away. How about this though, because Sinclair Tisdale is closing now on the position ahead of him. Will Bibb will try and defend the inside line. Sinclair Tisdale will try around the outside, but no way through, and that right round the outside is Jim Mountain, as that's the 142 of Peter Cole. Tried to move down the inside, didn't quite work. Sinclair Tisdale now looking for a move again on the inside of Will Bibb, but no way through this time around. Jim Mountain might not get the greatest exit, and that causes a bit of an accordion effect. But that is Sinclair Tisdale once again looking right round the outside, going in through Wilson here. As they get back onto the power though, it looks like that's Will Bibb who's just about held station, but all that squabbling is allowing Andrew Long to break away.
That he is, and he's enjoying that. He's making hay while the sun shines, as they say, side by side for Peter Cole and Jim Mountain at the back of this particular quintet. There's near enough a quartet now, and they just about avoid impact as they work their way through Agostini and heading towards Hamilton, as the stream now has a look at our race leader. It's less than 2.5 minutes to go, with still more traffic for him to face, but still battles to conclude, as the 182 of Andrew Long, again, he gets himself a bit of breathing space, but that just evaporates in that midfield section. That's where his plus 8 is weakest. And then as soon as we get onto the Bentley straight and then the start finish straight is when the power of that plus 8 really comes good. But right behind him, the squabbling remains very, very fierce.
It does indeed, and Sinclair Tisdale still looking for moves here, but no way through. Will Bibb then right now onto the back of the 182 there of Andrew Long. Through the bomb hole we go. We've got 1 minute 40 on the clock. We've already had our race leaders make their way through. We're so focused now. We're so embroiled in this battle for 7th place. It's been great to watch. Watching on the stream, William Pratt is currently our race leader, but a 5-car battle making its way through in towards the final corner at Ritchie's then, as that's Sinclair Tisdale who runs a little bit deep in towards the final corner, but it looks like he got a good exit out of it, so it won't matter too much then, as our quintet make their way across the line to start what will probably be their penultimate lap of the race. But we're going too wide, are we? Sinclair Tisdale moves up the inside, or moves through, but Will Bibb is now the 4th car in this queue, with Jim Mountain looking for a move around the outside as we make our way up towards Wilson.
Oh, that was getting very close. Peter Cole made a great move to get further up this particular quintet. He's now right in the middle. That's dropped Will Bibb down, as you say, Kieran, to the 4th man in line. Jim Mountain tried to do something about it, but has had his advantage fended off very much so by the number 95, the +4 Club Sport of Will Bibb. And this is where the Andrew Long's car had its weakness exposed a few times. Oh, and that's trouble. That'll be brake failure or stuck throttle or something, that Peter Cole has cannoned his way off. Missed Agostini by a very long way. The checkered flag has been presented, no doubt because of that big incident there. That's going to take some time to clean up, but my goodness, that must have been a terrifying moment. I think it was recognised by Peter Cole that he was in trouble, so he just absolutely hit steering left to not plough through all the cars ahead of him. But it is going to be Will Pratt that will take the top honours. It is Ruff in second. That's Louis Ruff in the number 99 that takes second, with the 66 of Andrew Thompson that is confirmed in 3rd place. Fastest lap still belonging to Will Pratt up top in the number 75. Struth, what a somewhat dramatic way of bringing an end to our first of the Morgan Challenge races of the weekend. My goodness, that was really quite something. That was a very dramatic end to what was a superb battle going on between the 5. But as the last cars come towards the lines, of course, they're still fighting to conclude, as 182 Andrew Long still hanging on to 7th, with several cars right behind him that is being kind of tailed in the end by Jim Mountain. But across the line then, in the order that you see, is long from Phil Sinclair Tisdall. Bearing in mind, he wasn't even in this battle for a while and then managed to close it down and get really heavily involved in it. Will Bibb in 9th. Jim Mountain rounds out the top 10 with, unfortunately, Peter Cole was the unfortunate recipient of a technical issue of some description, whether it was stuck throttle or brake failure. Well, it did look like he managed to hit the brakes eventually, but that seemed more like a stuck throttle that sent him careening off through the infield of Agostini. Hopefully he is all right, and hopefully he has time to patch the car up for the final race of the day, which is our second of the Morgan Challenge races. So then, I think that's the last car to come over the line to find the checkered flag. That is the number 55 of Simon Sherry, or Dr. Sherry, I should correctly say. As already our lead three have gathered in the holding area. So Kieran has got some people to have a chat to. So he's going to barge rather unceremoniously into the three. So we will have a chat with our podium three with Kieran McGinley.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. Yes, I'm just pulling my way through. I've got to look both ways because there's an MG there that's ready to come across any time soon, but I'll have a barge in here. These three are having a great little conversation. I'll have a chat with Will Pratt first of all. Will, congratulations. Stand in front of your car, sir. It's a beautiful machine and it was beautifully driven today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. It is a very nice car, to be fair. It's great when it's got a good power to it, so if you put your foot down it just kind of goes off. It's nice.
Yeah, and of course we're going to be talking about that first couple of laps because you started third, and what was the start like? Talk us through.
So I don't know what happened, to be honest. I just all of a sudden when the lights went out, I just slowed. Like, I didn't slow down, but I just didn't have the speed. The other two overtook me, and I didn't know what was going to happen. But just like I say, the car is a really good car, so it's got the power to get back. So it was just kind of a waiting game, try slowly get back, and then obviously managed to take first place, which was good.
I mean, absolutely. You had a great battle with Louis Ruff, though, by the way, as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because I don't think I've ever raced against him. I didn't really know what to expect at all, but it was a good battle. It was good fun. Really enjoyed it.
What can we take away from this first race then?
There's a whole nother race to go, so you never know, to be honest. Like, they were obviously very fast, all of us. So never really know. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but I'm looking forward to it.
Great stuff, William. Congratulations on the victory. I'm sure we'll see you in race 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, William Pratt. We'll have a chat to Louis Ruff next. As Louis, I stand in front of your 99. Louis, well, you had a great battle to begin with. You had a great battle all the way around.
It's good fun, that. It was nice to be out in front for a short while. Yet to win one, but we'll give it a go this evening. And yeah, it was nice to be out in front for a few laps.
Yeah, and I mean, talk us through your battle there as well at the front there with William Pratt. What was the strategy for you there?
Well, qualifying wasn't great for me, and it was just let's just see what I can do off the start line. I'd say Will didn't really get the best start. Andrew pulled in front, and I just waited for my opportunity really to Banks. Yeah, like I said, it was good to be out in front, but I knew Will wouldn't be far behind, and just sort of settled into it, got some laps behind me, and yeah, like I said, see what this evening brings really. I was out leading last time at Brands Hatch and my clutch went, so it's just nice to be here.
Nice to be here, but what lessons can you learn from this first race to take into the one this evening?
I need to block Will a little bit harder, I think.
It's a good lesson, I think.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, let's see if you can put lessons into practice this evening. I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Thank you very much then. That's second place, Louis Ruff. Let's have a chat now to Andrew Thompson. Let's have a stand in front of your car, Andrew, because it's a great car, Route 66 and all. Third place for you. Talk us through your race. That was a good podium for you.
It was a good podium, yeah. I was very lucky, I think, to be on the front row. I had a more fortunate qualifying than Louis, certainly. But that did give me a really good advantage on the front row to take a jump on the on the rolling start. So I got away a little bit, which gave me perhaps an artificially good start. Really, I've finished more or less where I expected to, and it was great to have 2 cars to chase and really kept my speeds up. But isn't it fascinating? You've got a 4-cylinder fuel-injected car at the front. You've got on throttle bodies. You then got a turbo 2-litre, and then an old 4-litre V8, and more or less all 3 of them have very similar times. But ultimately, the lightweight, quick in a straight line cars got the better of me here.
Yeah, it almost seems unfair that they're so lightweight, eh?
Well, yeah, but it's, certain circumstances where, if we're on a really twisty circuit and they're behind me, I can outgrunt them until the next corner. So, it's circuits for circuits. It's just a very long straights here. They can get away.
Absolutely. And how about the final race this evening then, or at least for this day's racing? What sort of lessons can you take into the final race?
Well, I'm doing reasonably okay in the championship. I need to look where that race put me in the championship, so I've got to think about that. A second place I think is good enough, and another second place is probably good enough, but I need to do the maths and not take too many risks. However, if I do the maths and everything looks great, I'll probably just go for it for fun.
Well, we hope the maths is working in your favour, so we get to see that fun.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll give it a good go anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Great performance from you. Great podium.
Thanks very much.
Andrew Thompson there, 3rd place. And with that, then I'll hand back to Chris Buxton, back in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And we have our first repeat race of the day. It is the BMW and the Open Series. The Ram Air BMW Championship will return to the track along with our Virum Builders Open Series. Let's see who's managed to patch their cars up from this morning. I did have a chat to Stephen Nuttall when we were in the lunch break, and he had a puncture. That's all it was that rendered him trackside. And I did also ask why he wasn't in the Magnificent Sevens. Several of our caterhams are, and it's purely down to tyres. Or that's the main specification difference that is between the open spec, or his open spec car, and what is required in the Magnificent Sevens. And because the Mag 7 tyre spec is a little bit smaller than he's able to run in the Open Series, that would then necessitate suspension changing, gear changing, and all this, which he didn't really want to go through. He just wanted to have some fun in the Open Series. And yeah, fun he had until such time as he had a puncture. But as the last of the cleaning up operations going on from our Morgan Challenge, I can see the pace car is ready to roll once again to get our 6th race of the weekend going. The Ram Air BMW Championship and the Virum Builders Open Series ready to roll once more. So we will run through the grid of that event. Let's see what is what then for the second grid of the day. Yeah, that's, as we see on screen, the number 42, Peter Cole. That's quite a mess. He did hit the wall pretty hard there. So I would wager we are not likely to see him back out in the next race of the day for the Morgan Challenge. However, let's have a look at the grid then for the next race of the day. Number 23, Nathan Wells, is on the front row alongside number 15, Graham Crowhurst. And then on the second row is number 76, Jason West, alongside number 44, Ollie Neves. Then on row 3 is 47, Niall Bradley, alongside number 89, Michael Vituli. Row 4 is number 32, James Card, alongside 140, Jasper Sapra. Then row 5 is Giuseppe Calari, in number 82, alongside number 77, Klaas Koika. On row 6 is number 81, Ollie Fowler, alongside the treble 9 of Sean Wortley. On row 7 is 223, Tom Butler, and number 8, Carl Parker. On row 8 is number 182, the Scotland Cater car, alongside number 26, Brian Branson. And on row 8 is 612, Adrian Bradley, and 101, John Cockerton. Now, did all the BMWs make it? We will see very shortly, because the BMW is still leaving the holding area. I can see Brian Branson has got himself going again. He's had a hell of a weekend with his number 20. Oh, no, beg your pardon. That is number 612. That's Adrian Bradley that's come past me. So I don't see John Cockerton at the back of that list. And As for our Open Series, they are now just leaving the holding area. They are being led by number 51, Christian Pittard, and number 98, John Cutmore. On the next row, which is technically the 13th row, is 177, Simon Lancashire, and number 68, Andrew Grant. On row 14 is Bruce Wilson in the 189 car, alongside 171, Josh Gollin. Row 15 is Richard Green and Kevin Barrett. Row 16 is Sam Nicolau, 165, and 16, Martin Leadbeater. Row 17 is number 58, Luke Blummer, and the 134 car of Farrow and Byford. Row 18 is the Broome Lancaster, number 22, and Andrew Barley in the number 40. Row 19 is number 75 of Spicer and Randall, and number 39 of David White. Row 20 is number 9, Dylan Popovich, who had an electrical problem in the previous race, so every time he braked, his engine cut out. Somewhat inconvenient, I think it's fair to say. And number 181, Johnny Pittard. Row 21 is number 92, Colin Watson, and number 46, Stephen Nuttall. And rounding out the field is number 236, Morgan Bailey. Welcome back, Kieran.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just having a look at the previous results as well. The Ram Air BMW Championship, of course, Graham Crowhurst was the winner of that one after Nathan Wells got a 5-second penalty for track limits. Nathan Wells himself finished in second place, and it was Jason West who rounded off the top 3. So Nathan West will be looking to put the last race behind him and see what he can do in terms of taking a race victory this time and keeping it, as he said after the first race, within the track limits. The Viren Builders Open Series as well, Christian Pittard will be make it 2 from 2. He's hoping his brother will be able to make it to the end this time, as he believed he had a little bit of a hard time when he saw rivals start to drop out of the race. Simon Lancashire second place in that race, with Andrew Grant rounding off the top 3. So very much so, we're going to see some BMWs having a great battle, and we're going to see if anyone can stop Christian Pittard.
Well, indeed, yes. If Stephen Nuttall can keep all the air in the tyres, he will definitely have a challenge in the form of Stephen Nuttall. That car, now I thought it was a fresh car because it was it's black colour scheme, and he's only listed as a Caterham 7, despite the fact it's 2.3 litre. It's something like 560 kilograms and over 300 horsepower. That is, considering you are surrounded by something barely more than tinfoil, and your backside is inches off the ground, or centimetres for those that prefer. I mean, wow, that's something.
I mean, that's power to weight ratio is unbelievable, isn't it, really? So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one can play out. It's just a case here if Nathan Wells can put the demons of track limits behind him last time around and see if he can take a race victory this time ahead of Graham Crowhurst. They did give us a really good battle to begin with off the line, didn't they? But we'll see what happens this time around. The safety car is just making its way through in towards Coram with the Ram Air BMW Championship not too far behind. The Viren Buildum Open Series will have their separate start. That's why they've taken a bit of a staggered start here. But the safety car about to exit stage right into the pit lane and unleash our Ram Air BMW Championship.
Here we go again then, 6th race of the weekend, being led down the field. Let's see how we get on this time around. Nathan Wells, a superb effort. He had to take the win. Graham Crowhurst in his very multicoloured beamer alongside. Away we go once again, and Nathan Wells wastes no time in getting the hammer down. It's Graham Crowhurst that's being swallowed up a little bit as they're coming down towards Riches for the first time in anger. So how are the BMWs going to fare? Well, Graham Crowhurst now starting to get the horses galloping in his BMW, coming up towards Wilson for the first time. He was in third as they were getting into the braking zone. Now goes the long way round to try and get back up into second. Can't quite do it though. He's fended all can he? Oh me of little faith. He does manage to get up into second position as the flag drops for the Open Series to now get underway. Pittard just manages to shut the door ahead of John Cutmore coming into the first turn. But so far, so good. Looks like Dylan Popovich has managed to keep all the electricity flowing in the correct direction.
At least for now, hey. But our BMWs are now making their way through in towards Agostini then. Watch out as well for Oliver Neves in the 44, who was looking to try and make it maybe a couple of positions better as he looks up the inside of Hamilton there to get a position. And of course now with no rear bumper. In that last race there was a rear bumper was falling off. Now this time there is no rear bumper as the 140 looks to go up the inside, that looked like. And we'll see what's happened there, but our Open Series is now making their way down now in towards Agostini with Dylan Popovich with a very un-Caterham-like chassis there. The Ginetta down the inside of the number 92 there of Colin Watson, and he's past that Caterham.
I bet Colin Watson was in the most uncomfortable place in the world, being in between another Caterham and a whacking great big Ginetta D50. My goodness me, he was really trying to breathe his car to be narrower. But either way, they all got through Agostini quite well. Yes, indeed, missing bumper on the back of Ollie Neves' car. Well, it was probably proving to be a drag problem for him last time around anyway. But coming through Coram is the number 23, Nathan Wells, still leading the way. The BMW is very, very tightly compact, right behind Jasper Sapra in the 140 car. So over the line comes the GTR with a few car lengths over his pursuer of Jason West, and lots of BMWs all jostling for position right behind. There's Dylan Popovich still fending off advances, or trying to, they must feel like flies around him, do the Caterhams. But the BMW still working their way past. There's the number 182, that's the Caterham Scott car trying to get past the 223 of Tom Butler, the bright green BMW E30. They live to fight another day as well.
Yep, they do indeed, and our Open Series has passed us through as well, as it is Christian Petard ahead of John Cutmore by about, just have a look at the gap there, it's about 1.4 seconds at that moment as they made their way across the line. So very close battle between them. John Cutmore, can he try and find inroads to get away past in the Open Series?
Only time will tell, and a fair contingent of our Open Series represented by Caterhams or similar. So they are very, very rapid cars. There's just no weight to them and a hell of a lot of power, as we've talked about. But we'll see, as on stream at the moment we're enjoying more of our BMWs. Number 81 of Oliver Fowler in his M346, fending off the advances of Giuseppe Calari in the number 83. So he lost a few positions, has the number 82. Adrian Bradley gained 7 on that last lap, so an excellent start then for the Irishman, the number 612. As Irishman, there's 3 of them, there's 3 Bradleys out there. As the stream then continuing to watch just more of our mighty BMWs, just putting on a fantastic show for us. But Nathan Wells he's not really romping off into the distance, is he? Because Jason West is right there to keep him honest, and Graham Crowhurst a little bit on his own, but Jazz Sapper has got all the pressure and his world on his shoulders.
He has indeed, but Jazz Sapper knows how to deal with pressure in these scenarios, as our top 2 have slightly broken away from the rest of the pack. This time it's the number 76 there of Jason West, who's now up into 2nd place, but a great battle here to be had for 4th place, as Jazz Sapper is in 4th place, but side by side running on the outside there is the 44 of Ollie Neves, and trying to find a way past is Niall Bradley. Niall Bradley didn't have the greatest race won. He fell down the order. Now he's right in the thick of it now as he gets past the 44 then of Ollie Neves as he makes his way out of Wilson.
God, you could almost walk from one BMW to the other, they're so close. So at the moment, Neves has lost out to Bradley on that particular trio, really, because there's several BMWs still involved. The number 44 still having pressure as they come down towards Agostini. So that is James Carter, the number 32 car that is trying to dethrone him. Oh, there's a bit of a wiggle there from one of the BMWs at the back of this particular group. So that, I think, was the 612 of Adrian Bradley in the red and black BMW. So we'll see if he's able to hang on to the back of it. As the stream now has a look at Jasper Sapra. Look at all the pressure he's got. Jasper Sapra has been pedaling BMWs for many, many years, but he's got a lot of pressure from some very, very quick drivers behind.
Yes, he has indeed, and just look at the fastest lap of the race, coming in from That looks like Steve Nuttall, the Caterham 7, 1 minute 59.1. So Steve Nuttall now trying to close in. He's currently third in class right now. He's got a BMW ahead of him at the last timing line. A couple of BMWs actually ahead of him at the last timing line. But if he can try and close in on this lead battle right now, then he's giving him every bit of chance. But yeah, Cutmore right now was only about half a second back from Christian Petard. So Christian Petard's got his handful then in the Open Series as they make their way now. I believe that's them making their way through in towards Oggies, but we'll see how that battle develops as we make our way through the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jazz Sapper is probably loving the fact that right behind him, Niall Bradley's got no breathing space at all. As we now cut to the lead of our Open Series and working their way through some of the BMW back markers, Christian Petard cannot shake off that Spire, the supercharged 1.4 litre Spire of John Cutmore. That car's been in Cutmore's possession for a number of years, been heavily developed over the years, and John Cutmore is reaping the results of it, just nailed to the back of Christian Petard, but not too far behind them, comparatively at least speaking. It's going to be Stephen Nuttall. He is looming with the fastest lap of the race last time of asking. So Stephen Nuttall now up to 14th position overall, and you know there's more positions gained.
I mean, he was weaving his way through the traffic then, the BMWs, like they were a chicane down the Cedar Straight. It was remarkable, but he's managing to get his way through. But our leaders now of the Open Series now making their way through in towards Agostini here with Christian Petard. He's got that 98 of John Cutmore all over him as they make their way through in towards Hamilton now. They'll now head their way towards Oggies, and then, of course, Williams, not too far behind them either, is going to be that slowly closing in. I say slowly closing in, he's quite closing in quite quickly. Stephen Nuttall in the Caterham 7, the number 46 there. So yeah, I think if he can close in on this battle, he's got a real chance of taking the victory.
That's just unreal. He's just left the field as if they're standing still. That's Stephen Nuttall. It doesn't matter what Caterham he's pedaling, he pedals it very quickly indeed. As we see Christian Petard fending off the advantage still of John Cutmore. John Cutmore will want to be desperate to get past that bright orange number 51, knowing full well, or that's assuming he realises that Stephen Nuttall is closing in on him at a hell of a rate of knots. The only car into the 156s, there's only 3 cars in that I can see on the timing screen, 4 cars, that have actually gotten under 2 minutes, one of which is our race leader, Nathan Wells, the number 23 car, has managed to do it, but the Caterhams are the only other cars really capable of it. Our top 3 Caterhams are within sight of one another now as they come to complete another lap.
Yeah, John Cutmore here looking to see if he can find that way past Christian Petard, as you say, before they're both closed in by Stephen Nuttall as they head their way now in towards Wilson Hairpin. Back on the power they will go then. And onwards towards Wilson. Nathan Wells, meanwhile, in the BMWs, has now built a 2.3 second lead over the number 76 of Jason West. Rounding off the top 3 right now is Graham Crowhurst. He's about 4 seconds clear of Jasper Sapra, who's currently rounding off 4th place.
Goodness me, that's now we get a final chance to kind of breathe and collect ourselves, although there's still various arguments and battles and side-by-sides going on through the field. In-camera shot now, all 3 of our lead Caterhams. I say Caterham, I know that's a Spire in the middle, but it's easier to say, or Caterham inspired if you must. The top 3 of the Open Series are all right with one another. Christian Petard, John Cutmore and Stephen Nuttall, very close. Again, just dancing around the back markers of the BMWs there with the number 47 of Niall Bradley has fallen away a bit from the rest of the BMWs. He's very much on his own, just being swamped by Caterhams. But wow, Christian Petard has really used the back markers to give himself some leverage against mainly John Cutmore, but that's throwing the Spire right into the clutches of Stephen Nuttall. Now, real battle for second in the Open Series.
I'll tell you what, I don't think John Cutmore would have appreciated that, but nevertheless, he's got now a handful of Stephen Nuttall to try and keep behind. As a Christian Petard, that's got himself a little bit of breathing space. That's exactly what he wanted at the halfway mark of this timed race. We see then Graham Crowhurst tackling the first corner. Meanwhile, behind them, Jas Sapra has been passed now by the number 44 before, but Jazz Sapra looking for a move up the inside, no way through. So that's Ollie Neves now heading his way now up into 4th place in the BMWs. Jazz Sapra's not done with this. He looks right, then has to dart left, but Ollie Neves stays put in defence as he makes his way now out of that corner. Now being chased down as well by the 32 of James Card. So Jazz Sapra has to be careful here. The more he attacks Ollie Neves up ahead of him, the more he puts himself at risk of James Card right behind him.
Ollie Neves clearly weighs less with the lack of rear bumper. He's playing the tactical there.
His aero's wreaking havoc, but at least he's lighter, eh?
Yeah, absolutely true. But it's not slowing him down any, let's be fair. As Ollie Neves then fends off long time Jaguar racer, BMW racer of Jasper Sapra. And there's our Open Series actually gaining on that particular battle. So Pittard with Stephen Nuttall now up into 2nd. We just saw in that camera shot. Here they come then. So it's Pittard from Nuttall from the Spire. So not for the first time either. Those three have come together and argued. So, goodness me, that's going to be some way through trying to get through these BMWs without the BMWs really wanting to give any kind of quarter. You mentioned earlier, Kieran, that anyone involved in the battle doesn't really want to give any space away through blue flags because they don't want to give any space to their opponents. But sooner or later they're going to have to, because the Caterhams will find a way through.
Yeah, they will. And it's just one of those where do you sort of force the battle and not try and lose track position, or do you sort of see the position and say, look, you are going to find a way around past me, get through, and maybe try and use the hole that the front runners ahead use to just sort of pass their way through. It's not blue flags. This is the thing. The Open Series are overtaking 4 overall positions, so there's not going to be any blue flags for them this time around.
It is very true, yes. Good point, well made. As we're looking at a battle slightly further down the field. That's the 171 case from Simon Lancashire that we can see on the stream at the moment. Now he's fighting, as he was last time around, the number 68 Andrew Grant. Dylan Popovich, position-wise, is the next car down the road. Last time around there was about 13 seconds between the Ginetta and that particular battle, as they are working their way onto the Bentley straight now. So still locked in their battle for may well be lower positions, but they fight just as hard.
Yeah, Niall Bradley's in a bit of trouble here. Last lap before was a 2:13. This lap 2:23. He's falling down the order. He's just on his way up towards Wilson, but at this point he is limping at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on him and see how he gets on. But yeah, that looks like that's a problem that's getting worse lap by lap.
Oh dear, oh dear. Trouble befalling some of the BMWs then, as the stream is looking at Christian Pittard, the number 51 Caterham. He's got some traffic to have to navigate. There's the number 16 Martin Leadbeater, staying very much out of the way. Here comes our lead Open Series. Stephen Nuttall has caught the back of Christian Pittard. He said he wanted challenge this time around. He's very much got it in the form of Stephen Nuttall. Still working the way past. All he needs, just needs to hold his line and let the Caterhams figure it out. Stephen Nuttall didn't fancy getting too involved, didn't do anything too silly, sucks in behind the BMW. That is going to cost him a few car lengths against Christian Pittard, but rather that than do anything silly. He knows he's got the pace to close back in on the number 51, and he knows he's got the time to make up any lost time in this particular exchange.
It's still no less frustrating though for Stephen Nuttall, because he cannot find that way past. Of course there aren't any blue flags because this is for overall position, so at this point Ollie Neves is not in any position. He doesn't have to give way, but this time he does move aside and let Stephen Nuttall through, and Ollie Neves realising that this is not his battle. His battle is with those behind him for a place at least in the top 4 of the BMWs right now. But now Open Series have now taken over the at least top 4 spot in the overalls with just over 5 minutes to go. Christian Pittard then leading Stephen Nuttall through their way in towards Wilson, but we've seen Stephen Nuttall is by far and away the fastest car out on track. Black and white flag going out to the number 77. That's Klaas Koiker in that BMW M3. So he's got to be careful now. If he exceeds track limits again, that's going to be a 5-second penalty.
Indeed, yes. We've seen a few drivers fall foul of track limits. They were warned. Yeah, respect track limits. It's been flashed up on the board several times. So they've got no excuse. Oh, as they're trying to duck their way past the number 8. That's Carl Parker in the BMW Mini Cooper SR53. So again, the Mini just minding his own business. Now onto the Bentley Straight. Come our Open Series leader. That's for 4th overall. So they're about 5 seconds behind the podium 3 last time they came across the line, and they are gaining at an incredible rate of loss. It was about 4 seconds on the last lap alone, and that was with traffic in consideration. Yeah, Stephen Nuttall has already closed that gap right down to Christian Pittard, so we'll see what he is able to do. If he's able to do anything, he remains where he is, coming through Bomb Hole at the moment, into Coram once again. Still a fair amount of traffic around. He's again just biding his time, not doing anything silly, just piling the pressure on Christian Pittard. These two have crossed swords for years and years in Caterham machinery, so they know what to expect. I think Christian Pittard may well be aware that that is a rapid piece of machinery right on his tail.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just a little bit of lappery now.
That's Crowhurst.
Yeah,
so
it is Crowhurst, so that's not the lappery. The Caterham behind them was. So now it's a case here. Christian Pittard, look at this. Stephen Nuttall thought about a move up the inside. Christian Pittard covers that one off, then through in towards Wilson. Christian Pittard saw that coming a mile away, didn't he? And shut the door on Stephen Nuttall before he could get a nose in then. Now they've got Graham Crowhurst ahead. Now, how do they approach this? I know Christian Pittard will try and focus in now on Agostini. Look for a move down the inside. Which way will Stephen Nuttall go? Well, Graham Crowhurst now goes to the inside. Well, he's trying to, I don't think he's trying to defend, he's trying to just avoid the Caterhams themselves, but in doing so, Stephen Nuttall then has to go the long way round past the BMW, so that's at least a position overall, but it just seems like Stephen Nuttall cannot get a clear shot on Christian Pittard. There's a little bit of lappery to do on the run down in towards Oggies here. That's the number 39. That's David White in the Caterham Super Sport there. But yeah, for Stephen Nuttall, it's a bit frustrating for him right now because every time he seems to size up an opportunity, there's a bit of lappery to do. But down the Bentley Straight, that could change.
Oh, you want to talk about trust in the drivers you're alongside. Bearing in mind that those Caterhams are absolutely tiny. Side by side, some of the GT style cars can't actually see there's a Caterham next to them, and he still had the faith in the third place car of Crowhurst to actually do that outside manoeuvre through Agostini. Absolutely superb. Stream cuts to Nathan Wells as he is now about to start the final lap of this race. He leads by best part of 10 seconds in the number 23, so he's looking to make it 2 for 2 this weekend in the Ram Air BMW Championship. But the biggest challenge, does Stephen Nuttall realise that this is his last chance saloon to try and get past Christian Pittard? Again, does Christian Pittard realise this is his last opportunity to defend against Stephen Nuttall? We're about to find out.
We are indeed. Is there a way through here for Stephen Nuttall on this, what will be the final lap of the race? He certainly looks for it, but again, there's this lappery. Once again, Christian Pittard trying to be aggressive through the traffic as well to try and find his way through and almost try and get a car between himself and Stephen Nuttall. I think at this point he knows that if they just keep coming across lappery like this, that's going to suit Christian Pittard right to a T as they make their way now onwards then towards Agostini. Stephen Nuttall still close behind as they head towards Agostini.
God, it hasn't actually given Christian Pittard any advantage whatsoever. Still more lappery to deal with. Again, it's almost like the rest of the race doesn't exist. There are plenty of other battles going on, but this is the most intense one we've got for lead of the Open Series. Depending on which one of these cars comes out on top will dictate who we get to speak to down in the holding area. So, I'm very much looking forward to this. Stephen Nuttall gets very, very close. Is this his opportunity as they come through onto the Bentley Straight once again? But no, Christian Pittard has got a great exit. Nathan Wells, he doesn't really care what's going on behind him. He's in a world of his own. But what a battle between the Caterhams.
Yeah, what a battle indeed. But Nathan Wells is making his way now through in towards the bomb hole now. He's got a nice 8.5 second lead against Jason West right now with Christian Pittard and Stephen Nuttall, at least rounding off the overall podium. But we'll have to wait and see what happens, how their resolution of battle goes as rounding the final corner. Nathan Wells here powers his way through. The clock switches to 0. The timer has expired, and the checkered flag is going to go to Nathan Wells, who does take the victory. And as far as I can see, there is no penalty to give then. Second place will go the way of West, but who will take the victory of the Verum Builders Open Series as they head their way across the line? Who's it going to be? It is Christian Petard who takes the victory by 0.048 ahead of Stephen Nuttall, who takes over second place. Graham Crowhurst gets across the line to finish third place in the BMW Championship, and at third place in the Open Series goes the way of the number 98, which is John Cutmore in the Spire. Tried his best to keep Nuttall behind him, but Nuttall found the way through. Stephen Nuttall just could not find that way past. Perhaps one more lap was all he needed, but one more lap he was not going to get. So Nathan Wells then takes the victory in the BMW Championship. Second place went the way of Jason West in the number 76, and then third place overall, and the winner of our Verum Builders Open Series went the way of Christian Petard by 4/100ths of a second ahead of Stephen Nuttall. Fastest lap of the race went the way of Stephen Nuttall, 1 minute 56.469, set quite early on in the race when he was absolutely charging his way through. But yeah, the lead was decided by mere hundredths of a second. As just watching now the last of the machines to make their way across the line. There's 77 class Quaker across the line. Dylan Popovich does see the checkered flag this time around. Electrical problems plagued him in race number 1. He does come across the line to finish 17th overall here in this race. As we just await now the likes of the 236. Did see moments of him there. Did we see of Morgan Bailey getting a couple of moves there, and Morgan Bailey finishes 18th overall. He finishes first in his own class in the Open Series, so I'm sure he'll be thrilled with that in the Civic. As we see now cars making their way back to the assembly area. We've also got a couple more cars to make their way across the line. There goes the number 134 then across the line to take the checkered flag. At least it did look like 134 unless my eyes were playing tricks on me. And there goes the number 75 across the line. That was James Randall, Stephen Spicer's shared Caterham 7. Our top 3 pretty much parked up and ready to jump out and have a chat to Chris Buxton, who I'm sure will be down there. And yeah, great race between those two, wasn't it? Stephen Nuttall just could not find a way past Christian Petard in the Open Series, but Christian Petard makes it 2 from 2 in the Verum Builders Open Series. A win on the board as well for Nathan Wells. He finished second place thanks to a 5-second penalty awarded late in the race the first time around. Second time around, though, is the charm. And he does grab that first place there. Second place went the way of Jason West. Third place went the way of Graham Crowhurst in the number 15 there. So Graham Crowhurst doing a great job there. First and a third for Graham, so a pretty good return of results for him, and yeah, he'll be very happy with that. Well, let's hand down to Chris Buxton, who's with our top 3s.
That I am. I've got the Open Series top 3 here. The BMWs are currently in scrutineering, so we'll leave them alone. We don't want to interfere with that as our drivers return to their vehicles after mutual respect and congratulations. Don't blame you at all. Let's have a chat with our third place car, our third place finisher of John Cotmore. But you've been developing this Spire for a good number of years now, and what an incredible performance yet again, seeing you towards the podium 3.
Well, it's come a long way for sure. We had a year out last year with it and come back with the supercharger, and still can't quite match their power, but flipping it, they're quick, aren't they?
Well, there they are, and it's only a 1.4 in this car. I mean, that's got to be kicking out some monstrous horses. I know what Mr. Nuttall's dealing with, but how many is this dealing with?
Well, it's somewhat over 300 at the wheels, but the car's light, so I win back on weight against them, I think. So.
I mean, these things weigh barely more than a damp flannel, but you've been involved in developing the Spire, and not just the RB7, but other Spire vehicles for how long now?
17 years, perhaps, something like that. Yeah, had a good run.
A little while. And, I mean, what's kind of next on the development map, or is that a secret for now?
Not at all. We'll carry on this car as it is for next year. Obviously, we've got the slick tyres and the wets. That's going to change the scenery again, isn't it? And I'm busy competing in another championship as well with another car, so it's all a bit much, trying to fit it all in. But yeah, we do.
It's always a joy to see you, John. So, again, well done on the podium 3. That is 3rd place to John Cutmore. Let's come and have a chat with the number 46. The BMWs are rolling, so let's not get run over by those. Mr. Stephen Nuttall, by, I would say bumpers width, but you have bumpers for a start, but just millimetres, that's all it was. And what did you tell me in the holding area? I hope to get towards the front.
Yeah, that was the plan. There's always going to be a challenge with the amount of traffic in front. So, yeah, I mean, everyone behaved pretty well when I was coming through. I think I behaved pretty well generally when I was coming through. So, yeah, and then I got on the back of Christian, and then we were both fighting the same traffic. So sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against. But I thought I think they might have cut it a little bit short. On my dash, I had 2 minutes left, so I thought I had one last lap in it, and that's what I was planning to do. And then checker flag came out, but I can't complain because compared to this morning with a flat tyre, it's been a brilliant race. So yeah, fantastic.
So are we going to see a regular appearance from you and this mighty machine next year?
Yeah, I'm really pleased they've moved it on to slick tyres. That's what these lack now, managing the tyres. So absolutely, I'll get a set of slicks bolted on and do it for you.
It's always a pleasure, Stephen. Well done on a fine second. We can't hang on too long because the next race has been released from the holding area. So Christian Pittard, I mean, we've seen you many a time up on this podium, but I mean, with the pressure from this one, yet again, that grin's got to be pretty big.
It was good. That was a really good race. Thank you to Stephen and to John. Really enjoyed that. Much better than the first one, where they had a puncture. I had a slow puncture as well on the first one, but yeah, it was a great race. Really enjoyed it. More of that, please.
Were you just giving him a chance to catch you and then you got on with it?
No, not a word of it. Yeah, I was under a lot of pressure and I didn't know how many laps the radio, whatever reason, the radio wasn't working. So I was pleading the guy with the flag, checker flag, to come out. I didn't know how many laps, and he thinks we had another 2 laps to go, another 2 minutes, another lap to go. So I was blessed, and thank for the split grid. My blessings go to the split grid, because if he hadn't started at the back and I'd had 20 minutes of that pressure, I think it could have been a different outcome.
Always a pleasure to see you, Christian. Another very fine and well-deserved win. As the cars have been released from the holding area, we'll throw back up to Kieran McGinley for the next race.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, we're straight into our 7th race of the day, the Mintex Classic K and the Hawthorn Jaguar. Let's quickly take you through the grid then of how they line up, because they're already rolling on their green flag lap. On the front row then, it's number 49, Malcolm Johnson, and number 64, Simon Gustafson. Row 2 is number 123, Andrew Hack, and 76, Brian Arculus. Row 3 is number 135, Tim Greenhill, and 261, Graham Brown. Row 4 is number 44, Chris Blewett, and 25, that's Webb and Young, who are sharing that car. And then it's row 5 is going to be the shared car of Tippett and Hicks in 51, and 52, Mike Stevenson. Row 6 is number 58, Mike Flewitt, and 79, the shared car of the Frasers. Row 7 is number 28, Peter Boyce, and 33, Alex Williams. Row 8 is 35, Mike Henney, and 30, Toby Smith. Row 9, 88, Vaughan Thomas, and 38, shared Prutton and Skentleberry. Row 10 is 98, the Pashleys, and 74, the Greys. Well, just about enough time there, as our safety car is just making its way now through the bomb hole, and we'll be shortly starting this race then. So it's Malcolm Johnson in 49 alongside Simon Gustafson in number 64, who are ready to take us ready for our 7th race of the day. And we'll see what the starts are going to be like then, as our drivers then make their way through in towards Coram. The red lights are on the gantry, so we're pretty much ready to go as we start to head towards the early evening, if you like, here at Snetterton. So the temperature starting to drop slightly, bit of a gust in the wind, bit of a chill in the air. But no way that's going to dampen our spirits, no way it will give us the chill. So the safety car now is making its way through in towards the final corner. It will exit stage right, and then of course our top 2 will have to change, make sure they don't break the pace, they don't break the pack until the red lights are extinguished, and we make our way onwards now. Safety car is well and truly into the pits then. We're moments away from starting. All eyes on the gantry then for our drivers. The red lights are on, they go out, we go racing. Who gets the better start? And a great launch there from Malcolm Johnson in the 49 to breeze himself up into the lead of this race. He can take whatever line he likes, making his way through in towards Riches then. So a brilliant start from him. Further back though, we were going side by side for 4th place there, and we're still going side by side. On the outside there is Alex Williams in that Ford Lotus Cortina, wanting to try and make some moves around the outside. Our final 40-minute race of the day is well and truly underway as they make their way through in towards Wilson. A couple of cars running very wide there. I was saying that Alex Williams trying to make some moves around the outside. That was very much around the outside.
Very, very much so indeed, as we see the 1, 2, 3 is Andrew Hack on the outside line coming through Palmer against Lotus Elan. Well, it's not really little and large, it's little and slightly less little on that one, but you want to talk about little and large. Look in the centre of the stream at the moment, the beautiful Jaguar Mark II with this tiny little Ginetta G12 along the outside. That's 44 Chris Blewett. Oh, a bit of a wiggle on the exit of Agostini with the Ford Lotus Cortina still alongside. The Ginetta slightly losing out, losing the momentum just with that tiny slide. I always marvel at just how tightly compact the G12 is. The G4 is no bigger, and that's the other regular car that Chris Blewett pedals very, very well and has done for a great many years. So, yeah, we have got a couple of these lovely Mark II Jaguars in the race, the Mike Hawthorne Trophy. My goodness me, Chris Blewett, where are you going? That's a very, very exuberant line coming onto the Bentley Straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, trying to extract every single bit of power, every single bit of adhesion he can to see what he can do in terms of bringing that Ginetta G12 further up the field then. Oh, bit of a lock-up from someone in the mid-pack there. Chris Blewett, though, fancy to move down the inside there of the number 30. So that's Toby Smith and that Jaguar Mark 1 Saloon. Another position then gained for Chris Blewett as he makes his way now through in towards the bomb hole. Our leaders are now making their way through in towards Coram and sizing up Murray's then. And at the moment then it's making good on his good start then. At the moment, it is the number 49 then of Malcolm Johnson in that Lotus Elan. Meanwhile, look at this, round the outside, tries to go the number 33, Alex Williams, but no way through for now, and slightly off the track there goes Chris Blewett in the 44, costs him a little bit of momentum out of the final corner, and in fact that allows someone to make their way back past him. A move he'd already made has been undone.
That's how quickly things can change, and yeah, these magnificent cars to the 1966 FIA Appendix K regulations, so that the cross-ply tyres giving very little grip, so that's why you see a lot of very slideaways action going on from these cars as they would have been driven in period. The Mike Hawthorne two Jaguars are right on top of each other, so they're having their own kind of jaws. It's a shame we don't have any more of those beautiful, sleek, slender big cats with us, but that is the nature of the beast. We are looking on stream at the moment at number 33, Alex Williams, previously raced a Ford Anglia right with this one, as he's got the G12 of Chris Blewett breathing down his exhaust pipe. Nothing stopping Chris Blewett at the moment. He's absolutely flying. Bad start, looks like, so he's trying to make up some lost ground. But every time we see him, he looks like he's really carving his way through the field. At the moment, at least, when he crossed the line, it was in 9th position. So we'll see if he's able to continue that march through the field.
Yep, absolutely, as he'll look to see what he can do from that position. And there is Blewett there trying to see if he can find a way past Alex Williams there in the 33. Again, he's trying to carve out a move up the inside. Meanwhile then, that's the 25 machine as well. We just saw briefly tackle their way through in towards Williams then. So 25 is started by Nigel Webb, who's making his way through, or at least handing over. He will hand over to John Young at the pit stops, of course. This is a 40-minute race, so we've got maybe drivers sharing cars, so they'll have to make a pit stop. All cars have to make a pit stop here as we're going side by side right now. Alex Williams and Chris Blewett then. No way through for Blewett that time around as he now makes his way through in towards the bomb hole. But it's very clear to see that Alex Williams in his Ford Lotus Cortina knows the Ginetta G12 is there. If it wasn't clear already, it's the yellow one behind you.
That's a 2.8 litre Ford Lotus Cortina against a 1.3 litre Ginetta G12. So it's not exactly a big power difference. Power similarity between two. There is a power difference, again, based on displacement. Yes, that doesn't necessarily guarantee a big power difference, but that is not slowing Chris Blewett down. Like I say, he's been racing this guy a good long time, trying to actually draw alongside. Alex Williams does manage to get alongside the Cortina. He's going to have to go the long way round, going down into Ritchie's for the next time of asking. Does manage to get it done. Manages to switch ahead of the Cortina. That is Chris Blewett up into 8th place.
Yeah, nicely done round the outside. It's almost like he could have taken any line he wanted there, and really there wasn't a chance for Alex Williams to get later on the brakes than a Ginetta G12. That was just not going to happen. So the Ginetta moves itself up a position then. Early doors then, it looks like it is Malcolm Johnson in that Lotus Elan who is pulling away, and is doing a good job of doing so. 2 minute 20.532 is the fastest lap of the race set by Johnson last time around. It was nearly 3 seconds quicker than the number 64 of Simon Gustafson in that Ford Lotus Cortina. We see the 79 just tackling its way through out of Wilson Hairpin. So that's Nigel Gray and Rob Gray. Rob Gray is down to start that machine. Nigel Gray will take over, but at this moment in time,
I think it's 74 you're reading, I think, because the 79 is the Frasers.
That's right, yes. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm just looking in the wrong place.
Sun's in your eyes.
Santa. Yeah, good excuse. I'll use that one.
There you go. You're welcome.
No one ever knew.
Secret safe with me. So yeah, that's the Fraser Cortina, the Alan Mann coloured number 79 that has got all kinds of pressure from the number 98 of Mark Parsley and Egan Parsley in the MGB. So we'll see if the again, relative newcomers are able to do anything about the more seasoned Cortina ahead. So it's the father and son combination of the Frasers in the beautiful red and gold striped car with the number 98. So we saw the Pashleys over at Cadwell Park earlier in the year, but we haven't seen them since. So it's good to see that they have returned to us as Malcolm Johnson flies over the line. No one anywhere near his pace at the moment. A 2:19 on the board for the absolutely flying Lotus Elan. The next car right behind him is the number 64, which is Simon Gustafson in the Lotus Cortina, and that his lap time last time around was fully 5 seconds slower. So Malcolm Johnson, we'll just let him do his own thing up front.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, isn't he, with that 2 minute 19. Absolutely flying right now. 10 seconds between himself and the 64 there of Simon Gustafson, as still that battle for the Cortina. It's Ian and John Fraser in their Ford Lotus Cortina. It's Ian Fraser who is down to start, so Ian looking like he has to look in his mirrors quite a bit to try and hold back in that battle there. It's just a case of no matter what the position is for, these drivers are going to battle hard for it.
Yeah, absolutely so, and why shouldn't they? It gives us a great show to talk about, but whether they're fighting for first or last, it makes no difference. The racing spirit's still with them, and they enjoy their racing nonetheless. They've just come past us on our commentary box position. The MGB is lining up the inside line coming up towards Ritchie's. Who's braver on the brakes? Well, the MG's a little bit lighter, and that is a position change. So the Fraser and Fraser Cortina loses that spot. It's actually wooden spoon avoidance. That is the last position they're fighting for, and the MGB has managed to usurp the Cortina for now.
Yeah, Egan Pashley's behind the wheel of that MGB and the number 98, so he's making sure that car doesn't get awarded that wooden spoon. Meanwhile, then making their way through in towards Hamilton, now towards Oggies, is Chris Blewett in that yellow Ginetta G12, trying to now size up Toby Smith in that Jaguar Mark 1 Saloon, as they'll make their way through out of Oggies now in towards Williams. Still right behind him is Chris Blewett as they make their way on towards the Bentley Straight. Is there a way through, I wonder, this time for the Ginetta as they'll make their way down in towards the Bentley Straight? That yellow machine doesn't seem to be making too much ground as it makes its way underneath the bridge.
Oh, Brian Archelaus is under a lot of pressure from Andrew Hack, a long-time mini racer alongside Fraser Hack, dad and lad combination, and dances on the inside of Cora and the mini. I don't even think he's bothered with his brakes. Again, that's assuming that he's got any fitted in the first place. So through into third position in what I believe is Andrew Hack's first race with the club in the Austin Mini Cooper, the 1275cc engine in the little Mini has danced around Brian Archelaus, but Brian Archelaus is having to go back again. He's not willing to just let it lie. The number 76, the Lotus Elan, but couldn't quite usurp the Mini and get back into podium contention. So for the moment, it's Johnson, Gustafson and Hack, your top three.
Yeah, it was a long time coming here in terms of pace-wise for Andrew Hack and that Austin Mini Cooper S to find his way past Brian Archelaus. Yeah, it's Hack there setting quicker lap times on that lap alone. We see the Mini so good through the corners, but Brian Archelaus has the advantage down the straight. So it's a case now for Andrew Hack. He's got to try and run away as much as he can through the corners and try and break the toe and get far enough ahead so that Brian Archelaus can't find a way to use the power he's got underneath him to close back down the gap, but that's not going to help. Both of them getting a little bit tail happy coming out of Agostini then. Through and towards Hamilton they go. That's not going to help Andrew Hack one bit because Simon Archelaus is right behind him now as they now make their... Brian Archelaus now making his way through in towards Oggies, and he's going to use that Lotus Elan power underneath him to see if he can find a way and breeze back past the Mini Cooper S.
Pit lane window is now open as the Mini tripods its way through Williams onto doing a bit of tyre saving onto the Bentley straight. So the Mini, he would argue, would lose out a little bit against Lotus Elan along this back stretch, but no one's told Andrew Hack, oh no, we've lost one of our Marty Jaguars. That's one of the Hawthorn Jags that has pulled off. I think that was 25. That's Nigel Webb and John Young. Oh, that is a shame. As there's the other one that is being challenged by Chris Blewett. So very much little and large. That's assuming that the number 30 Jaguar of Toby Smith knew that Chris Blewett was alongside. Now the power of the Jaguar can tell. Gets alongside once again, heading down towards Brundle. Who's going to be braver here? Well, the Jaguar's going to need longer to slow down than the tiny little Janetta. But Toby Smith gets back ahead of Chris Blewett before they hit the braking zone. Several cars all fighting for Norfolk Real Estate, being led at the moment by the number 30 Mark 1 Saloon of Toby Smith.
Yeah, Toby Smith now being the only Hawthorn Jaguar. He hasn't got a lot to lose here. He can have a bit of fun out there. He's been having fun with Chris Blewett this entire race. Blewett looking for a move up the inside, going in towards Cora. He's a braver man than I to try and move through there, but stays behind the Jaguar for now. And now the number 30 tries to stays ahead. Through and towards the final corner. Toby Smith then knows he has to get the power down, knows he has to get the exit right, but also has to be wary as well of Alex Williams, who's making his charge to try and find a way onto this battle here, as now the four of them make their way across the line here. Still, it is Toby Smith able to keep a hold of that, what is the... it's for sixth place overall.
Yeah, so there's the number 33 we see on stream, Alex Williams, and then he's got right behind him the number 52, which is Mike Stevenson. So this is all for position at the moment. And then I think right behind them is the number 58 of Mike Flewitt. So that's actually 5 cars all arguing for sixth place, currently being led by the number 30 Jaguar. Yes, you can argue that they're not really fighting for position because the Jaguar isn't involved in the same battle. But again, you tell a racing driver that and they will just look at you and scoff. They are going to argue for every bit of real estate, every position they can. There's a bit of a lock up there from one of the Cortinas. I think it was Stevenson, didn't want to... No, big... Yes, it was Stevenson. The tail of the two Cortinas didn't want to embed itself into Alex Williams' Cortina, who slides a bit wide coming through Williams. As always, is he going to draw alongside Blewett? He gets a bit wiggly under brakes coming into Oggies. Chris Blewett's seen him coming. Well, he's certainly not going to be the other way around because Chris Blewett is tiny alongside the Cortina as he relinquishes the position. Chris Blewett didn't fancy that one out. That's Alex Williams up into 7th.
Yeah, nicely done there from Alex Williams to get himself up there. He's been looking pretty punchy towards this part of the race, but Chris Blewett now, will he use that power underneath him to try and find a way back past the Ford Lotus Cortina as they make their way down the Bentley Straight, sizing up Brundle and Nelson for the 30 of Toby Smith. He's happy with this for drivers to squabble behind him for position to open up the gap if he can. Alex Williams not too far behind, but then you've got this battle right here, the 52 that is, Mike Stevenson ahead of Chris Blewett. Then through the bomb hole they go, and then they head their way through in towards Coram to really have a go at this, and that is pit window open, and it's Brian Arculus who is the first into the pit lane then, so he will stop, I would say at his marks, but he stops just beyond the bit of treatment that was had 3-4 races ago. It's a minimum pit lane time, so Brian Arculus just stays in the car. Tyre pressures are being checked just to make sure it can make through and make good the last sort of 22 minutes once he does rejoin.
In comes one of the Cortinas. Alex Williams is now choosing this moment to come in, along with Mike Flewitt in the Lotus Elan. So he is choosing this moment to get into the pit lane, and we have got somebody on the infield. Who is that? Well, it's not Brian Arculus, we know that much. As I'm not binoculars equipped, so what's the number on that one, Mr. McGinley? It's the number 35. The stream has found it. So that is Mike Henney in his Turner Sports Mark 1. I think that's the first time I've seen Mike Henney in that particular car. Has raced a variety of different machinery. He runs Henney Cider, and he's looking at the front left. So has there been impact? Has he hit something or someone hit him? Either way, he was looking at the front left corner of that car. That's a shame. Not the way he wants to have the first race of any. Well, not the way you want any race to go, but that was, of course, the first time out for that particular car. So at the end of the day for Mike Henney, a great shame indeed.
Yeah, it's right the way on the infield, isn't it? So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be covered by yellow flags at least until driver is clear of the track. And he does walk back now to a safe place, so the yellows will stay out until he's back behind cover. Just a case of whether the officials decide and conclude that that car is in a safe enough position. Meanwhile, in all of that, Alex Williams has just pitted. He exits the pit lane now to rejoin onto the track with the right indicator still on. At least he's signalling to everyone he'll stay right out of pit lane exit.
Always telling everybody what direction the circuit goes in.
Perhaps, yeah. Either way, it's a big help. Mike Flewitt also into the pits as well. He's leaving the pits now, having served his mandatory stop.
That Mini that's just come past us did not sound happy at all. It's very, very raspy, that particular Mini, but we'll see if that befalls any particular issue as more pit stops go underway. The number 64 is in, Simon Gustafson from second position. He's pedalled that particular car quite well. I believe that's the first time we've seen Simon with us. So again, we welcome any new driver, either new driver or new car or any of the above, to the Classic Sports Car Club. We are always keen to welcome anybody on board, fresh face or racing ace. There's always a home here in the Classic Sports Car Club. It doesn't look like it's barely come out of the factory, does it? It looks immaculate. There's no flies on it at all.
Absolutely, yeah, and timing to be done as well as one pulls up behind it as well. That's the 52 there, so that's Mike Stevenson. So a lap ahead almost, not quite a lap ahead, but yeah, with that pit stop in there, though, in theory, they should be rejoining roughly the same portion of the track, but obviously races aren't decided on paper, they're decided on the track.
Very, very true. As the number 64 now comes past us, Simon Gustafson gets galloping underway, although I'm pretty sure he dropped the pit lane speed limiter a little early there. So that might, we've seen a few drivers already get caught out with pit lane speed limit, but one man that hasn't had to worry about that is our race leader, number 49, Malcolm Johnson. Into the pits he comes. He took a win at Silverstone earlier this year in this car. Usually drives a Lotus Europa, a bright yellow Lotus Europa. And so when I once asked him why he went for the Europa over anything else, his answer I very much liked, because I felt like it.
It's a good answer.
It's a perfectly good answer.
Very good answer.
So through more pit stops go, more MGs having their various arguments. The Pashleys are back out on circuit. We can see on stream the number 98 car. They were 11th at Cadwell Park earlier in the year, and looking to better that this time around. Number 52, Mike Stevenson, leaves the pit lane and gets the Cortina up to speed once more. That Mini that I thought was struggling a bit is actually our race leader. Actually Andrew Hack.
Just needed a lap, that's all.
So never mind, he's he knows what he's doing in the hands of a Mini. That's his personal best as well. So no, never mind. I just thought it sounded a bit strange, but hey-ho, what do I know?
It sounded like it was on for its personal best in hindsight, didn't it?
Yeah, it was upset with me for mentioning the sound of it. Again, I would say I'm a little, I'm a tad tall to be driving a Mini, but I know my brother would have something to say about that, because I do believe he squeezed into our mother's Mini once upon a time, and he is of similar height to me. So, yeah, I can't make that argument. I haven't been able to wrap my knees around my ears. So, as wonderful as Minis look, I will pass on that one.
We've got one of the Minis now making their way through in towards Agostini then. So that's Andrew Hack then, the Austin Mini Cooper S. As that's the right indicator flashing away then of the Ford Lotus Cortina. So Alex Williams it is who has the right indicator on. They've still got it on, of course, these pre-60s cars to Appendix K of the FIA regulations don't have auto cancel on indicators. So I think that indicator is going to be on for the rest of the race, I reckon.
That's what I love about Minis. And again, you can always rely on the Hack family. I've seen both Andrew and Fraser both chucking cars around like that. And that is how they were designed to be raced. Brakes? No. Just don't bother putting them on. Just point the nose in the right direction and boot it. That is how you wrestle a Mini around anywhere. And this was the car I thought was sounding a little bit strange. Yeah, Mr. Hack has heard me and gone, oh really, sir? Watch this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Peter Boys as well is the MGB Roadster in the pit lane right now with the door open. Another driver into the pits as well. I think that's the 51. So that's William Tebbett and James Hicks in the MGB. So they're going to be doing a driver change. So William Tebbett has brought the car in. James Hicks will take over from that and take the car to the end of the race with just over 18 minutes left of the race to run.
And in comes the aforementioned Mr. Hack to serve his pit stop. We still have a few drivers that have yet to find the pit lane. Well, obviously our bottom two of Mike Kenny and the Webb and Young car are parked, so they will not find the pit lane. Who hasn't seen the pit lane? The number 98 Pashley and Pashley car showing as not having been in the pit lane, although I thought I saw them in the pit lane earlier. Who hasn't seen the pit lane? Number 135 has not been in just yet. Team Greenhill in his bright yellow MGB. The number 30, which is Toby Smith, the sole surviving Mike Hawthorne Cup registered Mark 1 Saloon, and also the Scantlebury and Prutton, Mark Prutton and Simon Scantlebury MGB Roadster. So that has not been into the pit lane just yet. They have not got long to get on with it. Only another 2 minutes, and being that how long the lap time is here, has caught people out before.
Yeah, it has. It's caught people out before. It will easily catch people out again. As we'll wait and see who will make it into the pits, who will make it back to the pits. 135 Tim Greenhill is now into the pits in the bright yellow MGB Roadster. Right at the end of the pit lane, there goes the 51, then back out onto the circuit. So that's now going to be James Hicks, who's behind the wheel now. And I have a feeling, just in the pit lane, number 32 is due into the pits, although that could be backwards, to be fair.
That's 38, I think is who you mean there.
That's weird, because it's 32 on the back. I wonder. They're just having me on
now.
They're
playing with us there. Well, that's two of the cars I mentioned needed to see the pit lane. I think the only other one is going to be the Pashley and Pashley number 98, yet to find its way to the pit lane.
There's a thumbs up there from Tim Greenhill with the pit lane.
Oh, good to see you, Tim.
Good to see you, yes. In good spirits as well. That's always good to see.
Absolutely. I bet he's warm in there. You've got to think, I mean, we're up in the commentary box, which is acting as a slow cooker at the moment. It's
a bit of a greenhouse, isn't it?
It's somewhat, which is... I mean, can we really complain? It's beautiful weather. We've got some wonderful racing ahead of us. And there we go. The Pashley number 98 car is in. So that is everybody now having served their pit stop. Doesn't matter whether you complete the pit stop whilst the pit window is open. You just have to have started it before the pit window closes.
Simon Gustafson, all sorts of locked up going in towards Agostini there. Just about managed to bring it all back together. And now he's going to be chased down here by the number 49 of Johnson. Of course, Johnson would have taken a success penalty because you've already said he took a victory. So that's probably how he's ended up behind. Now he's got to do the hard work out on track and take the position out on track. Toby Smith leaving the pit lane then. Our sole Jaguar still in this race. Well, one thing is for sure, if he makes the checkered flag, he's got himself a victory in the series of the Hawthorn Jaguars. So he'll keep that car running, and I'm sure he'll have a massive smile doing it, because now it's just a case of I get to have a bit of fun here.
I do believe it's a 20-second penalty for Malcolm Johnson. He's had 2 wins. They were back-to-back. So the way that the winners' penalties work for the Classic K is a 20-second penalty that increments to 40 seconds if you get back-to-back wins, but drops by 20 seconds for non-consecutive wins. And he was 5th at Brands Hatch 2 weeks out, so he has 20 seconds still to serve, which is how he's ended up behind Simon Gustafson. And Simon Gustafson's going to be well aware of the fact that he's got a lot of pressure from that Elan. Through Corin they come. Now, is Simon Gustafson going to be able to do anything about it? I mean, the fastest lap, he's 4 seconds apart between these 2 cars. Let's see if Simon Gustafson can do anything about Malcolm Johnson, or even attempts to. Absolutely not. Malcolm Johnson flies past again. No disrespect to Simon Gustafson. He's still a very, very quick driver, still well in a podium contention, but absolutely nothing is stopping Malcolm Johnson. And that was a new fastest lap of the race while he was doing it.
Yep, yeah, there's no stopping that Lotus Elan, is there? Absolutely on form is Malcolm Johnson now. He's got the lead with 14 minutes to go. It's a case of building up that gap now to the end of the race. So although that puts Simon Gustafson down to 2nd place, he had the lead for a brief moment. But yeah, as you say, there wasn't really a lot he could have done to hold back Malcolm Johnson any further. As soon as he got onto the centre straight, that Lotus Elan was waving him goodbye.
Yes, very much so, driving off into the sunset. So Malcolm Johnson then resumes the lead of this race. Simon Gustafson back into 2nd, as our race leader has found that number 98 MG of the Pashleys, who dutifully stays over to the right hand side. They're encouraged not to just jump wildly off the racing line. It is always up to the faster car to work their way past the slower one, but the slower one has to remain predictable. Hold your line is always the mantra that is taught to the driver that is being lapped. Let the faster driver work their way past you. As the stream now picks up Chris Blewett in the number 44 once again. Who's he found? Well, that isn't for position, because the next car down the road for Chris Blewett is actually Toby Smith in the number 30. So that is a lapped runner that he's finding there. But either way, they're still going to have some fun. Actually, the number 30 is behind him. So Chris Blewett's made the move in the course of the lap from when I looked at the timing board. So that is, that's actually Flewitt in the number 58 car. Mike Flewitt's gained a position on both Toby Smith and Chris Blewett. Chris Blewett having a look on the inside line, coming up towards the Wilson hairpin, can't get it done, a little bit too far back. So he is going to attempt again to make the move down towards Palm as they come. Too far back, so Mike Flewitt in the Green Tiger Racing number 58. That's a 1.6 litre Lotus Elan. He's been in charge of that for a few years. First time we've seen Mike out in this car. We don't always see an awful lot of Mike these days, but it's always a pleasure to see. 2015 is the earliest results I'm seeing for Mike Flewitt. Often raced with Mia Flewitt as well. A bit of a wiggle there from Chris Blewett coming out of Agostini, and on they go for the final 12 minutes of this race.
Yep, absolutely. Just having a look at some of the close battles out there. Flewitt and Blewett for 8th and 9th. Also as well is going to be the 38, is it, of Skensbury and Protten there. So they're all roughly in the high 2:29s, low 2-minute 30. So that's a battle there for 8th place. So that's 58 of Flewitt, 44 of Blewett, and it's actually, the 30. Misread that. It's the 30 of Toby Smith. So keep an eye for that battle out there, because that is for 8th place overall, and they're pretty much within 4 seconds of each other.
Stream has picked up the blue and white stripes MGB of Nigel and Rob Gray. And new to the club this year, we've seen them at Donington and at Silverstone. So looking to continue to get some more signatures off their racing licence. And a fine piece of machinery they are doing it in. The MGB Roadster, a pretty popular choice for either swinging 60s or in this case Classic K. So again, our option for running the Classic K just makes the car a little bit more slidey. Some drivers prefer it that way. We've got a pair of Cortinas just coming past us here, and continuing that very distinctive roar you get from these Ford engines. Oh, tiny bit of a lockup there from the grey. No, it's blue. Someone was going to say it. Let's get that one out of the way. MGB, they continue along their merry way, and they are currently in 16th. So they are actually in wooden spoon position at the moment, but pressing on nonetheless.
Yeah, there was a change of position as well between the Ford Lotus Cortinas then. So the 52 of Mike Stevenson now moves ahead then of the number 33 of Alex Williams. So that's a position change for 6th place. So Stevenson now at 6th place. How far is he away from the next car? 17.8 seconds. So what's his lap times compared to it? It's slightly slower, but he might have been battling on the last lap. Let's see what he can do in a bit of clean air. Let's see what the number 49, by the way, Malcolm Johnson, can do in a bit of clean air. 2 minute 18.213, new fastest lap of the race.
Because he clearly needs to go quicker. He's feeling the pressure. He's under 10 seconds in the lead. Malcolm Johnson, long-time racer here in the Classic Sports Car Club, knows what he's doing. Knows exactly how to succeed very, very well in pretty much anything that he is in. As the Hack Mini comes past us with a back marker right in his face, but still pressing. Oh, big moment there. That was the boys in the number 28 car that almost came a cropper. There's Peter Boys, usually shares with his son Jan, but nearly dropped it on the exit of Agostini. It's a little bit too much of the right foot going on before Adhesion was happy with him, but managed to catch it and keep going. So the number 28 remains currently in 12th place.
Yep. Limit of adhesion. These drivers just try to push that limit as far as possible, especially in the we see 1, 2, 3 Andrew Hack in the Austin Mini Cooper S, because what else? What other way do you drive that Mini Cooper S? There's no other way to drive it, surely, than at the limit of adhesion.
Just go. You go and you park it again. That's pretty much the mantra of a Mini, and that is exactly what Andrew Hack is doing very, very well. So that is the stream has picked up the battle for position at the moment between Boys and the Scantlebury Prutton car. So that's a battle for 11th position at the moment, which currently in the hands of Peter Boys, although like I say, he did have that big tail moment coming out of Agostini. Now coming into Coram now, he's got himself a few car lengths over the Prutton and Scantlebury MGB through Murray's once again, and getting a bit of tripod mode going on, trying to save a bit of rubber on the inside left tyre for number 38. Well, why not?
Why not? I mean, that's Mark Prutton who's doing that job there. Simon Scantlebury was the one who started that car, so it is going to be Mark Prutton who takes it to the checkered flag. Can he take it to the checkered flag a position higher than it's currently in?
That's going to be the question, as the stream now picks up number 64, which is Simon Gustafson, resuming his second position ahead of Andrew Hack. Ahead of the rest of the field, just behind Malcolm Johnson. So the lead gap now 12.5 seconds between the Lotus Elan and the Cortina. And we'll see when Andrew Hack comes over the field. Over the field, that's an unusual line. Over the line, so the Mini's just gone past us now. And he's quite a bit off the pace of Gustafson, so may well just have to contend. I'm not entirely convinced that circuit the layout of Snetterton really suits the Mini. There's a lot of right foot going on to really be happy with the Minis. The Minis much prefer somewhere like Alton or Cadwell, where there's lots and lots of twisty bits and not an awful lot of right foot bits. So that is a natural playing ground. Oops, bit of a lock up there for 64. That's Gustafson. He's got a comfortable gap between himself and Andrew Hack, but still can't be affording to throw it away, because one mistake he could lose. That's what, 15 seconds between himself and Andrew Hack at the moment. That could evaporate if he throws it off into the dust. Oh, again, getting the slide on coming into Oggies. Very nicely done indeed.
Yeah, very nicely done. As you say, pushing on, but got to be careful not only to keep it on the track, but also to keep it between the white lines. It's really important that he doesn't succumb to those 5-second and 10-second added on penalties. If that does start to happen, that'll wipe out the gap he has right now. Stream has picked up a battle here, 58.
It's Fluid and Bluet again.
Yes, it is Fluid and Bluet as they make their way through in towards the final corner at Murray's then. So Mike Fluid right now ahead of Chris Blewett as they head their way on towards the centre straight with less than 5.5 minutes to go. And Mike Fluid flying away as he makes his way down towards Riches there. So this is a case of Mike Fluid has got the advantage in a straight line, but perhaps Chris Blewett has the advantage with a Ginetta G12 through the corners.
Well, not much really weighs less than a Lotus Elan, but I suspect a Ginetta G12 does. There's only a 1.3 litre engine for Chris Blewett. What have
That's
you
the
spotted?
33 into the pits, so that's Alex Williams.
Oh no, that's outside of when the pit window is, and he did serve his pit stop, so that would indicate a problem for the former angle box racer. He's gone out. Oh no, there he is. He has come to a halt. I think he's caught people napping there because there's no one of his team near him. But a shame. Anytime you got someone stopped in the last few minutes, that does tend to be pretty terminal. We have seen a few people come in though, just check the car over and send it out again. But I don't think we're due to see that Cortina again for the rest of the weekend. So that would indicate that is a problem, bringing an end to Alex Williams' race.
It's a huge shame as well because he put in such a great performance as well in that sort of battle of the Ford Lotus Cortinas with himself and Mike Stevenson. But unfortunately his Ford Lotus Cortina underneath him just doesn't want to go the whole way this time around, as we watch on then as our race leader Malcolm Johnson makes his way through in towards Oggies before he then tackles Williams and makes his way on towards the Bentley straight. Just shy of 4 minutes left to run in this race right now. Closest battles on the field, it's Fluid and Blewett really, the battle for 7th place overall.
Again, these two have crossed swords many times over the years, Fluid and Blewett. Sounds like a legal firm. So
you put Ann Sons on the end and you'll be fine.
Sounds more like a furniture company if you do that. I'm showing my age now. Anyway, no such trouble for Malcolm Johnson. He's got that Lotus Elan absolutely on song. Whether he brings the Elan or the Europa, he is on for good things. Does seem to be using the Elan more often. First time out was last year at Alton Park. Came home 4th on that occasion. So we've switched to the aforementioned Fluid and Blewett battle with Malcolm Johnson right behind them. So they are going to be popular with the leader very soon. It's going to be just shy of 3 minutes on the clock when our race leader comes over the line. There we go. So yeah, first time we saw Malcolm Johnson in this car was last year in Alton Park. Came home 4th on that occasion. He won at Alton Park and at Silverstone this year. Was 7th at Donington at the beginning of the year and 5th at Brands Hatch last time out for the club. So again, always well inside the top 10 as we see Andrew Hack. Again, familiar territory for the Hack family in the Mini. I mean, it's not exactly much car to learn, you can argue, but there is just something about those that know how to pedal Minis properly. Well, it certainly goes wrong for those that don't know how to pedal a Mini properly because they tend to roll.
Yeah, exactly. And the great thing is that the Mini, it's one of those that's easy to learn but very hard to master. Racing Minis is a lot tougher than it looks. It's much more demanding than it looks, especially when you get a pack of Minis all together, all trying to fight for space. You're going 4 wide and 5 wide at places where other cars can only go 2 wide.
Very true. And I mean, there's one advantage. If it does break and go wrong, you just pick it up, put it in your pocket or put it in your backpack and off you go. But yeah, the Mini, I guess I do have a little bit of a soft spot. There are some cars I do have a bit of a soft spot for, the Mini being one of them, as we see our race leader catch up with Mike Fluid. Where's Chris Blewett gone is going to be the question then. The Ginetta seems to have disappeared from this picture. It's not up the road,
where has he come to rest somewhere? No, there he is. So no, he's lost. Oh, was that Fluid going too deep up into Brundle there, trying to stay on the back of Johnson? Who comes through the picture next? Oh dear, yes. So he's gone too deep. So he's gone to the exit road, as we've already seen somebody do this weekend, and that's going to give that position back to Blewett, who's just gone through the line, through the shot rather. So Fluid blew it.
And Blewett flew through.
Yes.
There you go.
Bravo. Oh, big lock-up for Malcolm G, because he really needs the push.
He's got to get another fastest lap, surely. Well, he'll make his way towards the line here. And checkered flag is being ready then. So checkered flag is waving here for the number 49 of Malcolm Johnson, who takes the victory.
He might feel a little robbed because he had there was time on the clock there. He probably felt like he had another couple of laps to go, but either way, the checkered flag has been flown. That is likely because we're running a little bit behind schedule. We still have 2 races scheduled to run for this afternoon, and we do have curfews, etc., to maintain. There is also a qualifying session that needs to take place. But coming home in second position is going to be the number 64, Simon Gustafson. Welcome to the club, sir, and a great way to introduce yourself by getting on the podium. And a hand out of the window, he's happy with that, is Andrew Hack in the Mini. Probably not an awful lot of tyres left on that car, but a great and entertaining race it was nonetheless. Fourth home is going to be the number 76 of Brian Arquidis in the Lotus Elan. Also races a Lotus Elite. We have seen, but a couple of times we've seen Brian out this year in the Lotus Elan. He comes home in 4th position. Next up is going to be the 135 of Tim Greenhill. He's in a fairly quiet race, comparatively speaking, this time around. Of course, cars finishing out of position. The Blewett and Fluid combination have already crossed the line. Chris Blewett ahead of Mike Fluid. And then Toby Smith. So that's 7th, 8th and 9th that have crossed the line with the number 30 of Toby Smith. Peter Boys in the number 28 has crossed the line in 10th. His Canterbury Brutton car in 11th. Tibbet Hicks 12th. The Frasers in 13th. We still have a few cars yet to find the line. We've just seen the Pashleys come through in the number 98 MG. They'll be coming up towards the line now to come home in 14th position. Here comes Tim Greenhill in the number 135. That's 5th position to the yellow MG. We still await the arrival then of the number 52, which is Mike Stevenson. So he's just coming through Coram now. And the final car is the Greys, the number 74 blue MGB, and that is also just coming up towards Murray's now for the final time of asking. So over the line comes the Cortina, and then he is going to be chased home by the MG. So that is our final 40-minute race of the day. We, of course, have got several more of them tomorrow. And we can see in the holding area our podium 3 have gathered. So, without further ado, I'll hand over to Kieran McGinley to have a word with Johnson, Gustafson and Hack.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, I'm down here just with the top 3. Malcolm Johnson's just desuited. Malcolm, I mean, you obviously had that pit lane or the success penalty, but that didn't slow you down at all.
No, well, it was a 40-second success penalty. So I knew I had to be pretty quick to try and cover that, and yeah, I did.
I mean that your car is absolutely flying around this track today.
Yeah, I love it around here. It's my local circuit, and it does go extremely well around here.
Yeah, we had a brief battle on our hands then between yourself and Simon Gustafson. It didn't last long, but how was it for you?
Yeah, it was fine. Yeah, Simon drove a good race at the beginning. He was both fair going into the first few corners, but after that I just had to create a bigger gap as I could really to cover the 40 seconds.
Yeah, great stuff, and obviously sun's starting to set on this. It's been a great day. I mean, you've got yourself a big lead, got the fastest lap as well. Saw you lock up on the penultimate lap as well.
Yeah, I was trying right to the very end, and these tyres will be in the bin before next year, so I think that was okay.
Oh, good way to get rid of them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, that's great then, Malcolm. Congratulations on the victory. I'll leave you to go and celebrate with your team.
Many thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Let's have a chat to our second place driver, which is Simon Gustafson. I'm going to guess it's the one. Sorry, Malcolm. I'm guessing it's the one with the Gusta group there. Simon, second place for you. You had a decent battle for a few corners there. How was it from your point of view?
I'd say probably one. No, he was just gone, and then I couldn't see him when we had the pit stop, and he came past me. All of a sudden disappeared in my mirrors, and he's well gone. But it's just one of those sort of like get out there and just enjoy it. Really, there wasn't really a battle today to be had. I think there was a couple of seconds between the Elan and again for the Mini, so there was always going to be a bit of a gap during the race. But all good. Second time out in this car for me, so very happy with it.
Well, I have to say it doesn't show either because it looks absolutely brilliant. Let's hear a bit of the story of your machine.
Well, I don't know a great deal about it. I bought it 8 weeks ago, and I was out here 4 weeks ago for the first time, and we got a step closer every time out. I think we qualified 8th. First race we finished 6th. Second race we finished 4th, and today 2nd. So that's not too bad, really, is it?
Great progression.
We would have go as one step better next time, hey?
One step better. Simon, thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy your podium and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Simon. Let's have a chat to our third place driver. Then let's bring over Andrew Hack. Andrew, my goodness, you were absolutely strangling this round some corners as well.
It was very exciting, very exciting. It's a new car. So we finished it and did the Silverstone Classic, which was its first out, and this is its second outing. Second driver couldn't be bothered to come along, so the old man had to do it all on his own. And we wouldn't be here if it weren't the help of the guys from Salvan Mini and Metro Centre who put the thing together. And it's a lovely, beautiful car. It's lovely to drive.
I mean, as well, when it's so lovely to drive, you've got so much confidence in it, you can just chuck it into these corners.
Yeah, I managed to go round, I think it's Coram, round there, around the outside of, I think it was that one. And Fair Play gave me a little bit of room, so it works real. And it's, to be fair, we practiced that move in the Mini 7 Club, so we can go around there 3 or 4 abreast. But no, brilliant car.
No, it looks a lot of fun to drive in. What's it like from the cockpit?
Hot, noisy. I'm 120 years old and I strangled it around, so it did okay.
You look good for 120.
I do look good, thank you. Thank you, Dilau. See, I do look good. It's my wife.
Well, there you go. You got it from me anyway.
Well, thank you.
Andrew, enjoy the podium. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Oh, it's brilliant. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone who organised the event. It's our first time with them. It's been fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Congratulations on the third place. Have we got time for... yes, we have. We have got one more driver to chat to, which is our winner of the Hawthorn Jaguar. It's Toby Smith. Toby, a quick word from you. We haven't got long left because we've got the next race out there, but you were the sole Jaguar at the end of that race, but you had some... sole survivor, but you had some good racing out there.
No, it was really enjoyable, and it's not often that the Jags get to come up here and talk to the guys at the front, but it was hard work. It was sad that it's been a tough season. There was only 2 that made it to the last race and only 1 that finished it, but tribute to the mechanics and everyone who's worked to get the car here.
I mean, yeah, talk us through some of the battles just quickly, because you were right in that midfield there, just tugging your weight out there.
I had a bad qualifying session. The boot came up and then the cooler came off, so I was perhaps a little further back than I hoped to be, but I had a very good start. Got myself right up behind the other Jag, and was hopefully going to have a good battle with them, but it's a shame that they didn't make it to the end.
Yeah, great stuff. Toby, congratulations on the victory then, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toby, and with that, it's back to Chris in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kieran. The next race of the day has already been released from the holding area. It's the second running of the JMC Saloon Sports Try that whole sentence again. JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So, who have we got racing where? Well, on the front row is the Mintons in the 750 Escort. It was actually Dan Minton that ran the first race, despite us being told it was Steve. It's Steve, who is father in the car this time around, with Tom Carey alongside him on the front row. Andrew Willis in the number 77 Earthshaker, alongside Martin Reynolds in the number 27 Anglia. Row 3 is number 120 Ian Wilson alongside Daniel Dewar in the number 70 Golf. Then on the fourth row is number 80 Gary Fletcher alongside the Chevrolet Corvette of number 92 Neil Vaughan. On row 5 is number 65 Steve Frey in the Mondeo alongside number 93 the Citroen BX of Gary Cole. Now should be number 175 Andy Southcott alongside number 26 Paul Dolan. Are they there? Yes, they are. Superb. So that's going to be good fun to see. 116 Tony Hunting and Ross Irvine
should be there. I don't see Ross Irving, unfortunately. I did see Ross Irving. The 160 of Paul Turner alongside 551 Stephen Anderson round out the field, or the expected field for this race. Now, we did have a few retirements. Andy Southcott, as mentioned, from the lead, did break the car, so he pulled himself in. And thankfully, we do see him out there. We see who else is out there? Well, most of the field have made it back out. We do see the Suzuki that didn't make qualifying. That is on the back of the field. We don't have, I can see, the 551 of Stephen Anderson. No, I saw that Chevrolet Corvette actually being trucked out, which was a big shame. Andy Southcott is may well be out of position. Will not take him long to get towards the front end. It didn't take him long. He had a fairly recalcitrant start. He was trying to bed the brakes in. I don't reckon he used the brakes at all, quite frankly. And he was under orders to kind of take it a bit easier. That's why he lost a few positions on that first start, and of which then Dan Minton then ran off into the distance. Turbo Tom Carey alongside him, and then the earth-shattering number 77 has been one of my favourite noises all weekend at Austin A30 alongside local boy Martin Reynolds. So we'll see how the field disperse on this occasion. So 20-minute race, no pit stops for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So we come to the line and away we go then. So how do they fare this time? It's a fairly even start throughout the field. Andy Southcott working his way through the field as you would expect. He's also been chased by Paul Dolan as well. So Andy Southcott thought he tangled up with Paul Dolan on the previous race, and Andy Southcott still weaving his way through the field. Paul Dolan's actually trying to follow. I mean, that's a ballistic missile he's trying to follow. But either way, the top four remaining broadly as they are. Southcott now up into 5th place with Paul Dolan up into 7th. So good start for them. Looks like everybody else has made it through. Oh, that's a bit slow there for the number 80. That's the Corrado of Gary Fletcher. So a little bit bogged down on the exit of Wilson. And now coming towards Agostini for the first time in anger. It does look like it's going to be so far so good for our field. Oh, there was a challenge for the lead. It looked like the escort and of the Mintons and Tom Carey were side by side coming through Agostini. How did that fare as they come into our side? Tom Carey was the winner of that one. Andy Southcott is hustling Martin Reynolds now as they come up to Woggies for the first time in anger.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at it right now, it looks like Paul Dolan doing a good job of trying to break away from the rest of the field. But there's Martin Reynolds, who's being chased down by Minton. I believe that is going to be Dan Minton, because Steve Minton was the one you spoke to in the last race. Is that right?
It's the other way around, actually. We were told it was going to be Steve, but Steve is Minton Senior, and it was Dan that got out the car.
Right. So it is Steve Minton behind the wheel.
It is Steve Minton. It is behind the wheel at the moment. It does look like he's being challenged by the A30 of Andrew Willis. Does manage to keep the 77 behind, but Martin Reynolds has gotten past the escort as they carry on along their merry way. Andy Southcott's just danced around all of them and is now up into 2nd.
He's working his way through, feeding his way through as well, and that MG Midget space frame just making light work of it at the moment. He knows time might be slightly against him, because we're going to get about 7, maybe 8 laps out of these special saloons as they make their way through in towards the final corner. Our leaders are with us now, and just like that, it is the 175 who makes his way to the top of the order. Andy Southcott leading the way then after the first lap.
Yeah, it didn't take long, did it? As that is Steve Minton then under challenge and overtaken by Andrew Willis. That is demotes the escort another position. There's Paul Dolan around the outside line of Ritchie's. What a move. That's bravery. That's trust in who you're passing. That could have gotten very ugly very quickly. But no, Paul Dolan in that little Lotus Elan has snuck around the outside of the possibly slightly heavier escort. But I mean, that car still has, something like 500 odd horsepower. Is an absolute beast of a car. Steve a little bit struggling to get the pace going at the moment. Either way, still running on now. He's got the TVR Tasman right behind him of Ian Wilson, I beg your pardon. So we'll see if there's a challenge mounting for what is going to be 6th position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Andy Southcott getting away here. Did we see Ross Irvine start? Yes, we did, because Ross didn't finish the last race for this series. So he's back out there, good to see, and let's see what he can do to make it to the checkered flag at the very least. That would be great to see if he can. We shall have to wait and see. We've got 11 minutes 24 to find out if he will make it to the end of this race, and for Ross's sake, I hope he does, because there's nothing worse than getting a car that doesn't want to play ball in the first race. You think you get it fixed for the second, and it still doesn't want to play ball.
It's like trying to get a child to do their homework, isn't it? So he has been struggling a little bit today, but as the stream now looks at Steve Minton, he's under pressure by Ian Wilson. Ian Wilson doesn't commit to the inside line of Bombhole in the TVR. Now, is he going to try for an inside at Coram? No. Steve Minton gets the horses galloping, and the Escort maintains that position, but that's Paul Dole on the outside line of Coram, inside line of Murray's, in the number 26 Lotus Elan. Gets up ahead of the Austin A30, but can he stay there? That 5-litre Ford Falcon Earth Shatterer has managed to work his way back ahead of the Lotus Elan, but can he stay there? Paul Dolan is on a superb charge.
He is, isn't he? I mean, that was a really good move right round the outside to set up that move in towards Murray's there. But yeah, as you say, just in a straight line there, he's absolutely thundered past by Willis there, Andrew Willis, and then Austin A30. But through the corners, it's very much advantage Paul Dolan in this battle for fourth place. They have got Martin Reynolds about 1.6 up the road, so if Paul Dolan can make his way past, he still has a chance here of getting onto the podium spots.
Very much so, and Martin Reynolds would love nothing more than to keep his angle box in the top three, but in order to do that, I think he's going to have to rely on the two cars behind him continuing to argue. But at the moment, it is still Austin A30 ahead of the Lotus Elan. It's still Willis ahead of Dolan. So if there was an advantage that Paul Dolan had in the infield, he hasn't been able to maximise on it. And I'd say that gap up to Martin Reynolds has closed down a bit. We'll see what they're able to do. Still plenty of time left in this race. 9.5 minutes of it to go. And Dolan having a look on the inside line, coming through Williams onto the Bentley straight, but he's not going to be able to maintain the momentum as now the Ford, Ford disguised as an Austin, then really gets going, reclaims that position, but that backs them away from Martin Reynolds. So if they're going to want to try and challenge for that podium spot, they need to be working together more than this. But drivers, racing drivers working together, almost oxymoronic.
Yeah, absolutely. As that's Southcott setting a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 57.992. As we make our way through in towards Coram, then Willis still ahead of Dolan, and that will be music to Martin Reynolds' ears, because look at this again, around the outside, carbon copy down the inside, this time going in towards the final corner, does get the position, but I feel like, just like the previous lap where it was copy and paste, I feel like this time might be a complete copy and paste as well, as powering his way through, Andrew Willis thunders back through into fourth place there. So all that hard work for Paul Dolan, he's got to start it all over again, and that's got to be one of the most frustrating ones. You're quicker over the entire lap, however, down the straights, you just cannot compete.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Is is he quicker over the course of the lap, or is he just having an advantage on that one particular point?
He was 2/10 quicker on that last lap, so he is looking quicker.
Oh, he's getting side by side on the exit of Wilson, but can't do it again. The raw horses of that Falcon V. Oh, me of little faith. Paul Dolan says, oh, really? Outside line going through Palmer's. What a move. Goes immediately to the inside line of Agostini. Now gets the horses galloping in the Ford, gets a little bit squiggly, he's trying to outbrake Paul Dolan, can he get it done? Not quite, still side by side, Wiggly on the exit of Agostini, now up towards Hamilton. Dolan has the inside line, and Wilson doesn't need it, he's got up ahead, still side by side, still racing room being given between the two. Can Wilson shut the door? Only just. Paul Dolan has to concede that one, but that was a superb sequence of corners.
He's still going up the inside once again, going through in towards, they're so close through in towards Williams there, they don't touch that time, but now making their way onto the straight, and this is exactly what Andrew Willis can do then, power his way back past Paul Dolan to take back that position. The best person who has all of that news is Martin Mills, because he's able to just keep them at arm's length right now. Paul Dolan thinking about a move up the inside in towards Brundle, no way through there, now in towards Nelson, and a little bit tail happy there from Andrew Willis going out of Nelson. Through the bum hole we go. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and so whatever Paul Dolan is throwing at Andrew Willis can thunder his way back past on the centre straight or the Bentley straight, whichever way he can just power his way back past.
Someone nicked the checkered flag. I want this to carry on way more than 6.5 minutes as Dolan's gone in too deep, tried to outbrake the Austin coming up into Murray's, can't get it done, could not turn the car quick enough, and that's going to allow the Austin A30 back up into 4th place, and yet again Martin Reynolds will be enjoying that, but that has left a gap now in between Willis and Dolan. Can Paul Dolan close that gap back down? That's going to be the important part, but we still have 5.5 minutes, unless someone does indeed do as they're told and nick the flag, and we can carry on for a while after that. That's a bit too deep into Wilson for the 77. Manages to get away with it though as the battle for 4th continues.
Yeah, the gap between themselves and Martin Reynolds now 2.3. So for Martin Reynolds, he's happy to just see them battling behind him. At this point, he would rather have Andrew Willis right behind him because Willis will be battling through the corners with Paul Dolan. That's allowing then Martin Reynolds to build up the gap. So for the next 5 minutes, I'm sure Martin Reynolds would rather have the Austin A30 behind him.
I don't know, I'm sure he'd rather have neither of them behind him, quite frankly. But either way, he's more concentrating on keeping his own angle box on the road. And Paul Dolan's got to close that gap back down again. Well, he isn't going to do it along the Bentley Straight. We've seen time and again that in the straight line, that Ford Falcon V8 powered Austin A30, which is a weird sentence to say without context, is just going to open up that gap. But again, in the twisty bits is when Paul Dolan really shines good against the car of Andy Willis, but we'll see if he's able to do it. There is our race leader, just to remind you who he actually is, Andy Southcott in the Millington powered MG Midget. So he did a 1:57.992 last time around. We didn't even see Caterhams going that quick in the Open Series races we've had thus far. That is how monstrously fast he can be in that car. He did back it off a little bit, whether that was traffic or just car preservation. On the previous lap, he's ducked back under back over the 2-minute mark. So we'll see if he's just preserving the car or whether he has a problem that he's nursing. Again, these special saloons and Motorsports are very, very highly strung. They are very delicate cars. So it wouldn't be a surprise if he is backing off a little bit. But looking at our three-way battle that's been going on, they have somewhat dispersed now as Paul Dolan has fallen some way back off the tail of Andrew Willis.
Yeah, and Willis has just said his personal best, 2:09.2, so he's taken 7/10 out of Martin Reynolds' third place lead. 1.5 seconds is the gap now, so for Willis there, he's done his defending. Now he feels he can go and attack here with Paul Dolan then with a 2:10.6, who's matching what personal best he's already done. It's just a case of Andrew Willis has just found another gear right now and is able to try and now close in on Martin Reynolds in these closing stages. The only question is, has he left it too late, or is there still a chance for Andrew Willis to grab a podium at the late here?
Only time will tell, as 3 and a bit minutes remaining on the clock. So Southcott just coming through Coram now to Murray's. Now, is he going to be able to keep it going until the flag, or is the car going to let him down? Well, we will see as he heads up towards the line. What is the time going to be when he crosses the beam? About 2:47. So it's a couple of laps still to go. Is he backing it? Well, he's backed off to 2:03. That's still 6 seconds quicker than Tom Carey, who's in second.
And that's 6 seconds slower than his own personal best, or 5.5 seconds. So that just shows you Andy Southcott's pace, and the car underneath him is just absolutely brilliant to watch. Martin Reynolds then in third place, and Andrew Willis in fourth as they make their way through in towards the bomb hole. We don't have long to go, but Andrew Willis is reeling Martin Reynolds in towards the closing stages as they head their way through in towards Coram. Will be interesting to see what the comparative lap times here between these two are. Martin Reynolds has had third place for the last 13 or so minutes through in towards the final quarter he goes. Andrew Willis then getting back onto the power as we make our way onto the centre straight then. Martin Reynolds making his way across the line, so too does Andrew Willis. What are the lap times then? Well, Martin Reynolds has responded with a 2-minute 9.0. Andrew Willis goes about a tenth of a second quicker, so the gap's now 1.4 seconds. I think Martin Reynolds has seen that A30, that yellow A30, get bigger and bigger in his mirrors and thought, right, I better get on with this now.
It's fairly difficult to miss. It's somewhat bright, so yes, I would imagine that Martin Reynolds has got a bit of a hurry up. One of the first times Martin Reynolds ran that angle box here, no, sorry, it wasn't the special saloons. It was one of the standard ones, one of the swinging 60s ones. It was running too rich. He knew it was running too rich, but tried to race it anyway. Ran out of fuel 25 minutes into the race and parked it up at Wilson. So he has a bit of a checkered history at Snetterton in particular. But the angle box, it's doing pretty well, punching somewhat above its weight. And just have a quick look through. I think the best results that Martin Reynolds has had with this car has actually been 4th, which was Brands Hatch on its first outing in 2022. So he would very, very much like to have a podium attributed to the car, as Tom Carey gets tucked up behind Donald Dewar in the number 70 Golf. It soon finds an opening and gets past the Lappery for the Honda CRX. Oh, the Corrado has come in to the pits, but he's going back out again. So a suspected problem then for Gary Fletcher, but does get back out on circuit. Well, it sounded a little bit like he was struggling to change gear as he was coming out of the pit lane then. So a potential problem for the VW Corrado for Gary Fletcher.
Yep, and Andy Southcott then is just making his way now towards Agostini for this final time. The timer is about to expire, and Andy Southcott then rounds his way out of Agostini through in towards Hamilton. Then we'll make our way towards Oggies, and well, 1 minute 57.992 was his fastest lap of the race. Set it on lap 3, and since then he's sort of been just taking care of everything, making sure everything is in good order. He's got a 61-second lead right now over Tom Carey in that Honda CRX. So he's been comfortable at this point as he'll make his way now down the Bentley Straight and looking to try and round off this weekend and look to try and get another win under his belt. We have a look at what happened earlier on for them. It was a case of he managed to get the win and did it in some style as well, but he makes his way now through in towards the bomb hole now. Andy Southcott picked up where he left off, didn't he? Had to make his way through the field, but got to the front of the order by the end of the first lap. Now he makes his way through in towards Coram for this final time before he sizes up Murray's. He doesn't have to attack this one. They can just cruise this home now. Back on the power he will go then, and up towards the checkered flag, which will be waiting for him then. It's going to be the checkered flag for the number 175 of Andy Southcott in the MG Midget Space Frame chassis, who takes the victory here. We'll have to wait another about 60 seconds before we see second place across the line. Meanwhile then, we see the number 70 make its way across the line. That's Donald Dewar, who heads his way across the line. He finishes 9th overall. Turner in the 160. That's Paul Turner in that Suzuki SC100. Finishes 10th now, as we just see the Corvette then. That's Neil Vaughan in that Corvette C3. Recently, it got a run out at Goodwood this year as well. So Neil was very happy to bring that car along. Meanwhile then, we just await now for the likes of Tom Carey and Martin Reynolds. Interesting to see if Martin Reynolds can keep a hold of that one. They're back into view. Martin Reynolds is ahead right now as we make our way in then with Tom Carey. Martin Reynolds wasn't actually too far behind at the closing stages of this race, but making their way now, powering up to the checkered flag. It is going to be Tom Carey in the Honda CRX who takes second place, and it's Martin Reynolds who takes third. Across the line then goes the 77 of Andrew Willis, who takes 4th place in this race. Paul Dolan across the line to take 5th. A great battle between him and Andrew Willis. Might have just cost Willis a chance to have a go at Martin Reynolds towards the end there, though Martin Reynolds managed to pull out some good lap times to keep himself ahead. And then we have the likes of Frey in number 65 across the line in 12th place, the number 93 of Gary Cole across the line to take 13th place. And powering up Now towards the line is the number 120 of Ian Wilson, who finishes in 6th place. Then it's Steve Minton, I believe, in the 750 in 7th place. And Ross Irvine does take the checkered flag this time around. Ross did not finish the first race of today, but he manages to finish this one, and he'll be happy with that to make sure the car made it across the line to at least make the second race of the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So the winner then, Andy Southcott, by 64 seconds ahead of the number 31 of Tom Carey, and Martin Reynolds, the number 27, rounds off the top 3 for those machines. It was great to see as well, and Stephen Anderson. It's Andy Southcott, sorry, makes his way to the top. Stephen Anderson, I don't think took the start, unfortunately. He did come up as a missing very early on, but there was just no stopping Andy Southcott today. The only driver to get under the 2-minute barrier. In fact, there was more often. You've got lap times in the 2-minute 8s. That was who came closest to Southcott then. But as our 3 drivers are all parked up, I'm sure they'll be ready to talk to Chris Buxton, who's down in the pit lane.
That I am. Our 3 champion chariots are down here. Martin Reynolds has just arrived. So Tom hasn't got out yet. He's taking his time. I imagine that was quite a hot experience. So we will have a chat with our victor. He's made it 2 for 2. Again, Andy Southcott, again, a well-earned victory. I mean, there was nothing that could touch you.
No, brakes are still a bit dodgy, though. I'll have to have a word with Mike. He's obviously not coming up trumps lately. No, the wheel was still wobbling, but I don't know what happened with Dan. Cheers, Tom. Because Dan, I don't know what happened with Dan. I think it was. Was it Steve? Yeah. Right, okay, yeah, I don't know. Tom got in the lead, got way down that back straight or whatever, and managed to catch him, I think, on the start-finish straight, actually. He was lightning around the bend. And that was it then, I suppose. Just was gone then. But I just not overly comfortable with using this car in this series. I like the old spirit of, you know what I'm trying to say.
I'm with you, and but again, you can't deny the fact that it's just an incredible piece of kit.
It was it was under steering round one corner, but I think that's the vagaries of the circuit, isn't it? It's I don't know the name of the corner, but it's the one down here where it almost turns back on itself. It was just I think I've just left the track, I think, on there, but I must have got I don't know if I got a warning flag or not, but otherwise, the blimmin' thing was spotless, just apart from bending the brakes in. But good race, really enjoyed it.
You obviously didn't need him, but again, well done, Andy Southcott. A brilliant win and well deserved. Absolutely nothing could touch you. So let us see who is going to be ready. Let's have a chat with 3rd place. Let's have a chat. We don't often get an opportunity to speak to Martin Reynolds, so good evening, Martin. Well done, sir. A brilliant 3rd place. You're going to be pretty happy with that.
Yes, I am really happy. Yeah, really, really good to see the fight behind me as well. There was a lot going on in that race that probably people didn't see, with the A40 and the Lotus fighting. And I was just got the edge on them to just keep away from them.
So were you constantly looking backwards thinking, oh, you keep fighting, I'm fine up here?
Happy days. It happens to me oftenly, so yeah, return.
As the next series has been released, we'll have to cover some short. It's been a great pleasure to have to chat to you on the podium, Martin. Local man, bringing it home for Norfolk. Let's have a quick chat then with Turbo Tom Carey, bringing the Honda home in 2nd position. But Tom, well done on 2nd position, sir. With some hard work, you had a bit of a lonely race out there, but you had some challenge towards the end.
Yeah, Martin, well done to them too, by the way, but yeah, Martin, I see him lurking sort of thing, so there's no room for sort of letting off and relaxing, that's for sure. But yeah, he went very well, Martin, but yeah, it was okay, a little bit lonely than I'd liked, but all the time that Andy's here, he's going to be gone, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to keep up with, but was there anything left, or were you thinking, oh God, if there's another few laps, I'm in trouble?
Yeah, I won't say I'm sorry to see the flag come out, for sure, yeah, apart from the thirst, basically. But yeah, I thought myself, if he closes in anymore, it's going to be trouble, basically.
Well done the second time. Always a pleasure to chat to you and to see your beautiful machine up here. We'll hand up to Kieran McGinley to introduce the final race of the day.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, final race of the day is the Morgan Challenge for their second race of the day. Don't forget, we do have a session of qualifying after this, but our final race of the day for the Morgan Challenge, here's their grid for this one. On the front row is number 99, Louis Ruff. Alongside is the 66 of Andrew Thompson. Row 2 is number 89, John Emberson, and 661, Gail Hill. Row 3 is number 521, Martin Pratt, and 182, Andrew Long. Row 4, 54, Philip Sinclair Tisdale, and 95, Will Bibb. Row 5 is 88, Jim Mountain, and 46, Greg Parnell. Row 6 is number 12, Sam Garland, and number 55, Simon Sherry. Row 7 is 71, Kelvin Laidlaw, and 53, Kathy Sherry. Row 8 is 666, John Richards, and number 19, Nigel Stuckey. Row 9 is 142, Peter Cole, and 120, Tony Kilby. And row number 10, 1515, John Milbank, and 75, Ollie Pratt. Now you're probably wondering, the 75 is at the back of the grid. Well, it was William Pratt who drove that race in race 1. It's Ollie Pratt who's taken over for race 2, and because of that, the car has to start from the back of the grid due to a change of driver. So we'll get to see what Ollie Pratt can do from the back of the grid. Unfortunately, the car 741 has since withdrawn, so we will not be expecting to see Oliver Pratt, because he's withdrawn that car, so he's jumped now into William Pratt's machine, so he gets a race for the day. But our drivers are now making their way through in towards Bombhole now, and they'll shortly size up quorum for our final race of the day. We do have a session of qualifying to follow as well, but for our final race of today, the Morgan Challenge readying up for their second outing here at Snetterton. And it is that front row then. We saw great battles throughout. It's Louis Ruff on that front row alongside Andrew Thompson. Keep an eye out as well for the likes of Will Bibb, Philip Sinclair Tisdale, Andrew Long. They'll all be very much ready to rekindle their battle in this one. Pick up exactly where they left off. That's probably going to be the message of the day for them. The safety car then rounds its way around the final corner and onwards then to the pit lane, and we'll be ready very shortly to get this race underway. Safety car exits stage right into the pit lane, and then it's up to Louis Ruff and Andrew Thompson to hold the field then. And they are monitored just to make sure they don't break formation. The red lights are on the gantry. Once they extinguish, we'll go racing for the final time today. We just await those lights. They go out. Here we go then. And what are those starts like? It's a pretty even start from both Louis Ruff and Andrew Thompson. It's going to be Louis Ruff who has the inside line, then heading our way down in towards turn 1. So it's going to be Andrew Thompson who follows him through then. And down the inside there goes the number 95 of Will Bibb, who started this race in 8th place. I think he's made his way up to 5th place there. So really good to see. One as well for Ollie Pratt, who's taken over William Pratt's car. Because of that, he's had to start from the back of the grid, and already there I think he's right into the midfield.
Giving it plenty from the off. Well, these drivers know very little other. Oh, goodness me, a bit of a argy-bargy going on there between Kathy Sherry and the number 53 and the 666 of John Richards in their various plus 4s. So these things are, they can take a bit of a battering, but they're not designed for it. So I'm sure they will sort that one out as time goes on. But it was a good start from the front 3 rows in particular. They really broke away very early from the rest of the pack. That's partly down to the power difference from top to bottom in these Morgans, but either way it was a really uniform start. No one had a huge roar through the field in certainly the front 3 rows. Those starting a bit out of position have continued their march as the stream picks up Sam Garland, who is a relative newcomer compared to the rest of the Morgan field, or certainly in CSCC terms. He is on the back of Greg Parnell in the Morgan Aero GTN, so that is having an argument for, that is 9th position they are squabbling for. Sam Garland in his +8 going to the outside line, and as we heard from our podium 3 in the beginning of for their first race, the 5th race of the weekend, the different displacements, whether it's naturally aspirated or turbocharged or older engine or modern engine, any of these Morgans can potentially do well. Sam Garland having a look on the inside, coming towards Bombhole, can't get the traction he needs against the Morgan Aero 8 of Greg Parnell.
So through Coram once again. Come off field then. That's an outside, well, either by mistake or by design. That's Garland again. He's really hustling hard on the back of Greg Parnell, who's a long-time Morgan racer. A number of these drivers are indeed very long-time Morgan racers. They've been in the championship, been involved in the series for a great many years. Sam Garland doesn't have that pedigree, or certainly in the same way behind him, and he is really making his mark. Very good effort, strong midfield performance from the number 12.
Yeah, Sam Garland in that +8 is looking to try and see if he can find a way through. I like the different approaches as well to the spare tyre on the back. Some of them have the cover on, some of them don't. It's just the way it is, and there's one that doesn't. It's the 88 there of Jim Mountain, who looking to, I don't know, does that count as weight saving? I don't know.
Well, he probably couldn't hold on.
Probably
Jim
not,
Mountain was too quick in the first race, so it just fell off. So as we look a little bit further upfield, that is the 661 of Gail Hill, long-time multiple Jaguar champion. Came across to the Morgans a few years ago, and again hasn't taken long to establish her stamp on the series either. As you see, people actually struggling with the sun really in their eyes. It's coming towards the drivers from the direction of Palmer's and Oggies and that side of the circuit. So when they're going from Agostini, Hamilton towards Oggies, it is right in their eyes, especially down the start-finish line, as hugging that inside line is Andrew Long. Opens up the inside line for the number 95 of Will Bibb. Oh, here these two go again, continuing their duel from earlier. Right on their case is Jim Mountain in the double eight, beg your pardon. So that is a superb argument going on there for what is 6th position, I believe.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. Will Bibb absolutely up for a battle. We saw him in the last race for the Morgan Challenge here today. He was very much up for a battle there. We had the battling quintet, didn't we, in the first race for the Morgan Challenge. But this time Will Bibb sizing up a move, then going through in towards Coram. Does he get himself alongside? I don't think he does, but certainly he's sending out the warning shot there to Andrew Long, who have reunited for a really good battle. So too has Jim Mountain. Got onto this battle. I'm getting deja vu here because we've got St Clair Tisdall who's behind them as well, and if these three start squabbling, we could see a quartet. We've heard that one before, haven't we?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm also looking at the fastest lap that was set last time around, Ollie Pratt in the 75 car, and he started where?
At the back.
I thought he did.
Yes.
And he's now up into podium contention, so he is flying. So he's a good, 0.6 of a second quicker than Louis Ruff was in the lead, and about 2 full seconds quicker than Andy Thompson in second. So we have, however, got Simon Sherry that has come into the pit lane. So disaster has fallen, the retired anaesthetist. I had fun writing that note, I can tell you. It took me about 10 attempts to write the word. But alas, Simon Sherry is bringing the number 55 +8 to rest. His wife Kathy is still out there and still circulating. Oh, do I beg your pardon? Simon was the retired GP. Excuse me. It's Kathy that's the retired anaesthetist.
That's very easy to say, isn't it? Definitely. So easy to say.
For other people to say.
Yeah, I was going to say. He made it look really easy. Battling here now down in towards Oggies, as that was the number 95 there that thought about a move down the inside. Will Bibb, he's still thinking about the move down the inside then. On the exit of Oggies then, he'll have to try and see if he can get a move up the inside as we make our way through in towards Williams. That gets us to the Bentley Straight, and look at Jim Mountain, who's looking to take full advantage of that one. Well, at the moment then, the 182 has got, we saw this last time around, Andrew Long just has a really good turn of speed underneath him. That top speed of that Morgan is just so good that he's able to just break away from the rest. They really need to try and get through on the corners and try and break away. Jim Mountain, meanwhile, sees the open door left by Will Bibb and takes full advantage and gets himself up a position.
That's Ollie Pratt on the back of Andrew Thompson. They were, 3 and a bit seconds apart when they came over the line? I don't think that's the same gap now. In fact, that's Pratt ahead of Thompson before they even get over the line. Good Lord, Ollie Pratt is just a unstoppable force in that number 75 Morgan +4. So it was going to be William Pratt, as Karen mentioned. There was a driver swap between the two cars as Ollie broke his own toys and decided to take over the number 75, but you can't argue he is pedaling that car very, very quickly.
Yeah, isn't he just? And look at this. Just as we predicted, look who's joining this
We've
course.
seen this before.
I've seen this film before, haven't I? Yes, that's right. Yes, Andrew Long currently in 6th place then. So that's going to put Jim Mountain in 7th place. That's going to put the number 95 of Will Bibb in 8th place. So now we've got the 54 of Philip Sinclair Tisdall, who's looking to try and join this battle for 6th place and make it a 4-car battle.
Absolutely superb. And one battle we didn't get an awful lot of chance to see first time around is actually 12th, 13th and 14th, really, really close together, which is Kathy Sherry, Richards and Nigel Stuckey, all arguing for 12th position, all within a few tenths of each other as well. So that's a battle we didn't get an awful lot of chance to see because we were so absolutely captivated by the brilliant quintet battle we had last time. As the stream is enjoying Ollie Pratt doing what he does best, out of Williams onto the Bentley straight and chasing down that 7 seconds gap to Louis Ruff. Well, we're going to see how quickly he can gnaw away at that gap. He's already opened up numerous seconds between himself and Andrew Thompson. Now we cut back to the trio that we were admiring before, which is Long Mountain and Long Mountain and Lockup in there apparently, where the 182 of Andrew Long leads this particular battle. It was Jim Mountain in the middle. He's been usurped by Will Bibb in the course of the lap, but here comes Jim Mountain again, tries to get the outside line coming towards Brundle, and there is Sinclair Tisdall. He's a lap away from making that a quartet.
He really, really is, as Louis Ruff across the line then to set a new fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 10.5. It's absolutely
wow.
Home run out of here by Ollie Pratt, 2 minute 8.4. So Ollie Pratt now brings that gap down to 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Will Bibb is looking for a move here up the inside there of Andrew Long as they make their way now through in towards Coram. Are they still side by side? No, they're not, because that is Will Bibb who's got the position then. He moves himself ahead and making his way down through in towards Murray's. But I think I've seen this one before. Andrew Long, once he gets that car up to speed, once he gets it to a certain point, he will able to try and close in, and look at that, breezing his way past, like Will Bibb is standing still at that point. For Will Bibb, what do you do to defend against that? It's just not a lot you can do.
Absolutely not. Just down the straight is when the big horses get their chances to gallop. But yeah, and that's going to be so frustrating. You alluded to this several times in the course of the weekend, that you work so hard during the twisty bits to make the position back, which is exactly what he's done coming up towards Wilson. Now Jim Mountain having a go on the outside of Andrew Long, and can't quite do it, can't get the momentum when he needs it. But, Will Bibb has tried time and again. He gets ahead, he thinks he's got the job done, and Andrew Long's just like, nope, don't fancy that, and gets the horses galloping once again and through back into position. But now is the perfect opportunity for Will Bibb to actually break away from the group behind him, because this is where his car has had a bit more advantage, and that's a slide. Oh, that's a mistake from Andrew Long. Now that's a gifted opportunity now to Will Bibb to try and break away. Now Jim Mountain is trying to do something about making the 182's day even worse, but Andrew Long defends as they come up towards Oggies once more.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is just good news here right now for Bibb as we look to try and break away. The bit of a slide then from Andrew Long just buys him precious metres or feet if you're of that volition. But now making our way on towards the Bentley Straight. There'll be nothing Jim Mountain can do at this point but just follow the pole in the air that Andrew Long is punching through there with his +6 as he makes his way now down in towards Brundle and Nelson. And yes, Will Bibb able to keep that position then through in towards Brundle and Nelson. So has he done enough though? We do still have the centre straight to tackle as well. I would say if he's able to stay ahead there at a sizable gap, he might have just done enough to break himself away.
We will have to see. That's Jim Mountain's got a good exit from Bombhole into Coram, but can he maintain that inside line against the +8? We're about to find out. Now the one ahead of them won't care what's going on behind. Will Bibb, and Jim Mountain has indeed got the position, but is he going to be able to hold it? That's going to be the important part. Now the 4-4 against the +8. Well, historically he's not been able to keep that raw power of Andrew Long behind him along the straight, and he doesn't again as Andrew Long gets that inside line, draws alongside and then ahead of Jim Mountain, but Jim Mountain immediately cuts back on Andrew Long, tries to get the inside line into Ritchie's, can't get it done, and that's allowing Sinclair Tisdall to close in to resume his dance with the 3 ahead of it.
That gave Andrew Long something to think about, didn't it? Down the inside there, tried Jim Mountain as we make our way through in towards Wilson. So a trio now battling away for 7th place as Andrew Long then tries to gallop away down in towards the left-hander there of Palmer. Meanwhile, then, that's allowed Will Bibb to get himself away. There is Louis Ruff, who's making his way out of Brundle and Nelson, closely followed behind by the 75 of Ollie Pratt, who had to start from the back, having swapped around. They swapped drivers for this race. Ollie Pratt's own machine not making it into the start. So I would like to say Will said to Ollie, go on, have a go in my car, see what you can do. Probably set him a challenge at that point as well.
I was going to say, do you think it was a little bit of, oh, you think you're good? Have a go with this, and then he's just seen the lap time and gone, okay. I'm sure they do know. I mean, they've been racing a very, very long time, the Pratt family, in various Morgans. They know their pecking order, but it's got to be a little bit galling when you've got your brother in your car and he's quicker than you. And that's another fastest lap for Ollie Pratt, a 2:08.327, nearly 2 seconds quicker than the personal best that Louis Ruff's just put on the board. So again, more frustration for Louis Ruff. He's pushing clearly quite hard to maintain the gap, and no matter what he does, Ollie Pratt has got an answer for it. 2.3 seconds the gap when they come over the line. They are going to be on top of each other probably the next time they come to the line.
Yeah, but as we all know, catching is one thing, passing is quite another, as Ollie Pratt will start to close in. Yeah, you're right. The gap was 2.3 seconds at the line last time around, and Ollie Pratt here has 6 minutes on the clock to see if he can not only catch up to the back of Louis Ruff, which pretty much looks like it might be the case already through in towards Hamilton, and then they'll size up Oggies here. The gap between them has very much just by sight it's reduced to less than 2.3 seconds, but we'll make our way now out of Oggies, onwards we go through in towards Williams, and then we'll make our way now on towards the Bentley Straight. 5.5 minutes left. I'm sure Louis Ruff is just sort of hoping for the checkered flag to appear sooner rather than later, but it's not going to appear for another 5 minutes yet.
I think he's going to be a bit disappointed because there's still plenty of time on the clock, and Ollie Pratt is just going to be looming behind, ready to put the pressure on at the right time. But that is, of course, assuming that Ollie Pratt doesn't make a mistake. We have seen lovely four-wheel sliding coming out of Nelson. Very nicely done. But, again, do that too much, you'll boil the tyres up into absolute sponge, and they will give you absolutely nothing at the crucial moment indeed. So let's see then how the remainder of the lap. Oh, that's not what Louis Ruff wants. He doesn't want traffic in the way. But that's the 120 that is Tony Kilby staying very much out of the way. Does not fancy getting involved here. And now Ruff and Pratt are right on top of each other.
They are indeed, heading our way now towards the first corner of Ritchie's then. Ollie Pratt with yet another fastest lap of this race, 2:08.8, and that's compared to Louis Ruff's personal best of a 2:09.9. Ollie Pratt here thinking about a move down the inside. It's enough for Louis Ruff to feel that he has to go defensive in towards Wilson, and that's just dangling a carrot in front of Ollie Pratt. The moment you start to defend, a driver like Ollie Pratt is going to absolutely capitalise on that. Through and towards Palmer we go.
Absolutely so, and then the last thing Ollie Pratt really needs is incentive. Oh, and you can see Louis Ruff tries to shut the door. It's a good exit from Palmer for Pratt, but actually breaks early. Does not go for the inside line into Agostini. It looked like he had that one done, but did not have the overlap. Oh, that's a wiggle from Ruff as well. That's a terrible exit from Agostini. Side by side into Hamilton. Who's braver on the brakes? Who's brave on the turn in? And that's Ollie Pratt that has secured the lead. I think Louis Ruff will realise that one was his. He's gifted that one to Ollie Pratt. You can make an argument that overtake was going to happen anyway, but you never want it to happen from your own mistakes. So that is the lead change now to Ollie Pratt.
Yeah, Ollie Pratt then taking over the lead with 3.5 minutes left to spare. Is there any response here from Louis Ruff to see if he can try and fight his way back through down the Bentley straight now? We'll make our way towards Brundle and Nelson. Well, he's been setting personal bests. It's just he needs to find a little bit more. He's thinking about a move up the inside, or at least trying to take a tighter line in towards Brundle. Now in towards Nelson. He's brought himself right up close and personal with Ollie Pratt here. Louis Ruff is not done with this, not by a long shot. Through the bomb hole we go. And it's just a case now, Ollie Pratt has to deal with a little bit of pressure from Louis Ruff.
Well, Ollie Pratt has been the prowler all race long, and now he has to be the prey. You would think by the pure lap time difference that Ollie Pratt has got this one sealed up, and wow, a much tighter line, much earlier apex than from Louis Ruff. I'm not really convinced.
He slammed that with steering wheel, did Louis Ruff. He knew he didn't get that exit right at all. He's lost a little bit of time there to Ollie Pratt, who's just set a 2-minute 9.2. That's 1.6 quicker than Louis Ruff on that lap. But I wouldn't rule out Louis Ruff at this point. He's still round about there with over 2 minutes to go. We've got probably around 2 laps left.
I would say so. I would say so indeed, unless the checker flag for whatever reason has to come out early. So bear in mind, there is one more qualifying session that has to take place before the close of the day. There are curfews that have to also be enacted. So not impossible for this race to be shortened by a lap, but we certainly don't want it because Louis Ruff is doing what he can. But look at the gap that Ollie Pratt has already opened up for himself. He's opened himself, half a dozen car lengths already as they come down to Agostini with some traffic now to deal with. So this is this three-way fight for further down the field. I think this is the battle for 12th with Kathy Sherry, Richards and Stuckey involved. So as Louis Ruff and of course Ollie Pratt dance their way through them, that is indeed that same battle. That's the 12th position, Kathy Sherry. They're just closing in on with the treble six of John Richards, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Didn't do anything wrong, just happened to be right in the middle of the lead as they came through. But Ollie Pratt's got no such issues. He's worked his way past the field and now off towards the centre he drives. Louis Ruff, I think he hasn't got an answer. He's just going to have to hope that Ollie Pratt makes a mistake, which, based on the form we've seen today, is not looking likely. Although, just as I say that, bit of a lock-up into Nelson. That will be the incentive Louis Ruff needs just to continue to push.
Yeah, absolutely, and not long left either. We'll see as they make their way through in towards the bomb hole. Now we make our way through in towards the quorum now. And we'll keep an eye then as we head our way through in towards these final couple of corners. Ollie Pratt then making his way around the final corner here. And now accelerating away. It looks like the checkered flag is being readied.
You better get into interview position then, Mr. Kieran. So yes, I did wonder whether they would do that, but it was as much as Louis Ruff would have wanted to defend that last position, I fear it was academic. So your winner for the final race of the day, the second race from the Morgan Challenge, is Ollie Pratt, having taken over Brothers car, the number 75, has taken the win. Second home is Louis Ruff in the number 99. And then Andrew Thompson is going to take the third place spot, the final podium position in the number 66. He comes through Murray's and then heads towards the line for the final time, screaming towards the sunset. And some cars already come over the line. Kathy Sherry 12th, then John Richards 13 with Nigel Stuckey 14th. And over the line comes the growling car of Andrew Thompson. Next up down the road is going to be, let's have a look, who's going to claim fourth? Well, who's going to be the next? Oh, it was Tony Gilby actually, who was the next car over the line. Then the 661, Gail Hill, is going to come to the line for fourth place in the number 661 Morgan ARV6. Very nicely done for the former Jaguar Challenge champion. And chasing her home is Martin Pratt in the 521 car. Now we are waiting for number 95 of Will Bibb. There he is. The group he was in is somewhat dispersed since the last time we saw it on stream. So he now finds himself very much on his own. A thrilling battle that he had for what culminates to be sixth position. Sam Garland in the number 12 comes home in 7th place, and then had last minute effort between the 182 car of Andrew Long, so he's had a very disastrous last few laps. So Phillips and Claire Tisdall comes home in 8th. Andrew Long, does he fend off Jim Mountain? Just about. to hang on to 9th position. Jim Mountain 10th, and last over the line is going to be the number 46 of Greg Parnell in the Aero 8 GTN. So as the field work their way towards the holding area for the final time, Kieran McGinley will be waiting to speak to our podium 3. I can't actually see if the podium 3 have gathered because there are transporters in the way. And the podium 3 have gathered. So for the final time today, we'll hand over to Kieran McGinley.
Thank you very much, Chris. And yes, the final race of the day, the Morgan Challenge. I'm just going to butt into this conversation here. One Pratt won one race, the other won the other. Ollie, let's have a chat with you over here next to your car. Well, is it your car? Because it seems like it's Will's car.
My brother's, we share them all around. So yeah. Will was nice enough to let me borrow his car for the race this afternoon because my car this morning had some issues. So yeah, nice of him to let me go in his car, and yeah, worked out well.
Worked out really well. I mean, you had to start from the back because of that, but you had a really good battle there with Louis Ruff towards the end. How tough was it to get past?
Difficult, yeah, he made it difficult, as I would expect, but yeah, just sort of did the old switchback, I think, and managed to get him. And but once he was behind me for the next couple of laps, it was really difficult to keep him behind. And also, obviously, the sun as well was coming into the mirrors as well, so it was difficult to see what was behind me, where he was. But luckily, he stayed behind me, so it's all good.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's that autumn sun. We saw a couple of drivers actually holding their sort of hands over their lids there to try and just get some shade.
Yes, yeah, I've got a bit of tape over my visor as well, just to block out the sun. So if I didn't have that, I think it'd be a lot more difficult. But coming down the main straight, the sun's just coming right in your face, so you can turn one comes at you very quickly. So I nearly got caught out a couple of times, but yeah, all good.
Where would motorsport be without gaffer tape, eh?
Don't know. I think there's more gaff tape on this than, I don't know, there's a lot.
Oh, great stuff. Ollie, congratulations on the victory. Well done from winning from the back of the grid.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done, Ollie. Let's have a chat now to Louis Ruff then, who's on to the second spot once again. I'm just going to pop myself around here. Louis, congratulations on second place there. You had a great battle there with...
The car's a quick car, and if it started on pole, I would have been left behind, I'm sure. But yeah, I knew I had to make up as much as I could from the start, and could see Ollie was catching me, and a few laps left to go. Pushed a little bit harder, a bit scrappy near the end, but yeah, I'll take another second place. It's a quick car, and he's a quick driver.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did see, I think it was the penultimate lap, you didn't get quite the exit out of the final corner. We saw you slam the steering wheel.
Yeah, I went for a late lunge on a couple of them, to be honest, and yeah, I thought it's either going to end in tears or I might make something happen, and it's just not worth it. We'll go again next year. I'm still after that first place. So.
Yeah, great stuff, and well, it was a great battle for us to watch, Louis, and 2 second place for you is not too bad.
No, exactly. It's been a great weekend. The car's been brilliant. You know, thanks to Williams Automobiles for giving me the car, my family, my dad and my brother for running it. As always, you know, the passion they put in is just as much as mine, and my family back at home. I love racing, and may long it continue.
And it shows. Louis, congratulations on your 2 second places. So go and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, exactly. Beer time now.
You said it.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. And let's have a chat to Andrew Thompson, who's just gone behind me there. Andrew, congratulations. Another third place for you. How was that out there?
Oh, great fun. Being on the front row again, which was a pleasant surprise, and managing to get a really good start was good fun. Louis and I had some cracking first couple of laps, but fundamentally he's in a quicker car and he's an excellent driver, so it was all about staying as close to Louis as I could and see how the race goes. And of course we all the time knew the blue car would be coming through, and we obviously, Ollie and Will are both excellent drivers, but it is such a fast car in a class of its own. I reckoned when he was close to me there are probably 2 places on the lap I'm faster and 10 places where he's faster. So he was probably only behind me for a lap or maybe a lap and a half more than minimum. But it was good fun racing all the same.
Was it a case of you try and keep him behind, or did you kind of realise maybe that wasn't your fight today?
Well, not my fight. And you know, we're fighting on the road for position. Anyone who's come from the back of the grid will have worked the car really hard. And you never know, he might make a mistake. I might benefit from it. But at the end of the day, you don't want to force anything from anybody, and it's a fundamentally faster car. So, yeah, I'm more than happy with the result.
And Andrew, I just want to ask one more thing. Route 66. I don't know if we can pick it up on the camera there. What's the sort of meaning behind it there?
Well, this is my 20th season in Morgan Racing, and I've been racing 66 for 18 of those seasons, and it purely comes down to that's the year I was born, so that's my race number.
That's a very good reason why, Andrew. And congratulations on your 2 third places today. You must be riding off into the sunset now and go and enjoy yourself.
Well, hopefully a good evening this evening. I wait to hear how I'm doing in the championship, but if my maths is any good, I think I may just have got it. So we'll look forward to the results.
We'll await for the results from people who can do maths better than I.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And with that then, that brings an end to our racing today. If you're here at the circuit, we've got the qualifying session for the MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. But if you're watching along from the stream, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more racing action here at the Classic Sports Car Club.